Welcome to the 2024 Spring Clash of the Armed Force Dungeon League. You are joining us on day 3 of this truly Clash of Champions. The AFDL Armed Force Dungeon League, we provide military personnel around the world with a fun, competitive, family-friendly way to interact and celebrate the commonalities of service members and their families, regardless of branch or nationality. I am one of your hosts, Einar Collin, but Ease is easier, so we're just going to stick to Ease, and I am joined here with my co-host for the day, Eric.
Hello. Yes, I am Eric, and I play a warrior, and I play a lot of Mythic Plus, and I'm Swedish, if you didn't know. And I have a podcast with Ease here called Wrath Babies.
We are the two Wrath Babies. We are the two Swedes. We're not represented in this team, in this competition, but we will represent our country no matter what. I also play a lot of Mythic Plus. Our podcast, Wrath Babies, is mostly about Mythic Plus. But yes, we talk about all stuff. It's not actually about Wrath Classic. So we're very excited to be here today to cast to you and talk to you about this amazing competition. We're on day 3. If you're just tuning in, it's been a nail biter of a competition so far. And we just want to thank you all who have been here throughout the weekend. We've gotten some new followers since yesterday when we went offline. Andy Lucky, Sparky Boom, Kisaris, FBI, and Lynn Rolf, VFW, and then we had our 600th follower, Sparky Boom. Thank you so much for 600 followers. We're so excited to be here. We're just about here in just a second. We will announce the 5th dungeon of the competition. And if you're not sure what we're doing here today, it's a competition, a great push style, and there is a prize pool. And the winning team will select a charity from the Activision endowment, and the prize money from this event will be donated on behalf of the AFDL to the winner's chosen charity. And if you would like to support the AFDL and donate to our winner's chosen charity, you can click the link in the stream description below, or you can type !donate in the chat. And your generosity is so very much appreciated. Thank you all for being here. Follow us, subscription as well. Help us just do more stuff like this, more amazing things. And we're going to jump straight into the dungeon reveal for the day. We have 4 dungeons already known, and today we're revealing that we are going into Everbloom. And it's not just any Everbloom, it's a fortified, storming, and sanguine. Eric, what do you think of this combination?
You love to see it. Actually, no, you hate to see it, but it's going to be somewhat pleasant to see other people deal with it and not myself. So yeah, enjoy.
Yeah, teams, we can't say much more than enjoy that sanguine. There's a lot of casters in that dungeon. You're going to have to be good about positioning, good about, being able to maybe some pushbacks, try not to kill anything on top of those abominations that channel that damage that you can't interrupt or knock back. So it's going to be very exciting to see them tackle that dungeon. We've already seen some very high keys in Waker's Manor, Galakrond's Fall, Blackrook Hold, and Darkheart Thicket so far, with 25s or 26s across the board. Even have a 28 in Galakrond's Fall, and we are hoping to possibly see a 29 in Galakrond's Fall today. We don't know what the U.S. Army is going to get up to. And if you are joining us, we have, like I said, this is truly the Clash of Champions. We have 4 teams joining us for this Spring Clash, and the reason we call it a Clash of Champions is because each team has won one of the AFDL competitions in 2023. We have Coast Guard Gaming, which had first place in the Spring Clash of 2023 a year ago. U.S. Army Esports had the first place in the 2023 Winter Invitational, and Ukrainian WoW got the first place in the Fall Clash. And finally, you have Warrior Gamer, which got first place in the Summer Clash. We've already seen some really good plays, and we're really excited to see what they're all going to cook up. Yeah, I know, Eric, you've been following this. Do you have a team that you're rooting for? Even though we're casters, but we can have a team to root for.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to echo your sentiments. Gotta go with Ukraine. They're European and they have the right colors on their flag. Pretty good. Pretty good.
We we don't have the same flag, but we have the same colors, so we got to stand in solidarity. That's just how this goes. Um,
Indeed.
yeah. But it's going to be an exciting time. We still have 5 minutes until the competition goes live. If you're not sure of how this works, the competition lasts for 5 hours each day. They had 5 hours on Friday, 5 hours on Saturday, and the last 5 hours today to push their keys as high as possible. Yesterday they had to get started again. They always start the keys at a 15 and then try to push them as high as possible. Yesterday, they had to take a dive into Darkheart Thicket, and today we're gonna see some more chill keys in the 15 to 21 range. When they're pushing up those Everblooms. Can you call any key in Everbloom chill, Eric? I don't know.
Sanguine can cause issues at any key level, I reckon. Depends on how many stops and knockbacks you have, right?
And we've been able to see some. It's a pretty good. It's a fairly diverse team composition between these teams. We do see 3 Demon Hunter tanks, which is not surprising with their utility and, like you mentioned, stops
Yes.
and CCs. But we do have a Paladin tank, which will be very interesting to see in that Everbloom when you do need to have that mob control.
Yes.
So
no warrior tank. Surprising.
Crazy indeed. But it's really exciting to see those. The teams are very even, and like we talked about, we've had some really close calls at the end of yesterday's runtime. There were some really close calls and even some failures right as they were pushing. So we're excited to see all these teams taking on those keys that they almost got a hold of last night, and how they do today. We have a donation of $50 from Foos from the Coast Guard. Thank you so much for that donation. Your donations truly make events like this possible, and we're so happy that we can just add to these charities and support these charities as the AFDL. Thank you for your support. Yeah, Foos, we see you in chat. Thank you. Let's go Coast Guard. Yeah, let's see. We'd love to see what you're supporting here in the chat. We see, caster bias. What? Look, AFDL. What can we say? We all have our own thoughts. We'd love to hear who you're cheering for. Give us your chat or your team in chat, and let us know who you're here cheering for. Eric, how high do you think we're going to see these Everblooms going on a fortified Sanguine?
Fortified Sanguine. Well, it depends on their skill, right? But I reckon we can see a 28 times. I reckon we can do that.
I think so. These teams have shown that they're absolutely capable of timing those 28s on fortified. We have seen a lot of we've seen a few attempts on a couple tyrannicals as well, a couple 28s almost timed, like I mentioned earlier. So it's going to be good here. It's going to be very exciting to see what they cook up in these Everbloom. Better metaphor, going for that U.S. Army. You got to debate them. You got to say, good luck, everyone. But in the heart of hearts, like, yeah, of course, we're cheering for all the teams. But really, we all have one team in our hearts. And that's why we're here. Aside from, actually like supporting each other and finding community, we're also here to have some team spirit, right?
It is a competition after all.
Exactly. All these teams are here to win, They're all winners from previous competitions. Of course, they want to just do everything they can to squeeze out that first place. And it really is anybody's game at this point. Yes, the U.S. Army is the one team with a 28 in the bag, or rather completed, but all the other teams have 28s in their bag ready to go. We can see here now we have 38 seconds before regulation starts, and they can start their keys. We see two teams, Coast Guard and Ukrainian WoW. They're just going to go straight head head straight into Everbloom, while the US Army is going to tackle their Blackrook hold, and Warrior Gamers are going to stick to Darkheart Thicket. What this is fun because now we'll have some kind of chill keys in Everbloom, and then some real push keys here for both Warrior Gamer and US Army. What do you think of this? Like, what's the benefit of going into these high keys first rather than starting with the Everblooms?
Maybe they feel like they want revenge from yesterday, or they feel already warmed up in these keys. But going for Everbloom seems like a sound plan as well. Those warm-up keys, they can be quite useful.
Yeah, we know all about that. We've a couple of times, you and I, in our keys, when we jump straight into those 27s, 28s, it's easy to get lost in the chaos. And we're away here now. All three teams, perhaps another teams. I know that the U.S. Army, I can see some healing done down there. So perhaps we'll have some luck later on in these keys. They're making very quick work of this boss, actually. It looks like even before, by the end of the first intermission, the first boss goes down, and that is a +3 for the Coast Guard, finishing the first Everbloom of this competition. We'll see if they're going into an 18 or if they will be taking a break and taking a bit of a higher one. So we will see how that continues. We have some followers here that we want to shout out. Thank you to a Better Metaphor. Thank you to Weavdo. Thank you to Dave Davian and to Whack Whack for following us. Your follows really just helps us do more stuff like this. There's more ways that you can support us as well. Subscribing to the channel, not only does it remove all ads that we will be running later to support these teams and these charities, you can also donate by writing !donate in the chat. So thank you for supporting us as we continue this competition. It looks like the Coast Guard is going right back into that 18 Everbloom. And we see Ukrainian WoW finishing up the 15 Everbloom. And we have two teams on tyrannical bosses right now. We have the US Army and Warrior Gamer both engaging a tyrannical second boss.
Which one of these is your favorite?
I think I prefer, out of difficulty, the Elysiana Ravencrest in Blackrook Hold is better, I think. It's not quite as deadly. While there's damage going out, a lot of it is either over a longer period of time, like the Glaive, which you do have to be healed up, or use a defensive to survive. Or you see the I-beam here following players where you can no longer jump, and you used to be able to just stand and jump in these puddles. That's no longer possible. You do have to move away with them, but you can stand in them for about a second before it starts taking damage. So I definitely prefer the Demon Hunter boss over this one-shotty mess that is Oakheart. How about you?
Yeah, like Oakheart is more fun, but it's as you say, it's extremely deadly on pretty much everyone, really. The tank has to really worry about both the breath and the grip. The DPS and the healer has to worry about the knockback, which does a lot of damage. And yeah, the ads needs to be handled somehow. Oh, we see the tank go down. And the grip.
Yeah.
You hate to see it.
And it looks like they're gonna lose both the this looks like a full party wipe. That is unfortunate. Like you just said, that grip is deadly, and I think they're gonna go for it again. They feel like, no, what are they gonna do? They are resetting. It looks like they're not going for it.
That is probably why they lose a lot of time. I don't think they used any invis pots for skipping, but still, even the run back and do the boss again without lust, probably. I'm not sure if they actually used it, but I
It
think
is,
we did.
yeah, on these tyrannical bosses, even when you're, I think they were about 20% into the boss, that's already too much time lost if you want to time these high keys. So it's safer to just go back in and go again. We see, however, the US Army here, they are just coasting so far, it looks like, through this 28 Black Rook hold. 0 deaths, 25% on the boss. No, 40%. I was seeing one of the no, it is 20%, 25%. A lot of nameplates here. These Arcane Blitz really do need to be interrupted on a 28 Tyrannical. They hurt.
Yes, they do. Although, if they go on a warrior, they might want to reflect it.
Unfortunately, they don't have a warrior, Eric.
No, they don't. But I'm just public service announcement. If you ever play with me, I'm gonna be mad.
You should always let your warrior spell reflect when they can. We see that glaive going out on this evoker here, but they don't have to worry about that. It looks like they simply dispelled it, as all evokers are able to dispel bleeds if they've specced into that, which is definitely worth it on this fight, as this glaive damage can hurt a lot. It's a bleed which not a lot of classes can do anything about. And we see that ticking damage on the mage, just really going for it. And we're getting another one on the mage, which is just thankfully it doesn't stack. It just resets the duration, but it still hurts quite badly. But no issues there.
Let's see, will anyone get hit by the rocks?
This is truly a boss in and of itself. The Indiana Jones boss so far, at least when I cast it on Friday, we didn't see anyone get hit by those rocks. So they seem to be good at the tunnel management.
I've heard that if you just stick to the left, you don't get hit.
I've heard that. I don't trust it. I don't trust it. I really don't. The U.S. Army is going for a big pull. Early in this competition, we saw teams pulling this entire room with all these demons. They're staying a little bit more conservative now with the pulls. As it is a 28 on Tyrannical, these mobs can still hurt quite a lot.
Absolutely. This is really a place where the raging FX really is dangerous.
Yes, exactly. They are running with raging and volcanic. Volcanic can get overwhelming when there's this many mobs. The more mobs, the more volcanic you get. But when these mobs enrage, they can no longer be CC'd or stunned, which means that all these casts that these tiny little demons cast might just go off. And if you're in front of a frontal, or they start spinning close to you, you might just get one shot.
Yes, the spinny guys, they can be really volatile.
They move really fast and they just follow you. So if you're ranged, good luck doing any more casts. Here we go. There's a spinny boy. But they seem to have no issues with that either. Let's have a look at our Everbloom teams. We see Coast Guard finishing up first boss here. Oh no, not finishing up. I'm trying to read these. Sometimes these bars are hard to read, but they are right in one of the intermission phases for Oakheart, Witherbark even, the other tree boss. And they've been able to spread out those vines very well. So far, the boss is still at 0% energy, which means they have a long time left to burn it.
It's probably gonna die in this burn phase, I reckon.
It looks like it. I think this is the second burn phase, because they had a lot of roots there, and first burn phase you usually don't have quite that many. But even now, if all of the rest of the balls go in, it's already too late. The boss is going down. They are pumping that damage. This Demonology Warlock, we love to see that damage. Look at that. I can't really see it, but it is like 250 something KDPS.
I thought you were mocking it. It's like, oh, you can't even see it.
No. More that it's just hard to see from this distance. And we see Ukrainian WoW once again in these huts that confused me severely. I honestly am surprised to see them pulling into this hut with such a limited space, especially with Sanguine. But perhaps that is their way to. I see that they actually skipped a pack on the right there. Perhaps that is
Indeed.
their tactic.
I wasn't looking at their point of view much during the latter half of the dungeon, but I'm interested to see what they skip later on.
Ooh, they are doing a bit of a risky pull here, going through.
They don't pull.
Yeah, they did pull it, but it's an 18, well, so they might just be fine. They pulled Null Root here.
This might be a fun Sanguine time.
Yeah, this makes it... but the Ring of Peace knocks them out of those Sanguine pools. Null Root is not fun on a fortified key. He's not as bad as he was in the launch of this season, but it is still a painful mob to deal with all the roots and the swirlies going out here that you're silenced if you stand within and do quite a lot of damage. The good news is that he does give quite a lot of percentage, which means that you can skip more later on. Ooh, but he is standing in Sanguine and getting healed quite a bit there.
It's kind of hard to see under the tooltip, but we can see that Sanguine bar being quite overshadowing.
Yeah, we can actually... This team does have that healing done, and it's doing double the healing of the Mistweaver Monk. This is not something we like to see. And there's another cast in the Sanguine. Ooh, that is a rough Null Root pull. Definitely not intended, but you know what? On an 18, that is recoverable. The tank just needs to get aggro on those roaming mobs. It might be scary here. Even on an 18, Null Root is not something that you want to mess with. Still a couple mobs in the back there running loose, and there we get the aggro taken on them, and Null Root goes down.
Happy fun time.
Happy fun time. Good for them to get these, these kinks worked out in these 18 keys rather than the 24, 26s. So
absolutely.
On a 26, that would probably be better to just run out and reset at this point.
Meanwhile, in Dark Art Thicket, we are once again doing the first boss. What's his name again?
I just call him the Archdruid. And yes. It looks like, again, I mean, so far, they look stable. I don't see a ton of purple stuff on the ground. Already at 50% on the boss. And they're taking care of those ads very quickly. So I don't expect to see any issues here. As long as the tank is able to stay out of those charges and not have that accidental death, I'm sure they're going to be just fine. We also have U.S. Army working on the third boss in Blackrock Hold. It is interesting in Blackrock Hold. It can be... It is, I would say it is generally considered one of the easier, if not the easiest dungeon this season, but it all can come down to that last boss. We saw them both Friday and yesterday. It is very easy to get overwhelmed by that last boss, and not just the Shadow Bolt volley, which is dangerous to the entire team, but in that first phase with those random Shadow Bolts going out. If you don't have enough health, you're just gonna die.
Absolutely. I don't remember if we saw any Knight of Tech on that boss.
But I know that I haven't seen any.
Even if you do, the swarms are so very likely to kill someone.
It's a lot of damage going out, and it's not helpful. Oh, I think we see a death there on the healer. I think it's the healer. The Mistweaver Monk goes down.
There's a lot of damage on this fight.
There is. They got charged, and it didn't get intercepted. And even on a 28, even if you haven't been charged twice, it can hurt, and it can take you down easily. But it looks like they've refocused. They're doing a fairly good job on the space management here. It is starting to get a little crowded, but they're already at 25%, so I think they should be just fine. Chat, what are your thoughts on these keys going right now? We'd love to hear you. Is the US Army going to conquer this 28? Will we see Warrior Gamer getting a second shot on Oakheart? Are they going to conquer these bosses? Send them some love. Send them some cheers. We want to hear from you what your thoughts are on these runs. I'm excited to see what they cook up, what the U.S. Army cooks up on the last boss here. And I know from experience, playing an Augmentation Evoker can be kind of squishy.
Yes, it's scary. It's scary to be one. It's scary to have one. It's just overall scary.
It's overall scary. I think we saw a rescue there. I've seen a couple very well played rescues this weekend where the evokers use that 30% health shield to survive one shots. We have an AoE here. And they managed to kill it just before it goes off.
They still only have 2 deaths, so this seems like a very good run overall, but it's all going to come down to that last boss.
That's right. They have 10 minutes left with a few packs left here. And on Tyrannical, none of these bosses are fast, especially the last boss that has 2 pretty long phases and with a long intermission phase that if it catches you on the wrong time, it might just cost you the key. It's not fun to see that intermission phase when he goes into cloud form at like 2 or 3% left on the boss. That's never very fun, is it?
No.
Let's see here what Warrior Gamer does. They do a skip for these. They look like they're fearing those mobs, and somehow that lets them just walk past them. I'm not entirely sure how that works, actually. I thought the fear sigil put them in combat, but it looks like they're totally fine just to walk past.
I've seen it before, but it looks like a Shadow melts. So he's in combat with them, but the rest of them aren't.
See, we do see some Shadow Melt tech here. Yeah, look at that. The chat already knows. They know fear plus meld. That's right. So they're going to fear those mobs. Everyone else walks past while the Demon Hunter is still in combat, and Shadow melts combat away, and everything's good. This is an interesting, always interesting to see how people deal with this. All these fear mobs, but with the Demon Hunter, they can do almost all of it by themselves.
Yes. Our comms are always just filled with I'm silencing, fearing. No, that's probably not true. Fear immune.
But silencing,
Chains,
gripping.
Silence, grip.
Yep.
Yep, good job.
Thank you. We see some more follows here in chat. Thank you to Staniman. Wow, that is a terrible execution of that name, but thank you for the follow. And Daozu as well. Very thankful for your support. We are about here to go on a little bit of an ad break just as Coast Guard Gaming finishes up their 18 Everbloom. Don't go anywhere. We're doing an ad break, and when we're back, you will be able to see how the U.S. Army tackles this last boss. We'll see you in just a minute.
Dodge, avoid.
And let's talk about this first phase here for the U.S. Army.
Yes, indeed. We see the weak aura for the next Shadow Bolt here. It's very useful because it hurts. It hurts a lot. So being able to prepare with some kind of defensive, even if it's only a personal, it's going to help tremendously.
Yeah. And we've come into when we've tackled this on higher keys, especially on Tyrannical, you do need to keep those defensives running. You see that healer, the Mistweaver, going quite low on those bolts, but it looks like no one's died yet, and we're just about to see a face change here. We have quite a few defensives that could be rolling. We could have a Darkness. We could have a Mass Barrier from the Mage, possibly, and maybe even a Zephyr. We see the Shadow Bolt volley there on the timer. 9 seconds, 8 seconds. This is really... Oh, the Demon Hunter Tag is already dead! No. That's very dangerous. Shadow Bolt volley, Darkness out. And
Oh,
three
yeah.
of them go down. 4.
Seems like they're wiping, yes. Do we have any combat timer somewhere? How long did this take them?
I can't see it in chat, but they are going for it again. They think with 4 minutes 40 seconds, they might still have time to do this. They will have Lust up in 30 seconds,
I have
which
the right. Yeah. It was very well timed. If they would have not died there to pop the lusts just after the intermission would be over, but they still have the option to do that, obviously.
yes,
So
they will
was
have.
it to kill the demon hunter? Was it the bleed, or was it just boss damage?
I don't know. On a 28, there's just even with before you get that buff from Lord Ravencrest, even just auto attacks from the boss can hurt like hell, to be honest.
Absolutely, yeah.
And it looked like someone sends the bleed. I don't know if we have a gamer intel from the teams themselves, but the bleed definitely hurts in there. They sent Lust on pull. They don't want to mess around with this first phase. They want to get it out of the way.
After that experience, I don't blame them.
And really, especially if you're running low on defensives or you want to save all the defensives for that first Shadow Bolt volley, you don't want to have to waste all those defensives on just the single target Shadow Bolts here. And that was so fast, taking down that first phase. The healer will be on full alert, I'm sure, and tank as well.
Yes.
Still
have a few seconds of Lust, or was it just over now?
I think it just disappeared there. We have Shadow Bolt volley. The tank is looking very stable. What will we see? We probably don't have darkness now, actually, since they just popped it. Oh, Shadow Melt tech.
They did try to do the Shadow Melt tech, yeah.
But it is still not enough without that darkness. That is heartbreaking. Chat, can we see some Sag in the chat? Oh, it's such a good run the entire way through. And the last boss, like we were talking about, it can just get you out of nowhere. Big Fs. Oh, Fs in chat.
One thing they do have now, since they didn't start with the Everbloom, they have the option to go in there on quite low keys to just clear their minds a bit, if that's what they want to do.
Someone we see, I think we've seen this throughout the weekend. We have someone sending all those fireworks in Valdraken to cheer these teams on. And Warrior Gamer, I think we might see a break from them as they're just dancing here, or maybe their tank just wants to entertain us. It looks like they weren't quite able to tackle that 27 Dark Card Thicket quite yet, and similarly, like you just said, they're going to clear their heads and go into a lower key in Everbloom. But U.S. Army has no such ambitions. They're gonna knock their head against the wall until they get this Black Rook hold.
Indeed.
We do already see a 21 in Everbloom from the Coast Guard. Those +3s, they go quickly, and then you start getting into those big keys. 21 Absolutely. Is still, for these teams, we know that they can do 21s without any issues whatsoever. But this is when they do have to start focusing up a little bit more, especially with an affix like Sanguine.
Truly. It's we saw it causing some issues already on the 18 for Ukrainian, and it can really make the run more difficult, more time consuming, because you have to do so much more damage.
And it's not just taxing, like as we well know, you and I, Eric, it's not just taxing on the DPS and having to do it. It is also taxing mentally when you see that mob standing right in that sanguine pool and the health bar just going up, and you know that you can do nothing about it. It is
right.
One of the worst feelings.
And you tend to suffer from some sanguine PTSD a week or two after a sanguine week, because you just expect that pool to drop after every kill. when it isn't there, it can do things with your mind.
It really can. And it takes a little bit if you're just, doing your normal keys. You forget about Sanguine for the first key or two, and then, like you say, you won't forget it for a few weeks. We are seeing a bit of a roster swap here for Warrior Gamer, which is why we saw them dancing there for a minute. They're trying to figure out what comp will be best for these lower keys, I assume. Instead of going for survivability, they're dropping out that augmentation evoker for a pure DPS, so to speak. We see again those fireworks and portals just firing off in Beldraken. We love the support of this community. Thank you all for showing up, not just in chat, but on the tournament realms themselves to cheer on these teams. And if you want to be more engaged in the AFDL, the Armed Forces Dungeon League is operated by an incredible team of volunteers, and you can join. If you're interested in getting involved, you can type !volunteer in the chat and follow that link. We're always looking for new team members to help us grow. But we are so happy to see your chat, your excitement and chatter in the chat as well. The U.S. Army is back in there. They're just going back. It's easy to get jaded
Indeed.
when you're that close to a 28 key. But they're just gonna go straight into it again.
It is, yeah. But it seems they have the first, everything but the last boss under almost complete control. So it probably makes a lot of sense going through the motions one more time and making an attempt that really counts on the last boss.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw 2 deaths beforehand. Probably nothing major from those. Even without those 2 deaths, it wouldn't have made a difference. So as long as they can keep this memory fresh in their mind, they might as well stay in there. I'm really happy to see this, the tech for the first boss here going out, where they just root that one of those mobs to keep it in there and just be able to pump as much as possible.
Absolutely. It's something we've never quite bothered with. It seems to be worthwhile.
I think so. And being able to see that even a root from an evoker can be enough to just let you squeeze out a little bit more damage there. It's, again, not really vital, because nothing here really is that deadly as long as you sidestep it. But it does help the time not having to force your casters, or melee for that matter, to step out of range or stop their casts, to just be able to keep pumping. So I'm sure we'll see that tech here again.
I mean, if I get targeted by the fear, I usually shadow meld it and have it go on someone else.
Warrior gamers. That's just how it is, huh? We see again Ukrainian WoW. They're back in their 21. Everbloom still sticking to their route, it seems. We'll see if they head back into this hut. And if they manage to stay away from Null Root this time, they are still going quite big, even on a 21 fortified. No fear from the Ukrainian gamers. And we see here the Warrior gamers also on the 15. They're, understandably need a little bit of break from that 27 Dark Heart Thicket, not quite being able to break Oakheart, so a bit of a break. And Ukrainian WoW here seemingly not having an issue with Sanguine at all. See a 1 mob there in the back, 2 mobs staying, just being able to cast in the Sanguine. That is unfortunate, but 1 mob out of 15 is not so bad, is it?
No, I don't think so. It's a bit of a trade-off. If you can do a lot of damage to the rest of them, you'll have the time later on. And he can't get healed beyond full health anyway. So
right. Once you've reached that, and if it's outside of the group anyway, it wouldn't be getting any damage. You can just bring it to the next pack. 1 mob is not that big of an issue. And Ukrainian WoW that we're following right now, They are an organization with more than 2,400 players in 30 plus guilds to date. And their mission is to popularize WoW esports and unite Ukrainians across the EU realms. They love to shine a spotlight on Ukrainian YouTubers and streamers, and they organize tournaments, raise money, and even develop their own add-on which translates WoW to Ukrainian. That is dedication right there.
That's a
Eric.
serious dedication indeed.
It's not like, it's one thing to maybe translate part of the game, right? But doing the entire game, that is a lot.
It's extremely time consuming.
But it's, and especially now, there is a need for unity, and we love to see an organization that is able to use, to some might seem banal and simple things such as a video game to unite people, but we know from experience, Eric, we've known each other. I mean, I don't have a memory when I didn't know you, and
right.
we've been able to, even though I would like to think that we would stay friends if we weren't able to game, but since I moved to the other side of the country, gaming has definitely helped to keep that connection going.
Other side of the country? You moved across the Atlantic.
I meant world. I didn't. I meant world, not country.
Yeah, I like to think so too.
The warrior died, Eric.
He did, but yeah, these things happen. They sent the battle rest. They know it's not going to happen again. It's fine.
It's a 21. They can afford to send that battle rest. It was probably an aggro issue, I would think. I don't see what else could have possibly killed a warrior here.
Speaking from experience, I know there's absolutely zero chance that he wanted to spell reflect and failed.
Of course, there's no way. There's no way that he tried to taunt a mob, spell reflect, and then didn't have spell reflect up, for example. You would never do anything like that.
No, I've never done that.
Not once have you said, I'm spell reflecting.
Stop talking about it.
But it is very fun to see. Like, this is a really fun group that we see, group composition. I mean, yes, the Demon Hunter tank and Mr. Weaver monk is meta, you could say. And Paladin is definitely not non-meta. It's gotten very strong since the buffs to the legendary, and it's nice to have that battle rest on hand. But rogue and warrior is not something that we see all the time in these high keys.
No, that's true. But they are very solid classes. I think it's an outlaw rogue, right? I don't think any of these specs qualify for break the meta, if that matters. I mean,
not even Fury Warrior.
No, they were not allowed.
Oh, really? Look at that. Let's see one warrior spec that is technically not outside the meta, at least.
Absolutely.
We see here a pretty common tactic that they will be executing, where the tank goes and pulls all the flowers in the hallway here, at least on lower keys, and pulls them to the boss, so that you can kind of, in this first phase, the boss takes reduced damage, and you might as well just kind of spend some time on these ads that actually do take damage. You do have to be careful with Sanguine, though. Not just because
potentially very detrimental strategy in this particular affix combination.
Yes, not just because the mobs might stay alive for a very long time, but also because it does limit the room that you have for these melee heavy groups. It's actually a full melee class group, I realized right now.
Yeah, you love to see it.
It's not that common, so it's fun to see. I mean, we do have a paladin that can basically stand at range, right?
That's true.
But it seemed to be no issues, and all those sanguine pools are now gone. They have entered that first intermission now, really pumping down the boss here, even on a 21. Like, that's when the bosses start to have a little bit more health, even when it is fortified. And this first intermission, usually you can't quite get as much damage on the boss as you would like, because you just haven't gotten enough roots out to stop all these water globes. but it looks like they're going to have no issues at all finishing the boss in this first intermission. They're also actually spending some time killing some of these waters to not get that energy. That is not a tactic that we've really seen for a while, I feel like.
No, but it's probably worthwhile, especially in this scenario when it's relatively low key if you compare to what they have the potential for, and yeah, you want to kill it within that intermission. So
you really do. Exactly. Let's see where the other teams are at. We see Warrior Gamer already pushing that 15. Everbloom almost at third boss. We see Coast Guard currently on third boss, about to finish it off. Seemingly no issues even at a 21. See 3 deaths on the counter, but that's not an issue to time this. Maybe even +3 might actually be out of the question here. Even on a fortified, it doesn't look like they have that much time. And while there is basically no trash leading up to third boss fourth boss takes a really long time, even on a fortified.
It does, yeah. It's deceptively long fight. You have that damage ramp, so you kind of think you're in the clear, but no, it takes a long time to kill that.
The boss just has so much health, and then having to switch to the ad that spawns during intermission just makes it rough. But you know what? We won't never say never, I guess. They might still +3 this. I can't quite see how much time there's left to that +3. But third boss is about to go down, even when they pull a little bit more trash here. Not sure if that was intended, but I don't think it was, since they're almost full on percentage. But you know what? That just means that they can skip this next pack. Third boss goes down. It'll be interesting to see. It's a big difference if they're able to +3 it, can go straight into a 24, or they have to go into a 23, which is not really what you want here quite yet. 24 is not that challenging for these teams. So it'd be nice to get that 24 to be able to get that 26 maybe even.
Absolutely. But I think I didn't see the entire run, so maybe it was very clean. But yeah, they only have 3 deaths, but it's possible to +3 this on 24 as well, I think.
I do think so.
Or 23. So they can probably get there anyway. And it might just be that at 26, or I mean at 27, Everbloom is something that might be too hard. I think we can see 28s timed, but it's not pleasant. It's not a fun experience for anyone involved, except the viewers, of course.
Exactly. And the issue at some point, actually, in Everbloom, aside from damage on third boss, on a fortified, it's actually the timer that starts getting quite tight. You need to have very good damage to be able to even time a 28 at that point.
Absolutely.
We see the U.S. Army, once again, they're already up to second boss on this 28 Blackrook hold. 2 deaths, but that seems to be okay. The timer wasn't really the big issue the last time they were in here.
No, they had plenty of time, yeah.
And as long as they manage to not have any full party wipes and just get to that last boss and survive those shadow balled volleys, this key should be in the bag. But it's not always that easy. The theory is much easier to stand by rather than the actual execution.
Absolutely. You see the tank for Ukrainian WoW go down quite low as they're committing to a quite risky pull here.
It's a big pull. They're leading up to third boss. Not only are there quite a lot of mobs, there's also very deadly mobs as those mages cast.
Truly. And Sanguine is not fun with these. It's very hard to make the move if you don't have the interrupts for it.
And we saw that happen just there. The healer, the Mistweaver, went down from a pyroblast from a mage that was standing in a Sanguine, and with that Fire Mage being able to cast the AoE fire spell, we see another DPS go down as well. Probably not too big of an issue here. They'll still be able to finish. and probably not get a +3 here. I think 5 minutes is not enough for Ukrainian WoW to get that +3 on the 21. Won't put them at too much of a disadvantage because I see that we have just passed that +3 mark for Coast Guard as well. They're going to get a +2 Everbloom here, so that they will be ready to go into a 23 Everbloom. Like you said, though, that might be a good choice. At this point, they have a lot of time to spend their time just pushing up these keys, and staying safe in Everbloom is definitely a good call. It can get very sketchy, but they finished that
Indeed.
21 with a +2. I think that technically starts putting them in the lead. With the as if you're new here, you're not quite sure how this scoring works. It's very simple. There's 5 dungeons. For the highest key that a team manages to complete, if a 21, for example, is the highest in an Everbloom, that is the score they get for that Everbloom. If they go to 26 in a Dark Heart Thicket, they get 26 in Dark Heart Thicket. We then just simply add all those numbers up together, and that is the scoreboard right there. Very simple. We're able to see the scoreboard right here, see who is taking the lead. We are still seeing the highest key completed so far is that 28 Galakrons Fall by the US Army, but all teams except the US Army has gone into Everbloom, which means they're technically last right now on that scoreboard. Again, that doesn't necessarily mean much, as we will eventually see them going into that Everbloom. It's a nice spread of keys, Eric.
It is indeed. Would you prefer to have done Everbloom or Fall?
Ooh, I think Fall, especially on a fortified. They're both fortified in this competition, and yeah, even though Fall can be kind of sketchy on a certain parts of those mobs, especially the dragons, and the bosses are still very dangerous. At least the 3rd and 4th boss in Fall. But Everbloom probably takes the takes the cake there. I don't think anything is quite as dangerous as Everbloom this season. Yeah, I'll stick with Fall.
Yeah, that's probably a good choice, and I would echo it. But I'm sure our competitors are having loads of fun.
I mean, they seem to be just blasting through these Everblooms. They're just having the time of their lives. Coast Guard is having so much fun that they're going into their 23 right away. They just want to get this key out of the way to be able
They could
to
not be doing anything else. This is the best thing ever.
Exactly. I mean, when was the last time you didn't hear someone say, "You know what? I want to do another Everbloom"?
Oh, it's a great place.
We see the tank for the US Army running up beforehand, possibly trying to stop those boulders, but not quite being able to do it. Maybe, it's the Evoker that has aggro, actually, trying to stop the boulders for the rest of the team as they realize that augmentation is not crucial to finish that pack, and it'd be easier if they just head straight up and stop these boulders that the rest of the team can just rush all the way up to the top. That's probably a good tactic to just save a couple seconds off this run.
It might be. Do they start throwing again if you leave?
No, I don't think so. Once they stop, they've stopped for the rest of the dungeon.
Okay, well, that's nice.
We see Ukrainian WoW here engaging that last boss in Everbloom on the 21. Won't be a +3, but I don't see any reason why they wouldn't +2 it, complete this. Boss is already down to 60%. And a +3 is definitely possible on a 21. That is completely doable, but it does have to be a clean run. There's a lot of ads, and on a fortified and a sanguine, having too much healing done by sanguine just really prolongs the dungeon for that much longer that you might miss those timers you're going for.
Absolutely.
Wow, what a team so far! What a lovely competition. I'm really loving being able to go between, people are getting warmed up in these Everblooms, starting to get their routes down. We see Coast Guard Gaming losing their tank, actually, maybe not so chill. Or was it the healer? I'm not entirely sure. I see a paladin going down. It was the tank that went down, and they're scrambling, trying to not let this 23 get out of hand just too much. The Shadow Priest is
still has aggro.
dispersing and trying to run away. We lose the Warlock. Are they able to stay in combat? Looks like they were able to salvage that pack without losing too much time. But 3 deaths, 4 deaths. Sometimes that's just how it goes.
Here, yeah. They are really hard on the tank with the damage amp that the flowers put on them. So pulling big, yeah, you kind of need to do it because there are so many targets you need to kill and you want to do it quick, but it is very dangerous for the tank as well.
Yeah, it is a lot of small mobs that might seem insignificant, but when put together, you gotta watch out. And the tank is low again, and the tank goes down. Second time on this pack, they are having a bit of a rough time, and the pack resets. I wonder if we won't see a reset. Yes, they are deciding that. And I don't think in any way that a 23 is out of their league. I just think that one slip up and the pull just got out of hand, and it's better to start over. They have time. Just start over and get a clean run.
Absolutely. How is it going for US Army? They are on the second to last boss again in Black Cold, and we're about to see them attempt to finish off this 28 once and for all.
It looks like they're actually doing better on time. I mean, it remains to see exactly how long this boss takes, but when they finished this boss last time, they had 10 minutes left on the clock. They currently have 23 minutes. No, I am miscalculating at all. I just realized that different players have different UIs, so they're about the same time. Actually, they have 5 minutes.
We have 12 minutes left. It seems.
Yeah, right now we're at 12 minutes.
It looks looking strong.
A little bit less clean with 5 deaths, but still shouldn't really be an issue as long as they're able to divvy these hateful gases out between each other and keeping defensives up for that earth-shaking stomp, which is a big AoE damage and knockback. Again, we see this evoker rescuing the mage, giving that 30% health shield to make sure that they don't dip down too low. I think, I was going to say.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to see when they're so close to the boss if they're going to intercept it or not, but it seems they're on top of this. It seems they really want to put this in the bag.
They're doing very well with the space management this time, keeping all the green poop on one side of the arena. The Chargers keep going on this mage, and they just have to keep intercepting, which really isn't too much of an issue. No matter what, you're going to have to do that. And with 3 melee, it's not too difficult to rotate that. Most classes are able to survive one charge without too much of a defensive. Again on the mage.
Sure. Oh, I think it's intentional. I think they're keeping it predictable by having the same person being targeted all the time.
That makes sense. The mage, I don't know if you saw that, but I saw a 2% health bar right there. It is dangerous on a 28. You just really it's fine. It's fine. So here
I don't see them tracking it, but maybe they did alter time.
They might have. They very well might have had alter time up ready to hit it as soon as it goes off. Now these green lines are starting to get a little erratic here. They want to make sure to keep things safe, but it looks like they Is anyone? Yep. Again, it is hard to see if anybody is intercepting those charges.
It looks like they are keeping Lust. I think they want to really burn down the first phase of the last boss.
Yeah, last time, that might actually be why we're seeing a little bit slower this run, because they had Lust on cooldown when they engaged the last boss on their last attempt, and now it's already up. So perhaps they didn't use it on a previous pack, or on third boss. I'm not entirely sure how that timing would work out, but they definitely have it ready for last boss and should be no issues with currently 9 minutes on the timer. This third boss, Smash Bite the Hateful, about to go down and not too long from now. And they should have enough time to finish this off. It all comes down to that execution of those one-shot mechanics. This
Indeed.
season really
it's taking
is
so long that space is being reclaimed. It's very, very nice to see.
Yeah, they can just move right back to where they started. Yeah, okay, chat. Let's see some cheering for these US Army. Let's see some clapping in the chat, please. Let's see some emojis, some cheering, some excitement for them. We are just about to go on a ad break. Illyria, thank you so much for the follow. If you are subscribed to the channel, you do not have to watch these ads, and it also supports these teams and their chosen charities that the AFDL will donate to. So don't go anywhere. You will be seeing the end of this 28 Black Rook hold right after this ad break. And for those subscribers who are still here, thank you for supporting us. Thank you for being part of the AFDL and everything that we do. Eric, this pack right here seems to be no issues for them. But it can... Oh, well, actually, never mind. I spoke too quickly.
It is a volatile pack, that's for sure. I mean, it's no trivial task to dodge every single one of these sleeps.
And they seem to pull all the packs from third to fourth boss, which means it's a big pack. And now these mobs are starting to get enraged, which means that they can't, unless they get a mass soothe off from the evoker. There's no way to stop these sleeps. You just have to avoid them. Otherwise, stuns, knockups, or other CCs can stop it. But raging is still up on most of these mobs, so they're just gonna have to keep moving, keep dodging. 6 minutes on the clock, Eric. This is definitely gonna be tight, but they do have Lust.
It is tighter, yeah. It is tighter, but it's probably because they didn't send that Bloodlust on the third boss.
And like we said, it's not really about timing here. 6 minutes should be plenty for this boss, even on a 28 tyrannical. We see the evoker actually switching flasks here to a more defensive flasks that gives him a shield. Smart move. Something I might just start picking up myself.
Yes.
And welcome back to all those who's just watching ads. Next time you can subscribe and you don't have to watch it. You're joining us just as we are engaging the last boss of this 28 Black Rook hold. Like you said, Eric, Lust goes off right off the bat.
Indeed. I've always been kind of worried to send Lust at the start here because of potential inefficiencies if you have duration remaining when the boss goes down. But it seems that on this level, you get pretty much full use out of it because it just falls off right now.
And we see that intermission just start channeling, even though technically, yeah, I think it was pretty spot on timing. We'll see if we get that Shadow Meld tactic or if that was more of a last-ditch effort as the tank died. Shadow Bolt Volley in 5 seconds. We will see if we get a taunt from the second Demon Hunter. We do, and we got... Is it enough? It is just enough. We got Darkness.
It's nice.
Just as that buff hits, Darkness, Zephyr, and they are surviving this. Ooh, it's still dangerous, Eric.
Yes, it's still very dangerous.
Oh, one of the DPS goes down. Oh, they're back up. And like you said previously, it is that swarm that can still do quite a lot of damage. You have to take it down quickly. You get stunned when it's on you, and it does a lot of damage. All right, chat,
Yeah.
we need some support here. Let's get some hype for US Army as they are attempting their second 28. Boss is at 86%. Another Shadow Bolt volley. Now these volleys just aren't quite as dangerous at all. We had him as barrier up, and the healing, the health on these members didn't even drop for a second, simply because you have that health and damage buff. That was a very quick use of the swarm, Eric.
Yes, I think we saw the ice block or ice cold or whatever it's called being used for it. Is it on the evoker now?
It is on the evoker, and evokers have special augmentations. All the casts, none of the casts are really long enough to get in between those stunts, which means you can do nothing.
Yeah, that's very awkward.
But as long as it's on someone else, it is helpful to have that augmentation evoker for that extra stamina, that extra survivability, and for the other DPS to help burst it down. The clouds are, since they're all stacking so closely to be able to burn down those swarms, that means that all these sleeping clouds are going to be stacked close to the boss as well. But since they're stacked in the middle, means you won't have to worry about them for this intermission phase here. If you do step into those clouds, you better pray that your healer has a quick dispel for you.
Very true. Now, since it didn't send Lust on this part of the fight, it's a bit of a trade-off, because we hope that they have enough defensives to counteract all of these swarms.
And it really depends on who they go on, right? Like, as long as it's on the DPS Demon Hunter, it shouldn't be too big of an issue. On the mage has enough toolkits that they might be able to keep themselves alive, not really dipping to... Oh, I spoke too soon once again, but they have...
It was just 1 second before the defensive came off cooldown.
But they have another combat rest. Still got 2 minutes on the clock, dipping dangerously close, and Stinging Swarm on the Evoker here. We see oh, it's not enough.
Another death, unfortunately.
They had a Blaze Up, which heals them for damage taken. They still have yet another combat rest, though. Well saved on these. Definitely still possible. Holding off on accepting that rest to not get a Stinging Swarm, but it's not enough.
Okay,
Ooh.
They still have 1 minute 20 seconds. How much health is left on the boss? I can't see on this unit. UI.
I saw somewhere around 20 here, 16%. It is absolutely still doable.
They can do it.
They need to be fast about these Stinging Swarms, or simply ignore it if it goes on the Evoker and just hope to kill it within 55 seconds. 6% on the boss, 5%, 4%.
It isn't the Evoker. It might just be the play.
It is going to happen with 40 seconds on the clock.
There's no way.
We see a second 28 done in this competition. The second done by US Army. They are really solidifying themselves as wanting to be the top dog in this competition, Eric.
Indeed. And yet they're in last. How does that?
That's exactly what's so interesting about these competitions. We see them with the highest keys in both Galakrond's Fall and Blackrook Hold, but they have no score in Everbloom. Question is, are they going to try to keep pushing their other keys, or are they going to take a bit of a breather after those butt-clenching takes in Blackrook Hold?
You know, I think they should just go for the 29 Blackrook when in Rome. You might as well go for it, right?
Absolutely.
They're warmed up. They can do it.
Yeah, without those deaths, and maybe if they just are able to clean up those lust usages, they could absolutely tackle that 29 Blackrook, I think, or Galakrond's Fall 29. It is doable. But you don't want to start losing too much time on getting that Everbloom up. If they spend too much time in these high keys, they might just not have enough time to push up their Everbloom high enough to be competitive with their competition.
That's true. They've spent a long time now getting a single score.
Exactly. They already had a 27, right? And so they got one score, which might be intimidating to the rest of the team. But if they aren't able to push up as fast as the other teams, then it might not matter. We do see all teams now currently in Everbloom. US Army is deciding to take a step into there as well. They want to make sure that they're not falling behind too much. We have both Ukraine WoW and the Coast Guard in a 23 Everbloom. And we have a Warrior Gamer in a 21. Oh,
indeed! It seems that Ukraine just started a few minutes ago. I wonder if they attempted once and maybe restarted, or if they took a break and just started with it now.
Either way,
we can see that they actually do seem to have some issues already. I think I see 6 deaths. Am I correct?
It does look like it. It could be a 0, but I do think it is a 6. And I mean, again, we saw this happening with the Coast Guard. They went into here on a 23 and maybe didn't really respect the mobs enough and just got taken out. It is very easy to get picked off, not just for the tank, which absolutely is possible with so many mobs on you, but also those bleeds and jumps can take you out very quickly. I know we saw Ukrainian WoW taking a right first, picking up some extra mobs over there. And there are some chargers that jump around and do a little whirlwind that can really kill you quite quickly if you're not careful. So even with 6 deaths, a 23 is absolutely doable. And if they're deciding to take it slow and steady, I don't think we're really in any trouble just yet.
Absolutely. When we reach this this level, it's not really worthwhile to go too fast and risk not timing something.
Absolutely. And we see the Coast Guard seemingly not having any issues at all in this 23. They did reset once and now have 0 deaths after getting a full wipe earlier. Second boss goes down. They are deciding to go back to do some more trash. I assume they waited with that pack earlier to be able to get Lust on this boss. I can't quite see what the timer is on that Lust, but they do still have quite a bit of percentage left to take. And if they can skip even one of those mages up top, that might save them a little bit of time.
Absolutely. I think it's relatively common to skip the first mage, the Frost one, the patrols.
I think that sounds about right. We did see them earlier. Not sure if it was intentional or not. They did pull one pack of mages at the very end of the third boss on their 21 run. Might have been intentional. If not, it is possible to skip that one pack in the corner, but it can be risky as you start running out of space for that third boss. So let's talk a little bit about the Coast Guard. You know, they were the winners of last year's Spring Clash 2023. They were actually the runner-up in the Winter Invitational, the last competition that we held. And they are a military esports community with a passion for camaraderie, personal growth, and inclusivity. Composed of active duty, reservists, and veterans, they have over 1,000 active members, and they harness the power of gaming to build lasting connections and promote the well-being of Coast Guard personnel. It is really special, Eric, to see, you know, these people who work so closely at hand and really need to be in a lot of high pressure situations in their day-to-day life somehow transfer that over to pushing keys.
Absolutely. I think a lot of skills you develop transfer over quite well.
I can only assume, because all these teams are, I mean, they're extremely skilled, right? It truly is a clash of champions. They're pushing high keys, 28s, 26s. It's no joke. You have to know what you're doing. You have to be able to perform under pressure. We see Ukrainian WoW actually resetting the Everbloom 23, it looks like. perhaps those 6 deaths
interesting.
were just a little too much.
It was still quite early, so maybe they are trying to get a +3. Or a +2.
Absolutely possible. I think a +3 might be out of reach, but +2 is absolutely possible. At least if we're looking at the Coast Guard here, like we were saying, they're clearing more trash this time, it looks like, pulling those 3, the triple pack of mobs here that all cast the dangerous abilities, especially on a fortified. Sometimes this pack might just be more dangerous than the boss itself, since the boss cycles and only casts 2 abilities at a time, while these mobs can really line up and cast both their single target one-shots that you do have to interrupt unless you have a spell reflect, Eric.
Mm-hmm.
But then also there's these AoE abilities that can just take you out if you're not paying attention.
Truly, the Fire Mage is extremely dangerous on higher fortified keys like this, so it's kind of crucial that you don't heal it up to full with Sanguine.
Yeah, and it looked like they decided to just burst that one down as soon as possible, as we only have the fire or the frost and the arcane mage left here, which is a good call, because yeah, you can get picked off very quickly if you don't have a defensive ready, and we see them pulling the 3rd boss here. Coast Guard really putting in the effort here. This is the highest Everbloom we've seen so far today in this entire competition, and yeah, oof is right, Eric. That was close.
I felt that.
23 is nowhere. I don't think this is nowhere close the highest we're going to see this competition. Does not mean that it's not dangerous, though. Those fire patches, even if you don't stand in them, they can hurt quite bad. And if you stand in them, as we did see this Warlock do for a quarter of a second, it chunks.
I guess he was happy with a Warlock.
Exactly. Warlocks, probably one of the few caster classes that are actually able to withstand that damage right there. Got to be careful here with the pull-in from the Arcane Blast as well. Doesn't look like anybody was trapped in ice, though. Got that priest far away baiting the pull-in circle.
Looks like we have Fire and Arcane coming out now.
A dangerous combo.
These patches, they are really, really bad. They just insta-damage you when you touch them. There's no grace periods. You can't dip your toes in without getting hit for quite high damage.
It is definitely a sketchy time to spend time in there, and a lot of times the swirlies they trigger so fast, and there's a lot of them. So you really have to be on your toes to move out of them before they land. And even after they land, you do not want to walk over them. They hurt. They really do. But it looks like that's so far no issues. Still 0 deaths on the Coast Guard as they finish off this 3rd boss, the Archmage Soul in Everbloom. And they still have quite a lot of time, absolutely, to time it, possibly even to chest it. It does come down to, like we said, this last boss can take a long time. Doesn't look like they have lust either.
It's a bit hard to discern, but you're probably right. I don't know quite how many minutes are left on that cooldown.
It could very well be that it comes up partway through the boss. But either way, I do think we are going to see a 2 chest on this 23, being able to take them to a 25 Everbloom next. That is really when it starts getting spicy on this pulse. We have 80 seconds on that Bloodlust, which means that we will see a Bloodlust, and 5 minutes until +2 chest. This is not an issue, I think.
I would agree with you. Yes.
I think
unless they don't do it right, but they seem to be doing it right.
Yeah, they're switching quickly to that ad. That ad is going down quickly. They have some defensives up. It's not going to be an issue in this first intermission phase here. When we start getting into those 25s, 26s, 5 minutes might actually not be enough for this last boss, even on a fortified. It has so much health, And if you're not able to take down that ad quickly, you're not going to get that damage amp back up. You need to keep those NPCs surrounding him channeling on this boss, and you want to be able to have your CDs in between these ads. How do you like to do this, actually, Eric? Because of course there's quite a few bosses like this season, both this one as well as Galakrond in of course Iridikron in Galakron's Fall, where you want to be able to burn down either the mob here or the shield on Iridikron. You want to be able to burn that down fast, but you also want to be able to pump out damage between those phases as they are timed. How do you prefer to do this, and how do you what do you think is the best way?
It depends a bit on if you can survive it, because on higher keys here, when that ad is up, it's the most dangerous part of the fight, because it does a lot of damage on random targets, and it overlaps with the Colossal Blow, which does a lot of damage on everyone. So deaths are extremely likely there. So you need something beyond just regular rotation, I feel. So I tend to save at least a portion of my cooldowns.
That makes sense.
But,
possibly trying to have one person have CDs or something. We did see Lust go off here around the 40% mark, and they were able to get the boss down to 16% very easily. Still have some of Lust rolling here. 8 seconds left, which is perfect going into that ad and just finishing off this boss. 10% left, no issues whatsoever. 3 minutes left to get a 2 chest. Warlock doesn't even care about these flowers. Just wants to get it down.
Nor did he need to.
A beautiful execution. 0 deaths in this 23 Everbloom, which I think is starting to, Coast Guard they're getting up there. I know the Ukrainian WoW and the Coast Guard were contending for first place for a while, but I think that might have just pumped them over the ladder. I'm not entirely sure. I would have to go have a look at the scoreboard with all the teams, but it's definitely putting them in a good spot. I wonder if they're starting to get a little bit tired of Everbloom at this point.
Surely that's not possible.
I mean, as we see, they're not tired. They're going straight into that 25.
It may be that they feel they have a much easier time gaining score in Everbloom still, since it's still a lot lower than the other keys that they do have available. So amount of score per time put in, it's still probably the wisest choice.
That's very true. Yeah. We see all teams currently trying to push these keys up. Warrior Gamer on a 21. 3 minutes. Again, we see these teams not quite being on time to +3 these chests, these keys. Not sure if that's by choice or simply that it's just a very tight dungeon. Tyrannical and fortified.
We said it was possible, and I kind of feel like we have to prove that at some point, and I'm not sure I want to.
Yeah, we're going to have to put our money where our mouth is, right? Yeah, with 3 minutes left on the clock for a 3 chest. I don't think we're going to see that for Warrior Gamer here. I think we're going to see, just like Ukrainian WoW and the Coast Guard, we will see a +2 for this 21, taking them into a 23. It is unfortunate to see that they spent that time in that Dark Heart thicket trying to get that 27 and not quite being able to do it. But like you said, warm-up keys are important. They really are. If you're not warming your clothes, if you're still waking up a little bit or just getting settled, it's tough going straight into those high keys.
It's true. And I think we saw some of these teams going into the higher Everblooms that they maybe weren't quite prepared for it after having spent the past hour or so just blazing through the lower key levels of that dungeon. So preparing in extremely difficult content has value as well, even though they spent some of the timer doing so.
Yeah, no, I think you're right there, actually. I was just seeing the negative, but you're seeing the positive, which I agree. We can see here that the Warrior Gamer, while they have some deaths here leading up to this last boss, Yalnu, they're blazing through it. We're definitely going to see a +2. If they're working extremely fast, unlikely we might even see a +3. I don't think that's going to be possible, but you know what? Stranger things have happened, right?
Arsenal.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah,
Maybe. I'm not
it's
sure.
interesting. You and I, we've done a couple competitions here now in similar community with like Oasis and the Dungeon Dojo, and watching back some of those casters saying, "Oh, they're not going to time it. Oh, they have a lot of time," and now being on this side and talking about these teams, it is interesting. Already at 50% with 50 seconds left to go. I mean, they're burning, but they are going to have a second intermission coming up here, so. I'm going to stick to my +2 prediction.
I think you're probably right. They're going to have to kill at least one more round. But it is close. So I think that probably proves that it is possible, and we won't have to prove anything ourselves.
Exactly. If we simply add that 30-second, right? They have 6 deaths. Without those deaths, they would have an extra 30 seconds here, which it looks like would actually put them easily on a +3.
Close.
Yeah, with 6 seconds left and 15%, they're really trying
they
here.
Might do it.
They're trying so hard. Oh, how sad. They even abandoned the lashers because they knew that +3 was within reach. Even one death less would have given them that +3. That has to sting a little bit. Look at them. They hover over that 3-second mark, and they know that they were so close.
But we actually got to see at the end there Sanguine healing, and it was over 100k. It's very hard to keep that number low in this dungeon.
It really is, and it's just there's so many mobs all over the place, and it's not only is it hard to keep kiting them, because a lot of them have casts that you need to be able to continue to interrupt. And as the next mob dies, the next after the next, there's just no time. You got to keep moving, and you got to keep interrupting and knockbacking. But we did see here Warrior Gamer. If you don't know who Warrior Gamer is, the other ones are pretty obvious, right? We have the Coast Guard, we have the U.S. Army, and we have the Ukrainian WoW, which is representing the Ukraine. But Warrior Gamer, they say that they dive into the heart of heroism. They are an organization where American veterans and vibrant youth can unite through the power of gaming. Beyond entertainment, they're beacon for health, wellness, and community connection. In each game played, every interaction is a step toward healing and unity. This is where gaming ignites transformation, fosters bonds, and births legends. Warrior Gamer does a great work for veterans and youth. They champion mental health, and they are there to really build that community for a really, it's not uncommon. A lot of veterans, it's hard, leaving that life that is so structured, always so structured, and being able to have a community that welcomes you and loves you and brings you that love. We love to see it. We love to see it.
Truly.
We have another follow a while back. Sorry, Orc the Hunter, that we missed you. Thank you for showing some love. We love seeing some of our own guildies in here. Earlier we saw Doom in here, and we saw Orc. Thank you for supporting not us as casters, but more so the AFDL. Another way that you are supporting the AFDL is by just sticking around through these ad breaks that we're about to have. We really appreciate it. Even you just watching these ads actually supports it. If there's nothing else that you can do right now, then watching these ads is a great help. And we're going into an ad break, and we will be back in just a little bit. Thanks for staying around. Whoa, a lot of green here, Eric, on the screen.
Yes, it's like spring in Sweden or everywhere.
I feel like spring in Sweden is a little grayer, no?
Early spring, yeah. We did see Ukrainian WoW reset their dungeon, actually, so I wonder what went wrong there.
Yeah, we were currently watching the Warrior Gamer. They were in a 23, right?
Yes.
It looked like they were doing pretty well. I wonder what went wrong.
Or did they just narrowly not +3 a 21? So Warrior Game is doing a 23 now.
unclear. We're also seeing a bit of a roster change here. The warrior is being sent out, Eric, and we're getting a warlock instead, it looks like. Perhaps they realized that they wanted a battle rest, but they already have the paladin. Always had a priest.
It's just like a scream and a desperate prayer and
Yep. I just saw the nameplate and it looked a little purple to me, but you're right, it is a white priest coming in here. Interesting. Perhaps they are deciding to do some mind soothe business?
Could be, yeah. It's fortified, and maybe they don't feel that Fury Warrior quite has the damage profile that you need to do a lot of large-scale AoE.
Could very well be. And getting that PI can definitely help for some of those those packs as well, to get that extra damage out of that paladin, right?
For sure.
Ooh, Coast Guard looking rough. A full party wipe on a 25 Everbloom. It looks like they're not gonna stop though. They're gonna go again. They've committed enough time here that they feel like they're still able to do it. At this point, I assume we're going to start seeing some +1s rather than +2s. So if that's their goal, not really too much of a loss. They were pulling big, however. They're still, even though they're starting to get into those higher keys 25s, they're not chilling. They want to go hard and they want to be able to time these keys.
Truly, yeah. It's I think it can get hard to change the pace at which you pull if you do the same dungeon over and over again, or at least I would think so.
I think you're absolutely right. For those of you who just came back from an ad break, thank you for watching that ad break. If you don't want to watch that ad break, you can subscribe to this channel. You won't see any more ads, and that'll give you also a way to support our charity. So thank you for sticking that out. The U.S. Army is now at an 18. They +3'd that first Everbloom without issues. Still just bursting through this. Looks like they're having a pretty good path forward. Seeing that Abomination getting healed quite a bit by Sanguine. Even this high-pushing team are getting hit by Sanguine. A lot of healing done there.
You hate to see it, yeah. It looks like the Coast Guard team had a full team wipe again on the same pull.
That is rough.
And they are probably resetting, actually. That's probably a good idea. You can recover from one full team wipe like that, but two might be pushing it.
Yeah, we're starting to get into those keys where it's really, you really have to stay focused. And while you do have to pull big to time the key, you gotta stay alive. And with these keys getting so high, we do have a little prediction in chat for you. Will we be staying in Everbloom for the rest of the day? Is it Everbloom ever blooms, or are we moving on to greener pastures? What do you say? Let's here's some predictions in the chat. Eric, what do you think? Are we just gonna see pushes of Everbloom most of today, or we have a caster change in about an hour. Are you and I just gonna see this green screen for the rest of our time on this desk?
Next.
I think so. Yeah. It seems increasingly likely, unless one of them gets tired of it soon. Which, to be fair, I thought would have happened by now. But
yeah, people going all the way up to 25s. I mean, that's.
I think we had another full wipe on Warrior Gamer. They were doing a very large pull.
Yeah, I think, again, it's not just on 25s. The Coast Guard, like you said, they reset on a 25 after a second full wipe. We see Warrior Gamer having their first full party wipe. It is very easy for teams to just kind of underestimate these packs. Flowers, schmowers, but really, they schmack.
Truly, yeah. And they really make the tank vulnerable to all other types of attack as well.
Wow, it is a scary time, and those I am over and over. I am not envying them having to do this on Sanguine. on
No.
fortified Sanguine.
I feel quite jaded just looking at this. Like, I don't envy them right now.
Yeah,
But
looking
they
at
are making
the
the best out of it.
Looking at the healing done for both Warrior Gamer and Ukraine WoW, you see Sanguine topping those meters. Not sure if the healing done for the US Army is overall or if that is just this combat. It is an 18 as well, so you can't really judge them off of that, but that looks like the Sanguine is a little bit lower than both the tank and the healer. But it's still definitely present.
Indeed.
But the U.S. Army, they're sticking with this. It looks like they're skipping part of the patrol there. A little sketchy if they're not going to pull that before the boss, as that patrol goes pretty far in, very close to that boss. So either they'll pull it with boss, or perhaps they will simply keep the boss to the side. It is an 18. Maybe they feel like, yeah, they're pulling the boss still with that patrol up. They're
not worried.
They're not worried. And on an 18, they probably shouldn't have to be too worried either. Even if they do pull it, it's not going to be the end of the world. We've seen them in 28s. They were doing the 28 Blackrock Hold not an hour ago, and so they're just wanting to have a blast and blast through this dungeon. While all the other teams have already gotten past this playtime of this dungeon, they're in the hard time now.
Yes. Oh, I think we see some significant Sanguine healing up on the upper right screen here with the Warrior Gamer. We saw some casters just loving that pool, having a blast.
And it really just, it prolongs these fights so much, because not only do obviously they heal up, but if you have already used all your stops, your stuns, your interrupts, and they're all on cooldown, how are you going to get them out? Like, they're standing here now. That is a lot of Sanguine healing going out right now. It just keeps going, and
Yes.
they're still standing in there. This is not what anybody wants, especially not on a 23 that they're in right now. It's not the end of the world, but I'm sure they would love if this wasn't happening right now.
Uh-huh. And them getting healed isn't the only issue with them casting, because when they're casting, that's the most dangerous time for the tank. They are taking so much damage from those spell casts.
Exactly.
And just having that Sanguine, it prolongs the fight long enough that a pack that would usually be rather trivial, you'd run out of stops, so you can't mitigate that damage by interrupting it.
Absolutely.
It's not a fun time.
No, it is not. No, nobody likes that. Everybody hates that. We see here the monk healer running out to grab all these flowers for Warrior Gamer on this 23 fortified. They're about to start dying here, which means Sanguine is going to start dropping. But we have that Demon Hunter sigil pulling them out so that they're not going to get healed. Not enough, however, as they're still alive, as the boss goes into first intermission, continuing to get healed.
Yep, you hate to see it.
It's not the end of the world, but this is going to detract from the boss damage that they would rather be able to focus on. Even this long into the first intermission here, boss is still at 90%. To be fair, first intermission is usually the shortest of them all because you haven't been able to get all those roots up. But
very true. If you can spend some of that first intermission just doing damage to the ads while waiting for... No, not the intermission, sorry. The first phase. If you can spend some of that only DPSing ads, you're not wasting that much boss damage, really. Because you want to spend most of that time dealing damage to the boss inside the burst phase.
Exactly. And part of that is the healer pulled instead of the tank, which meant that it took a little bit longer for those ads to get to the boss. Even with that, after the first intermission, boss is at 50%, which is respectable. Absolutely. They were able to salvage that, and which means that they're going to have no issues finishing off this boss in the next intermission phase. We did see the U.S. Army finishing up that 18 Everbloom. Not going back to Everbloom, however. They're deciding that 18 is enough. 2 runs of Everbloom, and then they are tired of that key. Are they
we
going to go
seeing
straight
29?
into a 29?
We ready?
We already have that prediction is over. Those of you who voted that we were going to see Everbloom for the rest of this caster hour were wrong. Let's see. They teleported back out. Maybe they were just trying to debate us to be excited here.
Well, they succeeded.
They succeeded. No,
No, Everbloom.
no.
Okay.
You're breaking my heart.
We'll be pushing
Oh.
up Daisies all week.
Add.
That was a bad one, Eric. But I'm here for it. Oh, no. It's a misclick. Caster bait. The U.S. Army just baiting us, Eric. I don't know how I feel about that. I don't know how I feel about that at
shaking
all.
my head.
And the U.S. Army. Let's talk about the U.S. Army. See, this tank knows what they're doing. They're just flexing that beautiful razor, and that is a transmog. I'm not going to say
is.
more than that. It is a transmog.
Out of all the
But
ones I've ever seen, it's probably the most recent, actually.
the most recent transmog.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's true. Out of all the ones that I've seen, this is the most recent that I've seen. They do have those shoulders of Manaroth, so I mean, that's respect right there. But the United States Army Esports team is made up of members drawn from the regular Army and the Army Reserves, and their mission is to represent the Army in competitions nationwide and make their soldiers more visible and relatable to the public. So if you are part of the U.S. Army, you know, this is a great time to get involved with the U.S. Army Esports. Again, these are the winners from the last competition for the Winter Invitational. They are out for blood looking with those 28s, really trying to intimidate their competition. Are they trying to go for a second win 2 times in a row? Who knows? We'll have to wait and see. We do see here that Warrior Gamer finished off the first boss while we were being hyped up for that debate. And seemed to be doing fairly quick work of these ads. That sanguine healing is still very high, but that is not exclusive to them, however. We see
Indeed.
Ukrainian WoW also in that 23 Everbloom, really making quick work of this first boss. Able to stop. No transition to the first, back to phase 1 is done. Very respectable, however, with a 25% left on that boss.
Indeed. It seems they've spent a lot of time killing trash before moving into this boss arena. More than they did previous pulls, I think, because their count is currently sitting at 72 and 1/3%.
They've really pushed that key. I know we've seen them going right before this boss. They don't currently have Lust up. I assume they popped it on first pull and are waiting to use it again for that next big pack, or perhaps they're ready to go straight to second boss and pop Lust there. We know that for some groups just prefer to make quick work of that second boss. It is quite movement heavy. It's very intense on movement. So we'll see just how much they have cleared on this right hand side as they head over to the ancient the ancient protectors, the trio of bosses. Very clear area over here. They've spent a lot of time. Looks like they are going to go for a fear sigil. Nope, they're just gonna go for it and attack these and clear it out as they move.
Bringing in some flowers too.
Always a good
It
move.
looks like they want to try. There we go.
Managed to get that tag. It is dangerous though, even when you're trying to get that tag. If you're not careful enough and turn your back on these mobs, you could get smacked into oblivion.
Get down quite far actually.
Yeah, I don't know if we saw proc or if it was just they decided to go into meta, but they had to use that metamorphosis to stay alive. But now seem to have no issues. As always, Sanguine is about to drop, and they are starting to kite a little bit, but this room is not very big.
No.
And now they're standing still, and there's a lot of... Oh, it's hard to see
It's the
exactly what's
storming
going
as
on
well.
here.
I didn't consider the storming affix to be part of this boss. Sanguine is taking all the glory, but we did get to see some storming causing trouble.
But it looks like there's not too much of an issue. One mob there really wanted to stand in that Sanguine, but at this point, it's more to just kind of take it with them. No interrupts going out, and this mob is just living forever. There we go. But it looks like they still have that lust, so maybe they're going to go big here now. We're going to probably see a bit of a skip, I would assume. Yeah, straight into second boss, and I would not be surprised if we see a lust pop right here. But perhaps I will stay surprised. What do I know? Not a lot, apparently. They don't actually have a lust class, which means that they're going to have to bring that drum with them.
They are drumming it.
But still no lust. Perhaps they're saving it for... Not exactly sure what they're keeping it for, but it is what it is. It is what it is.
It could be they want to do some... Oh, we saw the healer go down, right?
It looks very stressful. Yeah, this is a very, very healer-intensive fight, to be honest. There's a lot of random damage going out. Healer still low. Paladin, priest low. And we see a cocoon on the healer to just make sure that the healer is able to stay alive, to keep everyone else alive. When there are both of these caster bosses up, there's a lot of random damage going out, especially when you want to be able to save at least one interrupt for the heal and the stun of these two mobs respectively. But the first caster is about to go down, which means that they can finally breathe a little lighter and move on to this water guy. Yeah,
yes.
Driss in chat knows about it. Always got to save lust for next dungeon. Driss, one of our casters. You'll be able to hear from Driss as we sign off here in about 45 minutes. And Driss will be taking over together with Arlie, who you were able to see yesterday casting. So... And speaking of casting and just being involved here in general, we love seeing our casters in chat. And if you want to be involved, there's several ways that you can do that. One way is donating, because there is a prize pool for this tournament, but it's not a traditional prize pool where the competitors get the prize. Instead, the winning team selects a charity from the Activision endowment, and the prize money that we will be collecting from this event will then be donated to that selected charity on behalf of the AFDL. So if you would like to help support the AFDL and donate to our winner's chosen charity, click the link below the stream or type !donate in the chat. You can also subscribe, helps us very much. Your generosity is very much appreciated. We have two 23s and a 25 and one 21, Eric. Where are we directing our attention right now?
Everbloom, I think. If not mistaken.
Hilarious. We do see this 25 here in Coast Guard. They have passed the first boss, used half of their time in this dungeon, not yet at the second boss. It does take a long time, and we see that Sanguine having a high heal count. I mean, this is really going to be the talking point of our casting session, I think, Eric. Just getting to talk about Sanguine, and you know how much we love Sanguine.
You think we've said Sanguine or Everbloom the most?
I mean, it's probably a pretty close tie. Do we have anyone who's been counting in chat?
We saw Ukrainian WoW's rogue go down. It seems to have been an issue with aggro. They actually got some use out of that Mind Sooth, waiting for the patrol to come close enough. But I think they pulled with the Sigil, and it doesn't... I don't think it produces any aggro.
It doesn't. It does do some damage, but for some reason that Sigil does not produce any aggro, which you gotta be aware of when you pull. Going into these three very dangerous mages, We see the fire going off as well as the frost. They were able to stagger them so that the arcane circle didn't go out at the same time. See a beautiful kick on the pyroblast, and the fire mage is already going down.
Nice. We got the rest of them kicked too.
3,
Very good.
1, dodge.
Looks like there's no issues at all on this 23 for Ukrainian WoW so far. A few deaths. I think it says 3, maybe it says 5, not sure. They've got lots of time left. We might see a +2. I would not be surprised if we see a +2.
I think it's quite
90% on the count, which means that they are going to have to do a little bit more, a few more packs after this, either going back or there's, I believe, 6% or 7% that they can get after this boss between third and fourth boss.
But that means they're still. But I don't.
But they do still need to kill a little bit more trash before they head into fourth boss. But really burning this boss. At 23 on Fortified, there seems to be no issues for Ukrainian WoW.
They are still sitting on that bloodlust, though.
I'm really wondering if they have forgotten about it. Tank goes dangerously low.
Yep.
Recovering so fast that it's not even noticeable. Maybe
did
they
he stumble into the patch?
He was very close to that patch. There's a lot of ice right there, staying stunned, but getting that mass dispel from the priest. Very unlucky placement of those frost circles there. Maybe they're just sticking with Driss's tactic and saving lust for the next dungeon.
I mean, it's a solid one. It's worked for me in the past.
You know, that way you know you never waste lust.
Right, yeah. And there's nothing worse than wasting lust, really.
That's so true. That's so true.
How often have you lusted a boss and then just wiped and then you don't have it?
So many times.
You avoid that, really.
Exactly.
That's great.
And you know you can always have it for next dungeon.
3, 2, 1.
Well, we do see
the warrior had it, but doesn't on his priest.
Maybe didn't pick those up on the way. And perhaps they were trying to get in there quickly and forgot to simply grab it. See how much they're pulling here. They don't want to pull too much. If they're grabbing these 2 assistants, they do have to grab that frost mage as well. But that means that they can skip everything else after this. This is going to be the last pack. They still have 6 minutes for that +2 Ukrainian WoW. So they very well might still +2 this. High likelihood of that. Same thing goes for Warrior Gamer in our top right, where we have already on our final boss with about 3 minutes left for a +2. They're making quick work of that ad and are back to burning the boss for a cool 30% left with no lust, I don't believe. But they've already actually gone back to the Augmentation Evoker. I know they were running full DPSs, but 23, they thought it was enough to have that Augmentation Evoker help with the survivability. But I do believe we're going to see a +2 without any issues there for Warrior Gamer.
I agree. Now, we see the ad spawn when the boss has very little health left. But, yeah.
They decide to ignore the ad. Even at some point, if the ad and the boss has the same amount of HP, that's when it's worth moving over, right?
Pretty much. Like, you can probably, if it has like 50% more or something like that, that might be the breakpoint. Because otherwise you're going to have to do all the damage to the ad and then do damage to the boss or cleave some of it. But yeah, it can be deceptive, and it might seem very attractive to kill that boss instead of the ad sometimes, if you only look at percentages. But since the boss has so much health, such a big health pool, you really need to look at the numbers as well.
Exactly. We see Ukrainian WoW in the same boat here, finishing this last boss in Everbloom 23, having a little bit more time, it looks like, than Warrior Gamer, but still getting that +2, as long as nothing goes wrong here. And we see the Coast Guard coasting through this 25, getting closer to the third boss with 5 minutes until +2. I don't think we'll see a +2, which means that after they time this, which I'm going to assume that they're going to do. They've reset enough times. They should have enough practice on this. With most of the hardest packs on fortified out of the way, we should see a +1 here in this 25 and maybe see Coast Guard going into a 26 Everbloom, or perhaps deciding that they need a bit of a change of pace. I see where a gamer
blame them.
wouldn't blame them either. They want a word from the sponsor. Pyrehouse here, their augmentation evoker, is saying something about a sponsor. Not sure what the sponsor is. Might not even call them out. But we do see that lovely dance that we've come to love from all of these tanks that like to show off their transmogs and dances in between.
Indeed. Now this transmog is the most recent.
That's true. We have a new recent transmog. I have heard that Ukrainian WoW has a lovely color scheme on their transmog. Haven't been able to have a close-up of their transmog just yet, but I've been told that they have color coordinated in the beautiful colors of blue and yellow.
They go so well together, those colors.
It's just, I mean, just look at their logo.
Yeah. Like,
It's truly beautiful. Truly beautiful. We do see the Coast Guard here. Well, first of all, we see the Ukrainian WoW finishing off that 23 Everbloom with a +2, ready to go into a 25 if they so choose. We have the Coast Guard on that 25, finishing off this triple mage pull, which can be dangerous, but seems to have no issues so far. They finished off the fire mage and are just working on these other two less dangerous, but still dangerous mobs. And then I think we will see a third boss pull right about now. Yeah, they still need some percentage after this, but they are going to make quick work of that after this boss.
Indeed.
What do you think is a best way to handle this, Eric? This boss. There's that the arcane orb that you preferably have someone bait, right?
Sure. Like I typically prefer it to kill the boss without anyone dying, but if you can't do that, then like one or two, that's fine. But yeah, like having someone bait is obviously a very good idea, but you need to have someone who's ranged to do it, preferably, and not all groups have that luxury. Which, well, it could be fun to see the group one banged by the arcane orb going into melee. That's
and then just being pulled straight in.
We do have a full melee group, right? Somewhere.
Yes, we did earlier.
It was
we saw them.
Well, maybe.
Yeah, they switched out that warrior for the Shadow Priest.
So that was probably the reason then, not having everybody.
They might have realized maybe we missed that as they were on third boss and realized we need someone to bait this orb.
That's truly awful when that happens.
We do see a drum there in the bags of this Demon Hunter tank. So now they will hopefully be using that drum.
But hey, they proved they don't need it. So I mean. Or actually, they do have the time. They have the cooldown, so they might have just saved it for the last boss. And
they just wanted to be safe. Yeah,
it's one of those things. If you forget to lust and you know you need it at one point, then you can't send it in between. You need to save it for that.
It is a bit of a awkward timing on the lust here in Everbloom, because either it's really hard to get it on the bosses that you want. You don't really care that much about it on the first boss. Sure, it speeds it up, but it doesn't really make it easier. Third boss is incredibly helpful to have lust on, as well as last boss, which is really the hard part. Like, which boss did you decide to lust, third or fourth? It looks like most groups have decided to lust the last boss rather than third boss.
Indeed. I'm not sure what my preference is. I seem to see the third boss go south more often than the fourth boss, but maybe that's because other people lost the fourth one.
No, I think you're right. I think the third boss is more dangerous in general. you probably get more worth out of Lust on fourth boss, simply because it is longer, and you want to be able to get as much pumpage out as possible before that intermission. But it does put a lot of pressure on your healer in the high keys. I mean, the 25 here still seems just fine for our paladin healer for the Coast Guard. They finished that boss without too much issue. But there's a lot of healing that needs to be done when that fire goes off at the same time as the arcane.
Truly, yeah.
We see Warrior Gamer going for a very big pull here on their 25, like extremely big. They're sending Lust, being ready to take care of these ads. There's a lot of spinnies going around. They are not backing down here. So far, looks all right.
Yeah, it seems to have a few ranged to spread the jumps on. So that's nice. In my experience, we only have one ranged, and they get all the leaps.
Yep. It's usually me. And, I mean, we see pretty decent handling of Sanguine. It seems still some Sanguine healing we can see for Warrior Gamer on this 25, but not enough to really hinder them. And they decide to pull more before they even finish this first pack. But yep, you said it, Eric. They are really going for it. They want to finish this key.
Yes, maybe not even just finish it. Maybe they want to get that +2.
They are up, but they lose. That is the danger of pulling quite that big. Tank goes down. Trying to run back in time. The rest of the team is kiting. Could be salvageable yet, as long as there's not too much healing that's allowed to be done by Sanguine as these mobs run away. Still some aggro running loose. And the tank needs to get a control of this situation. Starting to get that. Still no other deaths, which is very impressive. So perhaps they will be just fine. But yes, that was a very spicy pull, I have to say.
We've been talking a lot about Sanguine tonight, but it used to be worse. It used to be that it stacked. It doesn't anymore. It just gets bigger.
Exactly. Now they can only be healed by one pool at a time, and they last for a shorter amount of time. Still a pain, but it is better. We're about to see the Coast Guard here finishing off Yalnu on their 25. We do have a follow to call out. Thank you, Reziel96, for following. And we are about to come up on an ad break here. The last ad break of our casting time together, Eric. And it looks like you're just about to miss this kill on Yalnu. But a way to avoid that is subscribing. But please don't click away. We'll be right here, ready for you to continue to see what happens after this 25 for the Coast Guard in the Everbloom. Are we seeing a reset coming for Warrior Gamer in this 25?
It looks like it.
There is no more happening in 25. That was a little too spicy. I didn't quite see what happened there. I zoned out with our call outs and didn't see what happened. But it looks like Coast Guard is going to have no issues finishing off this 25 Everbloom. 7 deaths and not enough to tank this key, however. Only 4 minutes on the clock. Is that what I'm seeing?
That is a very good question, and I don't have a good answer for you. It might be a 2.5.
It looks actually a little risky right now because that ad is up, and it looks like the DPS didn't quite agree on which to focus as the boss was very low, but it is not an issue. It is a timed 25 in the bag.
Yeah. So, as a general rule of thumb, if you have more than 2 minutes to spare when you time a key, then you should probably be able to do it at one level higher. And it seems they can clean up their run a little bit, and they should have 2 minutes to spare. Maybe they even had. It's a bit difficult to see from here. But in that case, doing it on a 26 shouldn't be any issue.
I think it should be possible. Absolutely. I am interested to see what Warrior Gamer decides to do here, if they're going to retry that spicy pull, or if they're going to be a little bit safer, or if they're going to stick to really trying to assert dominance and get a +2. Not sure if that's the best call. Are they going to be able to time a 27 if they +2 it? They're still going very big. They are believing in this pull. And have no
seeing that
fear.
health go down from that cast.
AOE. High stacks.
And oh, look at that, Coast Guard! They are saving us from this green sludge. They decided
to
that
see something else.
They decided that 25 was enough of Everbloom, and they are heading into a Waycrest Manor. I believe last time we saw the Coast Guard in a Waycrest Manor, they were pushing a 25, and they one-chested it. So we should, as long as everything, if my leaderboard is correct, we should be seeing a 26 Waycrest being started here. Currently, Coast Guard Gaming is the only team at a 25, with both Ukrainian WoW and Warrior Gamer having timed a 26, and the US Army timing a 27 in Waycrest Manor. So we will see what the Coast Guard gets up to here. It looks like this worked out for Warrior Gamer.
Indeed. Payoff.
Big payoff. No deaths. Tank survived. And no sanguine healing. What is this? The healer is on top on the healing done, Eric.
yeah, that's very impressive.
Wow.
We see the bubble of shame go on.
Everything is just coming together for us right now. Some people think that we're gonna get some some baits if we're actually not going to start this in this Waycrest Manor, but I do believe that I think they've been done with Everbloom for now.
If it is a bait, they are committing to it. We have the feast, we have the ready check, so
very committed to this bait, especially since they switched to another paladin. I don't think we saw 3 paladins earlier, but there is a real reason to.
Is a paladin, right?
Exactly. Yes, they're switching out that Shadow Priest for a Retribution Paladin, which is a good call in Waycrest Manor.
Yeah.
Why, Eric? Tell me, why is it a good call to have a paladin, a Retribution Paladin?
I guess it's gonna help a lot with the Soulbound Goliath boss. Not only can they save themselves, they can save others. That's a perk. Wish I had that.
It's a huge perk. It also helps. There's quite a lot of undead in Waycrest Manor, which means there's more CC, more AoE stuns, with specifically Wake of Ashes. But it's helpful to have a paladin in general in here.
Absolutely. We have some disease dispels as well.
Exactly. And it is, see, our production team, Chaos Creative, thank you for being an amazing production team. And not only for actually giving us something to look at that isn't green, but
there are
also
other colors than green.
There are other colors. I don't know if there's any green in this dungeon at all, and I love that. But also, Chaos Creative is our partner to keep the AFDL running, and they deliver immersive and inspiring experiences, online, in-person, or hybrid. No matter what your event looks like, their incredible team can help. Head over to chaoscreative.gg and discuss bringing your big ideas to life. Maybe Barndoor in chat has some big event coming up. You should check them out. But for now, let's have a look at something that isn't green. Coast Guard, we love you. You might just be who I'm going to root for now. We'll see. The blue and yellow is hard to beat, but Waycrest Manor, Eric, they are not backing down here. We're seeing another fortified in here, fortified, afflicted, and bursting So far,
Yes.
bursting hasn't seemed to be an issue. They've been able to take care of it without issues.
Yep, actually quite good here because I think the ads have quite varying health pools, which helps managing that bursting. But they are making a very big pull here. It's quite gutsy considering they skipped the first room, so they don't really have the option to run back if they have casualties.
The good thing about this being on a tournament realm is that if this first pull is botched, they can just go right out and try again.
That's true.
But it is a very good pull. They did big pull, send that lust. I can feel it in my body. I'm like, why aren't they kiting? That's right. There's no sanguine.
Vicarious PTSD.
We also see, actually, this is something that we just want to highlight. We can't see it currently in the background because we want to keep watching this Waikr's Manor save our eyes. But we do want to highlight that uncharacteristically, we see the army resetting a 21 Everbloom in the background, which very curious. Perhaps they were hoping for, I think they've gone quite far already. Maybe they were hoping for that +3 and realized they weren't quite there.
Yeah, I mean, that could certainly be it. But correct me if I'm wrong, but you don't get extra points for doing a +2 or 3, right?
No, it is. It does come up if there's going to be a tiebreaker. There will be.
Okay.
It will be part of tiebreakers, yes. But I assume that their hope is to go from a +21 to a +24 and maybe +2 that, rather than having to go from 21 to 23 to 25 and then try that 26. It does save you. Even though they do have to reset the 21 now, it is easier to do a 21 now. We're actually seeing a correction. It was a 24, not a 21, which makes more sense. They want to get, perhaps that's their plan instead, of getting a +2 of a 24 rather than that 21. Our apologies. We're trying to keep on top of this, but there's a lot going on here now, and I'm still kind of giddy from seeing a Waikr's Manor.
It is quite nice. It's easy on the eyes.
It is, isn't it? And I mean, it's interesting. It's a 26, and I already feel more calm just watching this key rather than Everbloom. Even on a fortified key, we saw that first pack going down without really any issues. And Triad is going well. They're already on third witch, now heading back to the first witch, which means that they will soon finish this off. Seems like there's not really, I mean, the healer does have to work, absolutely, no question about that, but the team is making sure to move when they need to, stand still when they need to, and we have that shaman that can help dispel curses on this boss, which definitely helps with healing.
Absolutely. We have Afflicted here as well, which is not my favorite affix, even though I typically don't have to deal with it, but given that they already have so many dispels, they can spare the curse dispel for the actual mechanics of the boss fight. So that's
absolutely
nice.
And a fun fact, we actually, one of our player profiles for this team is for the enhancement shaman that you can't see right now, but Mirren is a culinary specialist and have been in 10 years of service currently with the US Coast Guard. And his quote for this competition is, "I have been the co-GM of an LGBTQ plus guild for 3 years. I've played World of Warcraft for 4 years and main as an enhancement shaman. The highest key he's ever done is a 32 junkyard," which I would assume was actually as part of the AFDL way back when. I don't think it was actually called AFDL at the time, but it is part of the same organization. We're so happy to have Mirren here. You can check him out on the AFDL Twitter, which is AFDL_events. We're getting some corrections here. We had the one team that +3'd their 21 Everbloom. Eric, we said it was possible, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes, no, we don't.
And that is the army. So that's how they are now on that 24. Excellent. It's going to be a good time to see just how far that manages to go.
Absolutely. Do you feel like you miss Everbloom, or?
I'm so happy to stay here. I really am. I like if we can keep getting some updates in the background, I will happily keep talking about it. But I've talked about that green sludge and that red sludge on top of the green sludge for long enough. If I'm sure if something really spicy happens, our production team will make sure that we're not missing it. But this is another quite spicy pull, especially on bursting. As there's a lot of, we see 9 stacks, 10 stacks, 11 stacks, but it's not even moving their health. This healer, and wow, that was expertly done. I'm not exactly sure if it's just the fact that it's a warlock that doesn't take damage, a shaman that used their defensive, actually still have astral, totally spacing on what it's called, but did use their healing spell there, and just paladins that have a lot of survivability, right?
Indeed. Yeah, this dungeon rotation has a lot of interaction with undeath affixes, particularly this dog pack and particularly Everbloom. Oh my goodness, we seem to have some wipes. Soulstone going out for the tank.
But we had a combat res.
And bubble pods. And
very
stabilizing. It seems one of the paladins have to run back anyway, but they probably had invisibility of some kind.
Either they used a pot, or perhaps they had engineering on their feet, right? That's where you can have your invisibility.
Belt, actually.
On your belt. Look at that.
Good thing about being in a tournament realm, everybody can have engineering without sacrificing anything in particular. But we see the tank go down again. I wonder what happened there, actually.
Not really sure. This is definitely a dangerous pack, but it's not one of the most dangerous packs in this dungeon, I would not say. The tank is very quick to come back, so it looks like they might be able to stabilize, but there is a lot going on. Afflicted, I don't know that they have... Oh, yeah, the tank is dead again.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. And I wonder if we're not going to see a bit of a reset here, or if they're deciding that, you know what, this is enough. This is fine. We can still recover this. It looks like they did clear this first room after lusting that first pack.
Okay, I must have missed that. But I think White Crest is one of those dungeons that is relatively lenient on the timer. So they might have lost a minute and a half on this, but I think it should definitely be recoverable.
I think so. With the how they've played so far in this dungeon, it looks like they're not going to have any issues going higher. And so as long as they're able to time this, I don't think we'll see any +2s on most 26s, especially not in here, even though it is a lenient timer. It is 5 bosses, and it can take quite a while. They are going to be able to have a lust up right as they pull the Soulbound Goliath, which is a pretty common tactic to take here.
It is, but it's not too uncommon to use the Bloodlust on this big pull instead. I'm so bad at knowing Tyrannical and Fortified by their icon.
We're having a Fortified in here.
This is Fortified. Excellent.
Yeah. So absolutely, we could definitely see a big pull going into the next boss room, doing a big pull there. It really depends on how they feel regarding dealing with the Soulbound Goliath's route. Ooh, Warlock getting a little greedy with their casts.
No, it's just greedy. It's just Warlock.
Just Warlock. That's so true. Did see that in fall on day 1 as well, getting hit by those swirlies on second boss. I do hope that we have about 10 minutes left on the desk carrier, you and me, Eric. I really do hope that we get to see at least one more, maybe 2 bosses. I don't think we'll be able to see this dungeon quite to the end, but I am very happy to get to close out on a dungeon that isn't green.
Yeah, me too.
I-
It's this is what spring looks like in Sweden. Yeah.
You're right, actually. This is what spring looks like in Sweden. We do see the Lust going off, deciding to make quick work of this Goliath instead of spending it on the ads. Absolutely a good decision. Soulthorns going out, and they're breaking it. See, this is why you bring those 3 paladins, right?
Yes.
How many stacks do you think we'll see on this boss before they decide to clear it?
I'm not sure. Like, we saw the paladin take quite a lot of damage from the trash earlier, so I'm not sure they are one of the classes that can handle many stacks. So I think I'd probably clear every other. But they are melting it quite quickly.
Indeed, we did see another freedom going out, or protection, I mean, and it looks like it's starting to take some damage on the paladin, and we might very well see after this Soul Thorns.
Here, so yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if we see a clear right here. That's right. We see some defensives going off. A lot of damage still going on, even though it is a fortified.
Very well used, indeed.
But I think that's probably, even though they've already used Lust, I think that is going to be the last clear that we see. We're already at 40% and going to be burning this boss down. So far, without too many issues. They've only had to deal with 1 Soul Thorns actually killing it. Smartly left it on the Warlock, who has a lot of survivability, and just letting the Enhancement Shaman and Retribution Paladin deal with it. Getting another Hand of Protection right there, making sure they don't have to deal with that and can just keep blasting the boss. 25%, and
that was the last protection, so the rest they'll have to kill.
Yes, we will see probably 1 more Soul Thorns going out right here. And after that, I can't see them clearing 1 more time. But the Shaman goes down. Even on a 26, it is dangerous these bosses.
I'm not sure.
And the tank is dangerously low.
Yeah,
That's very scary to watch. Are they going to ignore the Soul Thorns?
Sacrifice, I think, should be.
I think that is the right call. It looks like that's what they're going for, saving them some time, even with the 5-second.
I didn't even die. Just Warlock things.
That's a Warlock for you. We love to see that. Heading back into the next room. We're so happy to get to be part of the AFDL. The AFDL provides military personnel around the world with a fun, competitive, family-friendly way to interact and celebrate the commonalities of service members and their family, regardless of branch or nationality. We are partnering with Chaos Creative as well as Raider.io. You can find the standing on Raider.io's website, and Chaos Creative is our partner that actually puts on this production, our production partner. And we're going to be continuing to see this event going for another 2.5 hours as we are getting ready to leave the desk here. But we're taking one last look at where all these teams are at. We see, as we said, the Coast Guard is moving forward in this Waycrest 26. Still got a lot of time. 3 bosses left, but it's not a lot of movement between these bosses. We see Warrior Gamer back in the 25 Everbloom and trying to, not back in it. Yes, they have reset again, I think. They were still back in that very ballsy pull on the 25.
Oh, they're only 4.5 minutes in, yeah.
Exactly, so they've reset. And we see Ukrainian WoW also in that 25 Everbloom, looking good on time on second to last boss. Still 8 minutes left on the clock. 2.5% left of trash, which they can simply grab as they are heading to the last boss. I think we're going to see a time here on this 25 Everbloom, putting them on the same spot as the Coast Guard. And we see the Army, U.S. Army, in a 24 Everbloom, just finished first boss, heading towards No, there's right now.
Currently
I
on
thought this was
second.
currently on second. You're right.
It seems to be going swimmingly. I can't see how many deaths. Is it 3 or 1?
I think it is 3 deaths. Yep. I believe that's what that says. And
Yes.
we are so far looking good, looking very steady here. Almost done with one of the bosses. And wow, what a competition. We've seen a lot of Everbloom this morning, this afternoon, this evening, wherever you're at. Eric, I mean, we have to talk about this. How are you feeling about just watching all of this Everbloom?
Well, I'm happy I'm not in this much Everbloom. That's for sure. But it's an interesting dungeon to see them tackle, and they have done it quite well. Some very gutsy moves for sure, but they have paid off at least some of the time. And we've also seen some less successful attempts, which keeps it very interesting. They are pushing themselves.
It's been fun to see the different tactics. There's definitely different ways. Some people going very big pull in the beginning, some going straight to first boss. A lot of resetting. A surprising amount of resetting. People want to have that clean pull, and now that's starting to pay off. We see 2 teams in 25, 1 team already finished at 25, and the army trying to finish that to 24, maybe even plus 2ing it, being able to jump into 26. What a great time. So happy you've been here. We are about to jump off here in just a minute. Eric, how can people find us? If for some reason they've enjoyed what we've been doing, what's a great way to hear more of you and me?
It's relatively difficult to find me personally. I'm a bit of a hermit, but you can find us. We have a podcast. It's called Wrath Babies, and you can find it on Spotify or reach out to us on Twitter at Wrath Babies.
That's right. Yeah. We are part of Bornshol Productions, and which you can also find on Twitter, bornshol.gg. Just doing a quick shout out. Thank you so much for spending the time with us here. We are going to be going to a break, and we will be back with a new caster couple. Thank you for spending time with us. See you soon.
Good morning, evening, afternoon, and welcome back to the final day, the final half of the AFDL 2024 Spring Clash. My name is Driss. Have the wonderful opportunity to be joined today with the magnificent Arlie. If you'd like to introduce yourself.
Hi, my name is Arlie. I was casting here yesterday evening. I think we signed off saying I wasn't gonna be back, but here I am.
Absolutely. And what a pleasant surprise it is to have you with us today. I know we didn't get to be on desk for the first part. We were both fresh for the day, but there's definitely been some pretty cool stuff if we want to take a look at the leaderboard to see what we may have missed and kind of get to look at some of the stuff we were being able to watch while we were getting back on desk. Now, as we are looking across the board, Everbloom, I can't say I'm envious. I was worried about what today's key might be, and they get a fortified Everbloom with Sanguine. That has definitely not been giving any teams any problems. And look at the spread, Arlie. There's just so many 25, 26 all across there, and Everbloom is getting kind of close. Did you get the chance to see anything today you thought may have been a little spicy, or are you coming in fresh? Like, what are you looking forward to today?
I'm more or less coming in fresh. I'm happy to see that a Black Rook hold 28 was timed after everything we saw go down yesterday. So that's very exciting. And I am actually kind of happy that it's Everbloom. It's kind of an interesting key, and I'm looking forward to seeing how they'll deal with, especially it being fortified and higher keys.
I agree. It did look like, and I could have been mistaken, that the Army may have been employing some of that tech that Cherry was talking about yesterday. And as they're now the only team with the 28 on the board, it seems to have worked in their favor. It is looking out to be quite a pretty intense race today, since this is the last 2.5 hours for the teams to start keys. It can be anyone's game. I've been kind of keeping tabs on that leaderboard, and it has just been jumping around. Warrior Gamer, Coast Guard, Army, Ukrainian WoW, they have been all over the place. So I am just excited to kind of get into this today.
Yeah, me too. Me too. I'm just hearing that they might have employed that tech from Cherry. I'm very interested because I never got to find out what it was. So maybe we'll see it again in some other key.
Well, the Army does have that 29 in their bags, so in true Army fashion, who knows, maybe they will surprise us later. Now, just as a couple highlights for the things that, while the casters were mixing out, that for the folks, the interviewers may have missed or didn't get a chance to see, Ukrainian WoW was able to get the time on that 25 Everbloom, as you can see, and they're taking a well-deserved break. The Army was able to double chest a 24 Everbloom, so we can see them now in the 26, just revving and going. Does look like Coast Guard Gaming was able to accomplish the 26 Wake Rest. They were able to get that timed. It looked pretty close, but they did it, and it looks like they're about to get back into fall. So maybe they were picking up on some of the vibes from the first half of the day. Does not look like we are going to be purely stuck casting Everbloom. And as much as I love this dungeon, I am pretty glad that we get some variety here.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to casting a little bit different. Although I have to say, Everbloom with Sanguine can be quite spicy and can be very interesting.
Absolutely. Now, I was able to pick up a little bit, yesterday. But Arlie, what do you normally play in WoW? Like, what is the role that you feel you're the most comfortable with when doing dungeons?
I tend to play a little bit of everything, but I think I've always felt most comfortable, well, more or less this season, mainly tanking.
Gotcha.
But I tend to delve into a little bit of DPSing and healing as well. I've loved playing my Blood DK, my Mistweaver Monk, like most people apparently. And I've been working on my augmentation on the side, trying to learn a little bit of Dev as well, just to change things up.
Absolutely. I would have to say Blood DK is easily my favorite. I love Blood DK. And with Sanguine, in an Everbloom, all of those death grips, it's got to be helpful. Unfortunately, it's not a sigil of chains, but, it's definitely one of those better tanks to kind of help mitigate with Sanguine.
Yeah, I would say having double death grip and slappy hands. I actually still do not know what the actual name of the ability is, but the grippy hands.
Yeah,
okay.
Abomination.
It's been a while, but I remember playing it in Shadowlands, and I still don't remember what it's called. But yeah, the combination of those two does allow you to basically clear out most of the Sanguine. Plus, Sanguine doesn't actually last as long as it used to anymore. So.
Mm-hmm. Yes, and that has been a very nice change. We have seen Sanguine be quite a prominent healer in some of those Everbloom keys. Not to totally overthrow each team's healer, but it has been something that has been proving to be a little bit of an obstacle, especially in that early 20 range, that has been a little bit of a deciding factor for some of those triple chests. It does look like, looking at Warrior Gamer in their 25 right now, there was a couple deaths on this second boss, but they were able to utilize those battle reses. You can see the cocoon on the tank, keeping everyone healthy as they're finishing that up. It's looking pretty nice. Just kind of across the board. I will say, the thing I'm a little disappointed with was that Blizzard did end up fixing some of the charge shenanigans where the tank would be able to kind of LOS the charge and prevent that. But it does not look like that is inhibiting Warrior Gamer. They are finishing up that boss and choosing to pull some trash kind of backwards, it looks like, into the remaining boss fight. Pretty spicy.
Yeah, I feel like this kind of, it's similar to what we saw a lot yesterday, where you kind of never really want to be fighting just a single target. So especially on the second boss, once at least one of the bosses are dead, you could pull in some trash. However, with it being sanguine, I would be a little bit wary of it, especially since two of the bosses are casters as well. But it looks like only had the non-caster up for a little bit, but now they're all dead, so they could just safely do this trash and continue on to the third boss, which is a very spicy one. But at least they have some range, so that's going for them.
Yeah, that is true. Archmage Soul definitely is my... As much as I like Everbloom as a dungeon, that third boss is probably my least favorite, or at least the scariest for me out of any of the dungeon bosses. Like, just it feels like, especially on Tyrannical weeks, thankfully they're in Fortified, but on Tyrannical, that boss is a nightmare. So it will be interesting to see how teams decide to handle her in that higher range, even though it is a Fortified. Those fiery salvos, if you do not have the right defensives, or if you are not in communication with the healer to make sure that they got you, I have seen plenty of groups fall apart in that 24-26 range in Everbloom on that boss specifically.
Yeah, considering most of my experience this season has been pugging, Everbloom third boss is definitely one of the harder one. And also coordinating kicks on the second boss as well, with the Toxic Bloom and the Revitalize, that can also be challenging. But the third boss and the trash before, because now, since it's fortified, this trash is gonna hit like a truck as well.
Absolutely. And on Warrior Gamer's side, it doesn't look like they're definitely shying away from that. They're electing to pull a lot of the assistants on top of the casters. Now, I think a lot of the time, which especially on a Sanguine week, having those like smaller mobs, Everbloom is really notorious for pretty much everything procking the affixes. They are able to very easily handle it. And I've noticed on Fortified weeks, those assistants, they can pack a pretty hard punch. So the Warrior Gamer's tank being able to survive all of those definitely proves good for them. Now it's all about, can they have that coordination for keeping all of these casters interrupted? Because on a Fortified, any Pyroblast or Arcane Blast is going to cripple like we see there.
Yeah, we can also see US Army just wrapping up the first boss now in their, 26 Everbloom? I was trying to figure out what the number said. Yes. So that's pretty exciting. They're like hot on the heels of Warrior Gamer as well, but they have one key level on them though.
That is correct. They were able to get the triple chest on the 21 we saw slightly before the today's intermission, and then they got the 24 double chested as we were kind of coming back onto the desk. So even though, at least as we're seeing it, they're still pretty early in this dungeon, they do have that level advantage, and it does look like Warrior Gamer did have some difficulty on managing some of that trash right before the Archmage, it was looking like, but they are electing to continue forward. They still have about 12 more minutes on the clock, so it's still very doable to finish this key. But any hopes of the double chest are definitely kind of left with that trash pack. So they will have to be playing a little bit of that catch up behind Army, which with the last day, with the last 2 hours to start keys, we're definitely going to start seeing where those double versus triple chesting is really going to play into effect, because any type of extra point they're going to have to want is going to be an extra dungeon compared to some teams who just did it maybe just a little bit faster.
Yeah, and I mean, since Everbloom was added today, they still have quite a few levels to catch up on, but then again, they only have just over 2 hours left of playtime, so it'll be quite interesting to see what the decisions will be, like whether they're going to continue to try and push the Everbloom further up, or maybe to go to one of their lower keys, like maybe a Dark Heart or maybe some Waycrest. We do see a fall from Coast Guard Gaming as well, and yeah, I mean, it's nice to see the variety across the board right now, and I'm very curious to see where this leads.
Absolutely. Now, it is looking like in this 27 fall that Coast Guard is doing, they do have 2 deaths on the board so far, which for this point in a fortified key, that's not totally to be unexpected. They are being able to manage these mechanics appropriately, trying their best to kind of keep those circles away from any of the ads, not getting too much overlap there. They're handling it quite well, just kind of finishing up the circle to be able to get this boss spawned. It is looking like with Ukrainian WoW, they are electing to go into their Dark Heart. Just looks like they're doing some routing just to make sure that you don't miss that extra pat, or you're not pulling, just making sure if you're doing any types of skips, they're just locking in right there. This is definitely the type of spread we like to see. We are finally in that point of this event where the teams aren't kind of stuck so much doing these, all right, let's catch up on the Everblooms, or with as they get these new keys, it's no longer this, all right, let's go, get this up as fast as possible. Now this is the part we're seeing that real pushing, that slog. And like you said, this is the teams have to decide, is it worth trying to get a little bit extra points in the new dungeon to try and catch it up? Or might it be easier to go towards some of the previous day's dungeons to try and squeeze out not only that point or two in a higher key, but also just having those higher keys? Because the army is still the only team that has any 28 on the board, and they have 2 of them.
Yeah, that's quite an advantage that they have with their 28 fall and Blackrook on the board. I do wonder that, when you get into these hierarchies, the chance of breaking them is quite a lot higher, and you might just be wasting a whole, half an hour just trying to get the key done, only to decide to restart it. So then it all becomes a bit about time management and figuring out where is our time best spent. And I feel like right now it kind of makes sense to do some Everblooms, maybe some Dark Cards, considering that was added yesterday. But I do hope that we will see maybe a couple attempts at some 28s.
I do agree. I think I really am hoping the Coast Guard will be able to get this 27 done, and if they're able to kind of get it clean. We have seen them have some struggles with the Ridicron earlier in this event, but if they're going into this 27 with where we are at currently in the day with how much time they got left, I can only imagine the team's got something cooking. So really hoping they're able to get through this 27, really hoping we can see that 28. And I mean, the Army has those 2 29s in bags, so we might also get to see, if the Army gets a little sick and tired of seeing all that green, maybe we'll see a 29 Black Rook. They were doing some interesting tech with that. They did figure out the final boss on that 28, so we might see them go back. Or they could just elect to try and get 28s across the board entirely. It'll be quite interesting to see how the teams elect, because they're all so close. Like if you do exclamation point bracket, you'll be able to kind of see and follow along, though we will occasionally be swapping to the leaderboard in the page itself on stream. These teams are all very close, and we could very, very likely be seeing tiebreakers being deciding factors as to who the actual winner is for today's event, or this weekend's event.
Yeah, it's been kind of an interesting weekend, seeing these extra dungeons get added. Like yesterday we got Dark Art Ticket added, today Everbloom. It is quite a nice spread of keys. Out of these 5 dungeons, which one do you think is the most fun one from your perspective?
The most fun one for me, man, I absolutely love Everbloom, like I said, but with Sanguine, it's not really probably the best. I would say with all the affix combinations, I mean, it's got to be Black Rook Hold. I feel like Volcanic Raging, you can still do some pretty sizable pulls, and Tyrannical just makes the bosses more fun, obviously. So I think that I would probably have to say Black Rook. What about yourself?
I actually really enjoy Everbloom. Even though I've been in it for way too long farming trinkets on my Mistweaver, I still don't have the 2 that I want. But I think when it comes to Tyrannical, I think I like Blackrook as well. Fall can be quite difficult depending on your comp as well. But I feel like all of these 5 dungeons, they all have their fun parts, their less fun parts. And they all allow for some different capabilities with different comps. Like we see, I would say, 4 completely different comps from these teams, and it's just so interesting to see it across the board.
I would definitely agree. It's always one of those, in competitions, especially when we're seeing some of the, the official MDI or even with the Great Push, there isn't always a ton of variety. A lot of the times those teams will be electing to just play whatever mathematically is the best option, and they will just force it to make it work. And a lot of the times when you have those top players in the world, they can make it work. What's awesome to see, though, in the AFDL is a lot of these teams are electing to have their players play what they're great at, because all of these competitors are incredibly highly skilled, and they are just electing to take what they can perform the best on and show us exactly what they can do with that. So getting to see a lot of those more off-meta options, or things, that we might not be seeing traditionally on the leaderboards themselves, it definitely adds some flavor. And you can't run those same types of strats that the meta would normally do. So seeing those extra attempts on working around, bringing the warriors or bringing rogues, it definitely is very interesting to see how they handle it. As we go to the warrior gamer on the final boss of their 25, looks like they are in the safe spot for this one.
Yeah, they're very close to finishing up this boss. I mean, Yalnu has a lot of health, and they still have the Ancient up, which kind of, deals a lot of AoE damage to your group. It is fortified, so they're okay. But it looks like they are very close to finishing up this 25, meaning that they will have a 26 Everbloom in their bags, and they just did it. And apparently we had a 3-way tie for second place earlier, but now with Warrior Jimar finishing their Everbloom, I think they are currently in second place.
I think so. It honestly, it's one of those things. It's like every time I want to look at look to see how the teams are doing on the leaderboard, they're just constantly doing this crazy stuff. Like right now, we can see Coast Guard Gaming on their 27 fortified manifested timeways. We have seen this boss in this competition cause every team varying levels of difficulty. There's just so much to handle, and on a team where you have that demo lock, it's gotta feel miserable. I do not envy range players on this fight. I am traditionally a melee connoisseur myself, so this is just a fun little fidget fight for me. But as we can see, Coast Guard Gaming is not letting that give them any manner of difficulty. We can see the Warlock doing the cast, positioning exactly where they need to be for the Dispel, and adjusting as necessary. The Evoker, being probably one of the most maneuverable ranges besides the BM Hunter, is also able to not be totally affected here. They're handling this boss incredibly well from what we are able to see. They have 5% left. They're dodging the mechanics as they need to, and they're going to be progressing on to the next part of this dungeon with still a significant amount of time. They're definitely not in any danger so far of not being able to time this key. We will likely be seeing them get that 28 and maybe even run it.
Yeah, I mean, when we were looking at them earlier, I was a little bit worried about this boss, especially since they have a full range comp, which is kind of rough. But I mean, it is what it is. They managed to make it work, and they're on their way to Blight of Galakrond. But it seems that we've been going on for quite some time, so it's time for a little ad break. So for the next 90 seconds, you can enjoy your ads, or if you subscribe, you will not have to see them, and you can continue looking at the awesome gameplay that we provide.
Absolutely. I have to say, seeing in MDI all of the rocket boot tech to just zoom by this part of the dungeon blew my mind entirely. I'm not gonna lie, I'm glad the teams haven't elected to try it. I think as a viewer that would be very enjoyable. But all I can think of is just missing that shot and just sailing off into the abyss.
I mean, having played a monk for a few tiers, just rolling off edges of places is fun enough. And then when you elect to play a Volpera, not a Volpera, what was it? Was it a Goblin Monk, actually? You can have the Goblin racial plus then the monk roll. It's just so many ways to roll off ledges.
Oh, absolutely. I remember, because I'll be honest, traditionally, I love the Alliance. I am an Alliance main. I went Horde when I got into pushing, but as soon as cross-faction happened, everyone went back. But yeah, playing, what was it? Death Knight Goblin during Mythic Painsmith back in Shadowlands. Man, I wish I could say I never missed a rocket jump off an edge, but, it's just one of those things. Maybe that's just too much going on.
Rocket jump was pretty big back there. I was playing a paladin myself, so I could just bubble most of the time. But we do see them doing this really fun trash before the third boss in fall, which, it is fortified. These are fun. It does seem like they elected to pull 2 dragons at the same time,
It is
which
pretty
I find very
dangerous.
interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty dangerous, but the Holy Paladin is just trucking along, trying to do their best. Luckily, at this point of the dungeon, it's a very short run back into the action, but it's also very dangerous, as we can see, to run back into the action because you might just instantly die from taking a tick off the AoE damage.
Absolutely, and we're seeing that happen to the Coast Guard right now. They went from finishing Manifest of Time Waves with only maybe like 10 or so deaths, nothing too crazy. They are now racking up. It's 28, going possibly to 30 with this next spew. At that point, you're just getting so much extra time on the clock. They have to ask themselves, is it worth continuing? They definitely have to at least reset the trash. That's 31 deaths on the board, which almost all of them coming from that pull. It definitely, if I'm Coast Guard right now, I'm definitely worried. We have seen it happen, especially in fall, where that timer gets really close. And we've seen it in some of the other dungeons today where a single death may have been the difference between triple chesting or double chesting or even timing it. So hopefully that does not come back to bite them later on in this competition. As we're back in the quad, though, just to take a quick moment to share some of the love, we got some follows. I want to make sure that we shout them out. So for Hey DS666, thank you for the follow. Looks like Reziel _96, thank you as well. And my dad apparently followed us too. So thank you for that, Dad. That was pretty awesome. Love that. Gotta love that multi-generational World of Warcraft. It's a great time.
That is so exciting. Does he also play World of Warcraft?
Yes. So my dad is actually, we had been playing together since Vanilla WoW. So he is probably the reason why I have such an addiction to the game. But yeah, we played together pretty consistently all the way through Mist of Pandaria, and then I was older, getting more into school and life and stuff. But he still plays. He'll do Classic, so we're both excited for Cata Classic. So it's pretty awesome.
That is so much fun to hear. I think my dad and I just shared kind of some RTS love when we were younger. We played a lot of Age of Empires.
Yeah, Age of Mythology was definitely popular in our house.
Oh, 100%. But yeah, I mean, you know, it's always fun to see parents playing with their children, or the children surpassing the parents as well in their skills, which is pretty fun to see.
He'll never admit it, but it is true.
Oh yeah, no, they'll never admit it. They'll be stubborn enough, like we're still good. We're still good.
And that's just the awesomeness that exists with the AFDL. It's not only a competition, it's not only just an event for these armed force teams, but it is a event that brings people together, not only for the service members, but for their families too. And to even just hype up a little bit more about the AFDL, the AFDL provides military personnel around the world with a fun, competitive, family-friendly way to interact and celebrate the commonalities of service members and their families, regardless of branch or nationality. As we can see here, we have 2 U.S. Armed Force teams, we have a U.S.-based veteran organization, and a Ukrainian World of Warcraft team as well. So this multinational, just international event, bringing everybody together, just to be able to watch something we all enjoy, and that is seeing big numbers on a pixel screen, killing bosses in World of Warcraft.
Yeah, we like our numbers, don't we? And especially, I would like to give a little shout out, because I think Warrior Gamer is going to attempt a 28th Black Rook hold.
They very well might be.
This will be interesting. We can actually see 4 different dungeons on being played right now, so that's a nice variety of things, as the Coast Guard Gaming is attempting the 3rd boss in fall. Ukrainian WoW is working on the 1st boss in Dark Art Ticket 27, and we see that US Army is wrapping up, well, slowly wrapping up their 26 Everbloom on the last boss. So keys are being wrapped up. I think our leaderboard will get a little bit of a shuffle after this one, and then we'll see what they elect to do next, as there is less than 2 hours remaining.
That is correct, and we are able to see the Army does get that single chest, but still a completion on the 26, giving them that 27 in bag. Now, if we're looking at the leaderboard, that is looking like now the army has finally gotten to that point where they have only single point upgrades across all of the dungeons. So that finally almost kind of puts them in the same ring. They've been getting a lot of extra points in different places. They have those high key levels. Now with the army, with that, those 2 hours left to start keys, they got to be wondering, especially with Warrior Gamer now in their 28. We see Coast Guard doing their 27 fall. Ukrainian WoW in their 27 thicket. Where is the army going to go? They only have that 27 thicket. Will they feel pressure to try and get that higher? Are they going to go for one of the 29s? Do they just want to stay in Everbloom? I'm very excited to see how it goes. Like you said, we're seeing 3 to 4 different dungeons right now. This cannot get any more exciting possibly. We don't have to be stuck in the green, and we can just sit here and observe how these top tier teams are handling these key levels in a very high key range, all of these being 27 or higher. It is going to be quite insane.
Yeah, I mean, these keys are much higher than I personally have experience with, so this is so exciting to see. As we also see that Coast Guard Gaming seems to be struggling a little bit with the second phase on Blight of Galakrond, with the tornadoes, their Shadow Priest going down, but they got battle rest, so that's pretty great. They're trucking along. This boss in particular, I think, is pretty challenging. Honestly, especially with range and some clothies around. If you get the corrosion debuff, oof, that thing hurts.
Absolutely. Now it does look like the Warlock and the Priest are Night Elves, so if they time it correctly, or if they don't get it too much back to back, they can elect to Shadow Meld that off to entirely negate the mechanic. It doesn't look like it was able to be cheesed as much. We can see the orb on the tank on Foos, the Warlock going in to take that off so the mind control doesn't go off. They are not electing to lust here, though. We have seen teams choose to lust this boss, and it has had varying success because they know that Iridikron's next. They have only maybe 7 minutes or so left, not really great on the spot math, but they do not have a lot of time to finish not only the remainder of this fortified trash, but then to fight probably one of the harder bosses that we're seeing in this tournament. Now, is the Coast Guard able to do this? Absolutely. They have shown their ability to handle things in much more dicey situations, but it is going to come down to, are they going to have more mistakes? Are they going to have another double dragon pull fiasco, or will they be able to dial in and take it all the way to the finish of this dungeon?
I sincerely hope that they do, because they still have a couple of 25s on the board, so it would be great for them to be able to go in and get those 26s done, and get some more points, and work their way up to some higher keys. As we also see that Warrior Gamer is working on that first boss, not struggling too hard, luckily. I've realized that as soon as you start tanking this boss in the corner, it's actually gotten so much easier, because before I thought you had to tank him in the middle of the room. So half the room would just be cleaved off, but apparently you do not.
Oh no, and that is something that I also took me a little bit, because I did not have the pleasure of doing Mythic Plus during Legion. I was a very small casual player back then, so doing this outside of a normal or heroic dungeon didn't really get that opportunity until they reintroduced Legion time walking. So one of the fun things there is just having them off into a corner. Not only does it, like you said, the cleave doesn't happen for the whole room, but also it gives that little bit extra time, because the boss does have to go all the way back into the middle just to have a couple extra seconds on doing damage. Now we are seeing the Vengeance Demon Hunter go into work, all these sigils going down, managing all these souls. For the viewers, on a 28, you do not want these souls going into the boss. For every soul, we see 2 right there. This is going to be dangerous. Every soul that is absorbed increases the damage being dealt. Ooh, and we do have the priest go down. That is just to show exactly how much that damage can be as the mobs enter into the boss. We were able to get the battle res up. It does look like they will be able to finish this boss off. After the intermission, everything comes back into its normal dance. The healer just putting in all that work, but it is looking like they will be able to get this boss done and progress soon to the rest of this dungeon.
Yeah, I think their approach with the Darkness and Link right there was a smart one. I suppose maybe the priest didn't get clipped into the Link, and unfortunately didn't make that one, but since they seem to have battle resist, I take it one of the players has engineering for that particular reason. It's pretty cool. I just realized we have a resto shaman. That was actually pretty cool.
Yes, Restoration Shaman here can be pretty huge, a very underappreciated healer. So I absolutely love seeing some of those non-meta things being brought into a competition at such a high level. Spirit Link definitely being a great utility there. And it has a really quick kick. So Shaman, for the viewers, has the fastest kick to prevent cast from going off, comparative to any of the other classes. And we've seen Coast Guard with Mirren, their enhancement shaman, utilize a DPS shaman. It looks like on the side of Warrior Gamer, they are choosing the resto, and it does seem to work out. There is so much utility that shaman can bring. It's just historically this season a relatively squishy class. So we will see how they'll be able to manage staying alive into some of these later pools. But so far, with only one death on the board on the side of the priest from the first boss, I mean, their healer is definitely putting in all that work.
Oh, definitely. I did realize one thing. I think night elves cannot be shamans, so they
is
would
correct.
have one less target for the night elf tech, and also they have an evoker, which is another one target less. But I think everyone else is a night elf, so let's see if they maybe use the tech.
They may not be, unless they're all recalibrated. It does look like the hunter is a dwarf. So at least as far as the last boss tech goes, they don't have the required composition to handle that. So it will be interesting to see how the team is electing to deal with it. If I had to take a guess, very much like we saw in first boss, they're probably going to Spirit Link and Darkness to try and mitigate as much as possible. Uh, it'll just be a matter of how much extra cooldowns or defensives will have to be sent. The biggest thing with Blackrock Hold that we've seen with teams is that they can do very, very well leading all the way up to Smash. Oh, that boss's name is going to kill me. Smash Spite. And then Kurtalos is the one that gives them a lot of problems. So we're hoping that Warrior Gamer will be able to go through this. They are dealing with that trash. They elected to kill some stuff after boss to not have any downtime since it is a long RP. And they just have to keep on trucking along. I think it'll be interesting to see if we can come back to them as they get towards final boss, because I am very curious to see how they handle doing it without any of the Night Elf tech.
Yeah, definitely. And across the board, we see that Coast Guard Gaming has elected to restart their Falky, actually, because they were on the third boss, if I'm not mistaken, when we left them. But they've elected to restart it. Considering you remember the trash, they had a lot of deaths ramping up there. I can see that maybe would have been a good reason to do that. And we also see Ukrainian working their way towards the first boss in Dark Heart Ticket. I hope that they can manage all. The tank POV on this is always such a mess. We discussed it yesterday. You know, the trees are in the way. It's chaos. It's very hard to see where you're going. You just have to kind of trust your gut.
Absolutely. And it's all about that timing, too. I can say with, kind of owning up to it, there have been plenty of times, especially on any of the tanks that have a quick jump or mobility, of mistiming a charge from the boss and just totally forgetting that it changes directions before they start running and just clipping DPS. So tank POV matters so much here, and it looks like the POV from the side of the Ukrainian tank is working for them, being able to launch the charges exactly where they need to. They're handling the ads respectfully. This is a scary boss fight, especially in a more non-traditional composition. They do have Rogues, Priest, and Hunter here, which is a bit of a shakeup that we've seen from them earlier in the competition for this dungeon. It's just one of those situations of hunters have been notoriously also a relatively squishy class, and with that bleed, they have to be, like we could see right there, the hunter just goes down, and there's just not a whole lot that can be done when they've used everything else. Hopefully that's not going to set too much of a setback for the Ukrainian team. They might have room for a battle res. They have a couple deaths. Yep, they are able to get the hunter up, and it's just going to be a matter of, can they keep all of them alive to finish off the last half of this boss?
Yeah, I've seen teams like to actually have. Oh, the flame sigil just went into the tree. Very familiar with that feeling.
Oh no.
Yeah, that happens. Sigils, rings, all of those kind of things. But what we also sometimes see is that, for example, you can send a Mistweaver out to be the bait because they can basically instantly heal themselves up and get rid of the bleed instead of one of your squishier ranged.
Absolutely. And a very important thing to note here, too, this is a marksman hunter. I feel like we see so commonly
Wait, what?
Beastmaster, but this is a marksman hunter. The Ukrainian WoW team really is coming after me today because marksman is probably my favorite. Not been so great this particular expansion, but we love to see that marksman hunter turtling to survive. Was able to turtle the jump, so not having to worry about the bleed there, able to kind of give some love to the priest to not take that there. They do have 32% left on this boss. They have to be careful with the way that everyone's positioned. You don't want to accidentally be in the line as the boss is charging. And with that hunter POV, those branches would be throwing me off pretty hard, but it doesn't seem to be causing them too much trouble. We do see the priest getting particularly low. Hunter just a little too low as the leap went out. It is going to be a very hard fight for the Ukrainian team to pull through because this boss, even though it is a first boss, can be a very challenging encounter, especially if you get a little too prolonged. The room does start to fill up with all of those ads.
Yeah, it looks like their healer went down and their rogue kind of came into view trying to rest the hunter, but didn't seem to succeed there. I don't know what they're going to choose to do here. But we can see that maybe the DH is just going to try and solo it. Like we saw it the other day, he was trying to solo the third boss in Black Record, so.
It does look like he's electing to just wipe it out. Yeah, it does look like they're looking to wipe, and they're going to town portal out. That is not a bad call. It would be very, very tight if they tried to go back. That boss is just brutal. I do not envy them having to deal with that on a tyrannical key, let alone on a 27. So we'll have to see if they elect to go back in there and go again, and just see if they have any adjustments to do there. They are resetting instances, so they very well might be going right back into it.
Yeah, they might just opt to try something new. But by the way, Driss,
yes,
we got a very nice sub from your dad.
Yes, it does.
Gifted a sub.
Yes, a subscription and a sub. It is definitely one way to make me as red as the shirt I'm wearing. That is for sure. And it does look like I'm going to butcher this so bad, so I apologize. Aves, or AVES_TV, has also followed us. So thank you, Dad, and thank you, Aves, for your support. And if you want to know how that helps, well, when you subscribe, not only do you can skip out on the ads, so you're not missing out on any action, but it also contributes towards prizing. And how do we do prizing with the AFDL? Well, it is pretty simple. The winning team selects a charity from the Activision endowment. The prize money from this event will be donated on behalf of the AFDL. If you would like to help support the AFDL and donate to our winner's chosen charity, click the link below the stream or type !donate in the chat. Your generosity is very much appreciated. So all of those donations, all of those subscriptions, subscribing to the channel, that all goes to helping not only get this amazing event run and making it look as beautiful as it's run, but it also contributes to the charities. So not only does AFDL appreciate it, but you know that those charities will appreciate all the help that they get. So thank you.
Yeah, 100%. And it seems that we're also only one sub away from the 30 people sub goal. So that's pretty cool. Let's see if we can hit that today as we're watching these awesome keys going down. It looks like our friends at the US Army Esports have changed characters to a red poly and had this fun week aura reminding them to change talents, which has been so helpful.
Oh, absolutely. I use that so much in Shadowlands. I cannot even begin to just it's so amazing how many times would be jumping from key to key, forgetting to swap out a talent, or coming right out of raid to go do those degen hour keys after Mythic Prog and realize by first or second boss, oh wait, that's why I don't have this ability, I'm in the wrong spec. So gotta love that. Those are so useful.
That's why I don't have an interrupt, because I don't really use that in raid, you know.
Exactly.
And then you go into a key and you're like, wait, where did this go?
Absolutely. And it's looking like, man, we are definitely getting a lot of love. Thank you, Just Buke, for the follow. And oh man, Papa Driss is really trying to make us just get all red in the face today. Thank you so much for helping us reach our goal. We have reached the 30 subscriber goal. So that is awesome. Thank you all so much for the support. And thank you to Vinco3D also for the follow. We love that so much. We cannot run these events, we can't get these stuff going without the support from the community. It just means so much to us to be able to do this, and we absolutely are loving the show up today. This is the final day, so you don't want to miss it. Make sure that with all of this action going on that you do what you can to not miss out. You might miss a boss, you might miss a wipe, but the Coast Guard's not wiping. They just got their 27 Chronocar down, and they only have one death on the board. So this action is only going to get more and more intense.
Yeah, they're doing very clean so far. Okay, might just cast a Chrism. I really hope I'm not. We also see US Army starting Waycrest Manor, and I believe that would be a 27?
28?
Oh, 28. Wow, okay, so we're going to see a pretty big Waycrest there. And although I think something just happened.
Yeah, I hate to bring the attention to it, but it looks like the Rep Paladin may have forgotten to put in all of their talent points. So that could possibly be a little problematic for the Army team. They can, of course, just reset the key. It's very early. As we did discuss at the end of day one and throughout the competition, there is no penalties for members of the team teleporting to Valdrakken to be able to swap specs, or in this case, have a spec, but it will be curious to have that bit of a hiccup as we see this Paladin frantically trying to make sure they have everything that they need to make the Waycrest as successful as possible. And speaking of successful, we do see Warrior Gamer on the second boss in their 25% in the second intermission on this boss. You will see multiple of those on a tyrannical key. And with only 2 deaths on the board, Caster Curse, knock on wood, they are looking to be at a very good pace to get this key timed.
Yeah, I mean, we saw a lot of attempts at Black Recall the other day, yesterday, basically, and it's very fun to see another team attempt to do it. I'm just happy that they're even trying to do this again, because it was pretty rough yesterday with a couple of failed keys, a couple of retries, and we'll see where this is going. And I mean, we also see Coast Guard Gaming doing their fall. Their Shadow Priest unfortunately went down. This trash is pretty difficult, especially if the blooms do actually go out and hit one of your maybe more squishier DPS and you don't instantly have an answer to it.
Oh, I 100% agree. And a fun little thing, all of the classic enjoyers will notice, the Warlock did end up banishing some of that trash. I know it's not super common in Modern WoW for mid-trash CC, but that just only goes to show how difficult this fortified trash can be. There are so many things, like you said, that can just be absolutely miserable to have to deal with. And when you have a composition that does not have as many short DPS kicks, you're really relying on that prop pally, on the holy pally, to get those rebukes and those shields out. And just even as we're seeing here, there is a death on the side of the healer. There's just so much going on. We do have the tank death, so it's going to be up to them if they can just keep things kited, just to finish up that last mob and continue around the room for this 27.
Warlock tank incoming. Hype for that one. No, but what you were saying about utilizing more of your spells, I mean, there's obviously Banish, they can Fear. I don't know if they're spec'd into Mortal Coil nowadays, but that is kind of like an instant heal and Fear, if I'm not mistaken. Mm-hmm. So that there's some options there. But I do think that for these kind of trash, you need to use your complete toolkit. And Warlock has a very broad kit.
Absolutely. And we've talked about it a couple times, but the weak aura that the Coast Guard's Warlock has, you could see it right next to their timer. It's a rotation for all of the CC, so they know who's going to be responsible for what. I tell you right now, if they had something like that that could be integrated into every pug key, I feel that the pugging experience would be so much better. And I'm very glad to see that the Coast Guard is having that level of coordination, because with their composition, you need to make sure you are not overlapping any of those stuns.
No, especially since they have a fair amount of them, but they are also quite long cooldowns, so it's not like a real quick, what is it, the rogue can have a 1 minute AoE blind, if I'm not mistaken,
Yes.
But these are usually a little bit longer, so then having a rotation is a smart choice.
Absolutely. Now, to kind of go around the quad a little bit, we can go down to army. It does look like the Paladin did figure out exactly what it wanted to run, and is showing up to this key. They did elect to do the big trash pool lust at the beginning of the key. They are heading backwards to the main room, it looks like. It's hard to say. Oh, it looks like they are just bringing some trash towards the respawn point, maybe to potentially prepare for that, or they could be having a reset. It does look like maybe they're looking to just kind of get the trash reset. That is a very difficult pull on a 28, even with Lust. So it's still early enough. They are town portaling back. They're going to get the reset and go right back in. Warrior Gamer, though, on the Indiana Jones boss. We'll see how that goes. And Ukrainian WoW in this 24, they are going back into it. Looks like they're also getting closer to the first boss.
Yeah, and especially for Dark Heart ticket, if I'm not mistaken, this is a tyrannical Dark Heart?
Yes.
Or is it fortified?
It's tyrannical.
Yeah, it's tyrannical, so at least the bears are not the worst part of the dungeon, but they are still pretty rough to deal with, so I can expect them to skip it, which is what it seems to be happening here. I guess DH double jump leaps are just too strong. They cannot hold you.
Yes, and they do have the rogue to employ the shroud, as we can see it there. The Demon Hunter tank just getting a little bit ahead to go ahead and take care of the RP. We will have to keep an eye out to see how Ukrainian WoW does handle this boss fight. We did see earlier today, even just moments ago, there was a little bit of problems. They do have 3 deaths on the board already. They will not have Lust for this, which isn't totally unusual. So it'll just be a matter of, can they handle those bleeds and leaps appropriately? Will they have to maybe send a DPS out just to be able to grab one of the melees to grab one? We will see. But I have high hopes that they will be able to persevere and get it. They already have him down to close to 80%, so they are just chunking this boss.
Oh, they definitely are, and we can also see Coast Guard Gaming working on their time ways. Like we said earlier as well, this boss with a ranged comp, it's rough, and I feel like they handled it really well previously. So I'm pretty sure that they're going to be doing well. But I'm curious to see what they'll do after this boss, with those nice little dragons and all of the little ads there that just. It cost them about, 25 deaths last round?
It was a significant amount of deaths, that is correct. I can only imagine that it may have been just an accidental body pull or a rogue Avenger shield, possibly. So many things can go wrong in such tight corridors. But being able to watch this ranged POV, oh man, seeing those health bars just go down, I do not envy playing a healer at all. I will stick to DPS tank brain, but just seeing this Warlock have to move, cast. Oh my goodness, I would just not be having a great time. But you wouldn't even be able to tell. They are just doing so much damage in this key.
Yeah, they are. And it looks like we are just going to keep watching Ukrainian WoW possibly just trying another Dark Heart ticket, maybe trying one of their other keys. They still have a couple of 28s in their bags to run, and they have a 27 Dark Heart that they were attempting. I'm curious to see what they are going to choose for their next key, considering that they have just over an hour and a half left of official key starting time. They can elect to start a key right before the timer ends and then still be able to finish it if they can.
It does look like they're going to keep trying at Darkheart.
Yeah, and I mean, we see Warrior Gamer making it to the third boss now, which we noticed yesterday actually does hurt quite a lot as well, with the storms going out, with the charges, if you somehow manage to bait it wrong. Oh, of course, the actual baits of the bats with the lasers. It's all kind of tricky. I don't think I've really figured out how Resto Shaman handles this AoE damage. I suppose with a good, well-timed Cloudburst, they can get quite far. A nice little link as well, but then again, most of the comp is ranged, so that might be difficult to actually get everyone in the link, as is fairly obvious, especially when you do raids where no one ever enters them.
Oh, yes. There is definitely... Their composition currently isn't the... It definitely doesn't put them at any level of advantage against this boss. They don't have a monk or a rogue that, if done properly, is able to take every one of the charges and just making it a non-boss mechanic. As you can see with those earth-shaking stomps, it just chunks the priest and the hunter. And I mean, realistically, when you're looking at the composition on the side of Warrior Gamer, their DPS are the ones that historically tend to be a bit squishier. Now, Evokers have a lot of defensives, though can be considered squishy. The Priest and Hunter have been pretty notorious in Dragonflight for being not the tankiest, that's for sure. So it only goes to show the skill of their Resto Shaman being able to keep everybody alive on this boss with having not a ton of defenses there.
Yeah, for sure. And we're going to go back to Coast Guard Gaming as they attempt this pull right before the third boss that they had so much trouble with last time. It looks like they've opted to only pull one dragon, which might have been a good choice. It seems to be a little bit of body pulling here and there for some extra chunks. It looks altogether a little bit smoother. They're on 6 deaths right now, which is a lot nicer compared to the 20 plushes that they ended up with after killing these. I don't know why I said plush. That made no sense there. But the Holy Paladin is just trucking along. I can see a couple of trackers on their screen that I recognize. Very envious of their Rage Heart that they can also pop there. I do find interesting with this comp though, with the two paladins and the priest, you can easily handle the stabilize and just make it work for your group. And that might actually help on these kind of pulls. And they managed to actually pull this off. I was going to say pull this pull off. Wow, that's an interesting way of saying it. And they're just going to continue on and hopefully make it past this trash. I hope they opt to pull this one by one, but we shall see.
Yeah, I definitely am thinking that they may have just had that body pull. And for the viewers, they are at half the total number of deaths that they were prior to their last Notorious Dragon. So this run already is much better and is it's being handled a lot more efficiently than they had previously. They are electing to do the single dragons on a 27 fortified. Those dragons will be doing a ton of AoE damage, and with only having the Evoker as any form of true soothing, if they take too many of those chunks in with a single dragon and they do not have the soothe out, it will blast. As we can see here, that dragon is just having a wonderful time with the group, bringing all of them incredibly low, but their Holy Paladin is showing them why they are a beacon of the light, keeping everybody alive as they are chunking down the remainder of this dragon, and will still have one more pretty scary trash pool prior to this third boss.
Yeah, like these kind of pulls is where you definitely want to make sure that you have all of your defensives organized, kind of making sure that, for example, the Zephyr from the Evoker gets used in a good moment as well. Because it's when these chunks start dying that, like, there's a lot of damage now, but when they die, then they'll give the buff to the dragon, and that's when things also start kind of getting dicey. So it's not just, oh yeah, let's kill all of these small lads and we only have the dragon and we're fine. No, it's still a very difficult pull when that happens.
Absolutely. And you can even see here, they're electing to save some of the other chunks let the buff kind of run off before potentially grabbing more of it. Just handle everything here. They have plenty of time on the clock. There's no reason for them to have to rush anywhere throughout the remainder of this key. They just have to play as they practice. These are winners. Every team currently playing in the Clash have been previous season champions. So we know they have the skill level to do these dungeons at these levels. It's just a matter of, will these final day jitters and nerves start taking hold in these teams as everyone is so incredibly close? And as we can see here, it does not seem to be affecting the Coast Guard. They are able to finish up this last, or truthfully, probably the hardest remaining trash that you can't avoid in this dungeon, as they are just waiting now for the third boss to go. They have 3 minutes left on the Lust timer, so they will most likely just be saving that for a Ridicron, or if they want to attempt a pretty spicy fortified pool afterwards. We will be likely seeing them get this 27 on the board. They just got to stay dialed in and take this boss. They have all the tools set in place to stay alive. They just have to do what they can to make their healer's life just a little bit easier.
Yeah, I'm especially curious to see how they're gonna handle the corrosions and handling those off. Like you said, some of them are night elves, so they could shadow meld it. But we also have some bobs. I don't know if a bob actually works for the corrosion.
For the
but if it
magical
would,
ability,
then
no.
But we did just switch to Warrior Gamer doing the last boss in their 28. They managed to truck along. They have 4 minutes and 30 seconds left. And the boss is at about, 65% health now. So they've managed to get past the real scary part, which is that first Shadow Bolt volley.
Well, this is Cortalos, so they.
Oh wait, this is now just the start.
They
wow,
are right at the start with 4 minutes still on the clock. This is still very close.
Yeah, this is still a pretty difficult part though, right? With the glaives going out and with the random casts of the shadow bolts. We do unfortunately not see directly like when the shadow bolts are going out. There was one of the players yesterday that had this really cool week aura that showed when the different shadow bolts were coming out from the mob on the side, which is technically the boss, which is down the middle, that were hitting people.
Oh, and the priest got hit with the glaive. No. Those are scary. They do not despawn immediately, and it looks like the priest on the side of Warrior Gamer just barely got clipped by it. We are seeing the dangerous Shadow Bolt volley go out, and they were able to survive. It does look like using a well-timed Shaman Spring Healing Tide Totem with Darkness was able to keep the remaining 4 of Warrior Gamer alive. Now, scanning over, it does look like they still have 3 uses of Battle Res, so it is a matter of when are they going to elect to get their priest up. They are in the middle of Guile. We could see them be waiting just until after this intermission phase to try and grab them, but we also see the Hunter go down here. So they still have the Battle Reses to be able to recover. Very, very barely. They only have 3 Battle Reses, and it looks like they may be just electing to wipe it up, and with the remaining time, we might be seeing them just choose to reset the dungeon and go again. That is very devastating to see, because they were able to survive probably the hardest part of that boss.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just amazed that they managed to make it there. Like, I can even dream of getting to that point. But so right now we've opted to switch back to Coast Guard Gaming, working on Blight of Galacron. So they've made it to the last part of it, where you have 2 of the dragons available. This part of the fight is kind of a spicy one at times, especially with the breath and then the Necrofrost going out. It can overlap, it can hit the same target, it's rough. And then there's also the corrosion still going around occasionally.
Looks like they were able to get it on the tank. We can see that the Blight Reclamation is going out, so they will be getting ready for another one of those dots anytime within the next 7 seconds. Everyone's pretty healthy. Everything's looking good. Bosses are in that last 20 million, so we should be seeing the Coast Guard team being able to take it out. There is the Shadow Meld tech. We love to see it. Because their Shadow Priest was targeted with the Corrosive Infusion dot, they were able to meld it, which entirely cancels the effect, meaning that there is a ton of damage that is now just non-existent for the remainder of this fight. They are able to cruise the remainder of it, able to stop those destabilizes going out from the incorporeal beings. 2 million left, 1 million left, And there's Coast Guard Gaming getting their third boss done on the 27 fortified. All that's remaining from them from this timed key is this gauntlet of trash and Eridicron himself. And I'm thinking with the way that Coast Guard is doing right here, we are going to see them demolish this fight, and they have to. Being able to put this 27 on the board is going to help put pressure on the other teams, and with how close everything is, they are needing to get any type of points that they can get.
Oh, definitely. And they have about 10 minutes now to complete all of this. Considering that they don't have a shroud or anything, I wonder, and looking at the percent, they're going to have to kill all of this trash. I mean, this is a good time for them to get some of their larger cooldowns back. But then again, it is fortified. This trash is difficult.
Absolutely. Now, it does look, now, even with that 10 minutes, we have been seeing you do want to allot that 5-minute window, maybe a little longer for Eridicron. And with having Lust still available, it's going to be a matter of, do they elect on the fortified key to lust any of the packs to add more time to Eridicron, or are they going to just take the packs a little slower, play it smart, not do anything too dangerous or risky, so that they can just secure the boss kill? And so far from the pace that they're doing, it does look like they are just going to take it kind of one pack at a time, do the things that they know they're able to survive, use the cooldowns as they've been using it. As we see here, like, this is a very coordinated team. All of the teams are, and we can see that in their skill level as they present in this 27. They're only 2 trash pulls away from getting Eridicron, and it looks like they are going to like to do this double pull. This is a very dangerous pull, and if they choose not to lust here, they are going to have to make sure they are on top of defensives and stops.
I mean, they do have plenty of AoE stops. We see that the Holy Paladin is also running this awesome weak aura that shows the different AoE CCs that will be used next. This pull is definitely a spicy one. Like, there's so many stuff to interrupt. They do have a couple of AoE stops for, well, AoE interrupts as well, and then there's the Paladin with their Avenger Shield. It looks like they are handling it fairly well. However, it is bursting, so if all of these die at the same time, then we hope that the Shadow Priest will come in clutch with the Master Spell. The tank and healer almost going down there because of the channel going into the healer. That trucks so much.
It is brutal, and we are seeing all of them getting very, very low. We do have some dispels going off. Does not look like they're going to get any scary bursting, no real rolling going on. It is in a perfect range for their Paladin to be able to keep the group alive. It does look like they did not elect to have an earlier start to the RP, so they are utilizing this time frame, the next 20 seconds, to take out the remaining Rippers. It does look like that means that Coast Guard Gaming is going to have about 8 minutes left on Eridicron. Now, we have seen in a previous run of this boss on the 26th, Coast Guard has had some difficulties. They were able to get the key done, but they have enough of that safety net that they should just be able to take it easy, do what they know, do what they've practiced, and we will be seeing them get this 27 under wraps.
Yeah, they're still on track. They have about just over 7 minutes to do this boss, which is a little bit more than the 5 to 6 minutes that you said that they should definitely allot for this. I do vaguely remember that you can also use Shadow Melt Tech here for the I don't know what it's called, not the barrage, but the ability that they do before.
Yes, I'm also trying to blank on what it is called, but they are able to meld. You can vanish. I want to say Feign might work, but you can also use invisibility in order to avoid the dot that comes from being the target of that ability. They are in their first Earth Surge. We can see on the healer's UI, it does show you the health remaining of the shield in, like, right next to the timer. The shield itself is at 10 million. This is a massive boss, such crazy health values, but they are making very quick work. They did elect to use Lust in the beginning of this fight, so they will not have Lust for the burn phase, but they are confident. They're getting done with the shield. Shield has popped. Now they have about a minute of just being able to burn into the boss. There will be some ads coming up very quickly, but they have that next minute to just do the damage that they need to, and they have 5.5 minutes of this boss.
Yeah, we do see the Holy Paladin running away from the rest of the group, probably by accident, with their ad not being able to keep up the rest of the healing. But I mean, at this point, there luckily wasn't too much for them to have to keep up with, so that's a pretty good call. I do think that it's actually called Extinction Blast, if I'm looking at the UI correctly here.
There you go.
It's Extinction Blast, where you then have to go onto Chromie, who ports to you. And unfortunately, the Evoker got it this time, so there will be no melding there. But they do have a lot of defenses to deal with this. They could even possibly die an extra time in their alternative timeline. The Shadow Priest getting very low, Holy Paladin as well, but this healer just trucking along, trying to keep up with it. And we switch to the Warlock's POV.
Yeah, so we can finally get some of that DPS brain going on there. One of the, just a crazy thing to note that for that soak, they were able to do a lot of that without some of the bigger cooldowns and defensives from the grouping. So the healer being able to keep everyone alive and Chromie alive there is a crazy feat, and that should be commended. This is not an easy boss to do whatsoever. Now we can see them. They were able to break that shield, barely even telling it was up. They were able to defeat it in under 30 seconds on a 27 no less is crazy. They do have the incorporeals coming out, so they do need to make sure that they get that handled. They're in a little bit of a difficult spot, needing to move because of the breath. Hopefully they're not going to get any of those casts going off, but at this point, there's just a lot of the stuff is starting to juggle. There isn't a whole lot left of the boss. They have about 2.3%, 2.2% of the boss's health until they get into the burn phase, and they have 40 seconds to do it. They have 3.5 minutes on the clock. They are no longer in that point where they need to worry about the timer as it is. They just have to worry about getting to the burn phase and being able to put in all of that damage to not be in any risk of a failure, and I believe that they will be able to do this. We do see the meld and a bot just to be safe on the Warlock. Everyone's getting up to the stack. They do have an incorporeal out. Might be a little difficult to manage it if they were trying to mind control it. They elect to stun and get the mind control anyways, so we will potentially see it getting a couple casts onto Ridicron. They have 0.3% of the health to go. 3 seconds left on her search. Will they be able to get it? It's so close. They are in another shield phase prior. They were just a little bit before they would have been able to phase.
Yeah, that's unfortunate, but they still have just a little bit less than 3 minutes remaining on the timer. So if they manage to make it through this phase, then they will be in the burn phase as well. However, the Paladin will have to pop a couple of cooldowns to keep everyone alive in this phase and just keep on trucking at that shield. I can't really see how much is left of the shield, but it's looking like it's going down fairly smoothly.
Yeah, it looks like it could be popping any second. There it is. Now they just have to get that little bit of health remaining, and here it is. Everyone's stacking up together in this timeline transcendence. This is where it matters. There's so much damage that's going out. We can see all the health bars across just getting chunked. The healer having to do everything that they possibly can to keep the group alive. They've gotten a Ridicron halfway through this burn phase. They have the time. They just got to dial in everything they have. They need to be able to put into this moment. They have 8 seconds left to be able to burn through the rest of a Ridicron. They have 5, and they don't need it. They're able to get a Ridicron down with a minute 46 on the clock, and they can put that 27 fall on the board with a 20 in bags. That was a outstanding performance by the way of Coast Guard Gaming, and such a better improvement from the one that they did earlier. If they're able to make such a quick adjustment and have such great success with this last hour, they have to start keys. We can definitely expect them to get maybe 1 or 2 other point progressions on the board.
Yeah, because it looks like they still have a 25 Dark Heart and Everbloom on their remaining what they finished. So they have a 26 of both of them, I think, that they can run. So there's definitely some potential for some improvement. I could see those 2 keys maybe even being done before the 1 hour, and so maybe even a 3rd key. I'm just a little bit of copium here.
And they are going into Everbloom. Like it has been mentioned, this during Invitational, the Winter Invitational, we did see the Coast Guard have some crazy pulls and stuff they do here. Will they be able to do these on the 26th? We will see. And while we're talking about the Coast Guard, let's go ahead and take that opportunity to go ahead and shout them out a little bit. So Coast Guard Gaming is a military esports community with a passion for camaraderie, personal growth, and inclusivity. Composed of active duty, reservists, and veterans with over 1,000 active members, they harness the power of gaming to build lasting connections and promote the well-being of Coast Guard personnel. They were the first place 2023 Spring Clash champions, as well as the runner-up for the Winter Invitational. And based on that fall performance, we don't even need to talk anymore on that. It showed for itself why they are champions.
And I mean, all 4 of these teams are champions in their own right. They all placed first in the different clashes that had taken place over the previous year. And I mean, this is definitely a clash of champions, 100%.
Absolutely. Now, it does look like we have Warrior Gamer. They are getting into that Blackrock hole. We're going to see them try and conquer it. They got very close. So we're going to see how much success they can do there. Looks like Ukrainian WoW is going into the 28 fall. So we are going to see them potentially get that up on the board while the Army is on the third boss of their 28 Waycrest. We're very close to that last hour. So we're going to start seeing these teams have to pull out all the stops, find any more in the tank that they could possibly have because of just how close everything truly is right now. We're not going to be seeing teams realistically doing 24s or 25s, right? We are at the point in the competition where now those 27s, 28s, you really got to start pulling those out. Or if you have any remaining keys that can get you extra points than just the single upgrades, you got to start running them. I mean, we can sit here and look at Galakron's Fall, 27, 27, 26, 28, and we know that there is a 28 being run for that. Waycrest Manor, 26s with the 27 from the Army. These are crazy high keys, and just for the viewers, right, this is well above that 1% portion of the player base that runs keys. We are seeing key levels done that a vast majority of current retail World of Warcraft players will never get even close to in their WoW careers. So we are seeing, no matter what these levels are, no matter how the end of the day goes, these teams are playing at such a high skill level in a timed environment that it could change at any moment. The competition could just totally go around. And we can see that as they're diving into these seeing 4 different keys going on all at the same time.
Yeah, and they all just started those keys as well, so we can all see like the first or second pulls happening in real time. And of course, this is the moment where, like, okay, if you do a big pull here and you pull it off, great, we'll continue with the key. Do you fail? I guess you usually opt to restart and try again. But I do think that it is about time for our nice little ad break that if you were subscribed to our channel, you wouldn't have to see these ads, and also a portion. Actually, I didn't really remember how to say this. Maybe you remember it better, Driss?
Yes. So as far as the subscriptions go, right? So if you don't want to miss the action, you can go ahead and subscribe, because not only does that help out the AFDL be able to run these events, but it also gets you out of having to watch the ads. You don't miss the action, and it contributes to the prizing. Now, just in case, right as we're getting ready to go, how the prizing works, in case you are wanting to subscribe or help out in other ways, the winning team selects a charity from the Activision endowment. The prize money from this event will be donated on behalf of the AFDL. If you would like to help support the AFDL and donate to our winner's chosen charity, you can click on the link below the stream or type !donate in the chat. Your generosity is very much appreciated, and I can definitely say, with this being the last hour of this competition, you do not want to miss any possible action going on. So we are going to have to take this ad break. If you aren't subscribed, we'll see you back later. And if you are subscribed, you can still hear us commentate.
Yeah, and I mean, we can take this time to have a look and see what's happening across the board, because Warrior Gamer is doing the first boss in Blackrock Hold. It seems that US Army has been struggling a little bit with the trash pool before Lord and Lady Waycrest, with their Red Paladin currently being on the floor, which is unfortunate. They also had a Afflicted go off, meaning that they will not have any haste, if I'm not mistaken. or no damage or less damage. I always confuse the two between the destabilized and the afflicted.
Oh, I'm right there with you. And if you ask most DPS, no haste is no damage. So it definitely feels like that. I do believe Afflicted is the one that is haste, and Incorporeal is the one that is damage and healing. So either way, those going off, it is not a fun time. Now, the army was able to recover. They do have 8 minutes left in this key. All they have now is one this fortified boss, one trash pack, and then the last boss of this dungeon. It's going to be a very close timer. They might have to potentially look into doing a bit of a scarier pull at this level, pulling everything into that final boss, depending on how long it takes them to finish up Lord and Lady Waycrest. At this key level, this is by no means a simple fight. There is a lot to dodge and a lot that can be mitigated, but if you have one misstep, that could be all it takes to just immediately get chunked. Like we can see the Paladin getting very close, under 30% HP from just getting maybe just a little bit too into one of those circles. This is definitely a dangerous boss fight, but realistically, all of these bosses are going to be crazy, no matter what on a 28.
Yeah, at this point, any of these bosses might as well be a raid boss. I don't know if you've looked at their HP, but it's quite a large HP pool that you have to burn down with 3 DPS, 1 healer, and 1 tank. It's insane. We did also notice that the Paladin might have clipped the disease dispel from the other person earlier and got hit himself. However, Paladins, monks think about dispel diseases if you're spec'd into it. So they'll be fine.
Yeah, but unfortunately, who looks like they're not fine? It does look like there is the mage death on this fight. From just kind of the way that I'm looking at it, it looks like they do have some battle reses, so they might be looking to get the mage up, or they could be wanting to save them for somewhere potentially a little bit more dangerous. But with 6 minutes left, and maybe about a minute or so left on this boss, depending with how it will look without the mage, this is going to be a very tight key for Army. They have already invested 31 minutes into this with only 57 left on the clock. So if they are unable to time this, or if they feel that they need to just go out and reset, that is going to be detrimental to what time they have left in this competition.
Yeah, for sure. And if you think that the mage could have been Belarus, I mean, I suppose they could have, but looking at the cooldowns, if I'm not mistaken, the mage had just popped them.
That is a good point. And we all know fire mages outside of Combust. It's a little hard to find them, but it's looking like that does not matter too much. They are able to get Lady Waycrest down to 1%, soon to 0, getting that last interrupt, and then Lord Waycrest is a little bit of a pushover. The health isn't quite as accurate since Lady Waycrest is healing him constantly throughout the fight until the very end, so they will maybe have only another 30 seconds or so left on this boss before they will transition to the left. That does still put them in a very dangerous time frame, because they will be getting out of this boss at about 4 minutes and 40 seconds, and then they will need to be able to deal with this next trash, which is a very difficult pull. It looks like they are also electing to have a Soul Charmer with all of those horrors, so this is definitely going to be something to have to pay attention where they're at. The Soul Charmer will put the candles, which will give all of those horrors 50% DR if they are in the candles. They do move them all the mobs outside of them, so they're being able to manage. They get those afflicted outs. They have to make sure that the Soul Charmer isn't getting any cast off, or else any one of those soul bolts on a 28 fortified will likely just take out any of the DPS or healer if it touches any of them. They are handling this pretty well. The trash is all close to 50%. They just need to be careful with bursting. Looks like revival's on deck, so there shouldn't be any true concern there, but they are only going to have about 3.5 minutes to be able to take out Gorak Tool.
Yeah, it's going to be a pretty close one, and it's kind of sad that this was one of those pulls that you could do some fun cheeses with the ledges behind you, like make it so much easier. However, it seems that they are doing something, because these horrors aren't actually jumping around as much as I've seen them usually do.
Now, they were all pretty clumped together, so they were able to kind of keep everything within the AoE, especially making sure all of them are able to be hit by Divine Storm. They were definitely in good positioning, even if they weren't cheesing it too bad. Now, here we go. U.S. Army Esports, 2 minutes left on Lust, 3 minutes and 10 seconds to defeat this 28 key level boss, which might as well be tyrannical at this point. It is going to be down to the fact, can they manage the slavers? Any of those death lenses going off will be detrimental. And will they be able to manage all of those big spikes of damage as everything comes off? Army has been able to show that they are fully capable of taking on 28s. This is going to be tight, though. So they need to make sure that they are squeaking out as much damage as they can. And with the Fire Mage doing over 350,000 damage DPS, they're definitely having the numbers to be able to take out this boss in time.
Oh, they definitely do, and they're also handling the slavers really well with their fire. The AoE CC Recor is also definitely coming in clutch here, with sometimes having more than one slaver up, and you want to make sure that they're all stopped. You kind of also want to keep them in the same area so you can actually put the fire on all of them. And we do see almost the priest and the mage almost dying there because of the AoE ability from Gorgtool, but luckily they made it through. The Mistweaver is actually pumping out quite a lot of healing here, while also keeping up with quite a bit of damage, so I wonder who they actually put on the duty for putting the fires on these little slavers here.
And it's a good question, because a lot of the time I feel it does get delegated to a range, but when you're so close to the timer, you have to let those DPS do whatever. And we can see there the Mistweaver spinning out into out into the field, grabbing the fire, coming back in. It does look like they are able to still manage the slavers. There are 2 out currently. They were able to kill one of them to only have the 2. They're still managing those kicks. Here's another Dread Essence. This will be big damage. The healer and the mage get close to 30%. Ret Pally goes very close to under half. They do have 1 minute and 12 seconds left with 21%, 20%. This boss is going down at a very solid pace. There is that death lens going off. They do need to be able to stop it. They are able to do so, allowing that Ret Paladin to keep on cooking on these ads with 5% left on this boss. It is looking like, in fact, U.S. Army Esports is able to secure the 28 fortified, putting a 29 in the bag and a 28 on the leaderboard. What an amazing performance. Even with 22 deaths, the U.S. Army did a fantastic job in this weight crest, man.
Yeah, and I feel like as we get to these higher and higher keys, like the timers are going to be so tight that I can see a couple of keys ending with maybe just 1 second remaining.
Yeah, it was, oh man, dangerous.
Oh, for sure. I wonder if they're going to elect to maybe take a short break or something like that after that, because that was a big key to finish, like a 28 weight crest.
Yes, that does, as we are able to see currently on the graphic. They now have a 28 in all day 1 keys, and they have 26 in Darkheart and a 26 in Everbloom. Now, this is the part of the competition where the points matter, but it really depends on a little bit more. We are seeing the other teams beginning to attempt those 28s, and so the Army might be needing to wonder, is it worth getting another 20, getting a 27, or if they have a 28 in bag, for the point security, or do they want to secure the 29 with the remaining time that they have to be able to put that in any tie-breaking circumstances? It is one of those situations that does look like they're taking a quick moment away, but it will be interesting to see, do they elect to go into Darkheart? Do they elect to go into Everbloom? Or are they going to try and go into Blackrock Hold and get the 29? I honestly couldn't even tell you. It feels like they are just in a really sweet spot that they could pick any of these options and be able to get points from.
Yeah, I feel like whatever they decide, it's probably going to be a pretty fun key to watch. But I mean, in the meantime, we still have a 26 Everbloom from Coast Guard to look at, and a 28 Fall from Ukrainian WoW, and again a 28 Blackrock Hold from Warrior Gamer. And I don't know which one to look at first, because we do see an accidental, or most likely accidental, because the rogue has died, slow clear come out on the second boss in Fall, which can be very detrimental.
Yes, those that dot going off is brutal, and especially we had talked about it in previous days of the competition. If you are sidestepping or getting a little bit too much extra movement when one's coming out, then you can possibly get hit with multiple ticks of the damage as the circle spreads. Now, it does look like they were able to reset the boss. They did not have a full wipe, but they do have 21 deaths on their board currently, with 18, just a little bit over 18 minutes left in the key. Does that put them in a position to be unable to time this dungeon? No. They still have time to be able to keep going, but they cannot afford to have any more mistakes. On a 28, these bosses are still going to be incredibly difficult, but as we saw on the side of Coast Guard, there are still some pretty hard trash for the remainder of this dungeon that Ukrainian WoW needs to make sure that they are dialed in, hyper-focused, so they are making sure that they are exactly where they need to be, that dispels are going out as they need to happen, defenses are being used appropriately, and not getting hit to any of the unnecessary mechanics. Now, while we're talking about Ukrainian WoW, we can give them a little bit of a shout-out. So with more than 2,400 players and 30 guilds to date, their mission is to popularize WoW esports and unite Ukrainians across the EU realms, shining a spotlight on Ukrainian YouTubers, streamers, organizing tournaments, raising money, and even developing their own add-on, which translates WoW into Ukrainian. And they were the first place Fall 2023 Clash champions. But even champions can have some difficulties. This boss is seeming to give them a lot of trouble, as it does look like they might be going into a full team wipe unless they are able to get the reset. But it looks like they weren't quite as successful.
Yeah, I do think that with the fact that they've managed to make it this far on the 28, whatever they decide to do, this is quite a feat. But this boss is extremely difficult. They do have 2 ranged, so at least they are not handling the boss in a similar way as one of the other teams that had 3 ranged, which can cause a lot of issues. But I'm curious to see what they opt to do. We do see that the Demon Hunter has already lost most of their defensives. They're attempting to do the boss again. Let's see how this goes.
Absolutely. And this is one of those points where, with how much time left we have in this competition, is this the gamble? Now, I'll be honest, I would be a lot more hesitant to want to go into this with 15 minutes left, but the Ukrainians, they are used to that hardship. They're used to staring at impossible odds and persevering and making their way through it. So I have no doubt that they will be able to dial in. If they can fix up some of the issues they've been having with this boss, they should be able to get through it, but there's just so much damage going out. Those dispels are happening very close to each other. It's a little difficult to get put together. We do have a death on the tank. The Incorporeal did have a little bit going off. It is looking like there is just a lot to manage there, and it seems that maybe there might just be the dispel is not getting into position just in time enough, so it's a little bit harder to get everybody healthy there. They are going to have a wipe. I am curious to see if they are going to elect to keep trying to go, or are they going to take the safer option? Are they just going to get out and reset? Or are they potentially going to be looking to go into a different dungeon to try and get some more points?
It looks like they are electing to go back to town and figuring out what to do from there. I wouldn't mind seeing them try this key again, because it is quite a good one for them to time, considering the other keys that they have left as well, because they do have a few other like 27s that they could do. I think they still have an Everbloom that they could do as well, which is like maybe quite an easy, quick point grab.
At this point, I do think it might not be a bad idea if they are able to get their Everbloom, which does look like they had timed the 25. So if they are able to do the 26, which it does look like they're going to do, if they should have enough time to be able to finish the key and at least start another one, even if they have a pretty early hiccup, they have enough time on the clock to afford at least maybe one reset in Everbloom and be able to go into another key. It does look like Coast Guard Gaming is still in their 26. They have defeated Witherbark in what we're seeing now. So they have gotten through the first boss. Looks like they're coming out of it and doing all the trash leading up to the second. I mean, this is a pretty difficult key. I mean, just kind of looking at what teams have put into Everbloom today, a lot of them have just kind of stopped at the 25, and then the U.S. Army having their 26. It is showing to be quite a challenge to do, especially with just how much things are affected with Sanguine, or what drops Sanguine with a fortified key. I'm almost curious, is it worth going in and trying to do the 26s?
I suppose doing the 26 is maybe not too bad of an idea. Like you said, like what drops Sanguine. There's actually so many things in this dungeon that drop Sanguine that probably shouldn't be dropping it, including, I think, all of the Lashers, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes,
Because I've seen them heal up the first boss one too many times at this point.
Now, we did see the army when they were doing their Everbloom. For the viewers, what is a typical strategy for the first boss of an Everbloom is there is some trash a little bit after the boss room that can be pulled onto first boss, and it's really useful to help just with some cleaving, and just kind of gives the DPS something to do before the burn phase of the boss begins. Now, all of those mobs will drop Sanguine, and Sanguine, for those that may be watching a little out of touch with Mythic Plus, will heal enemies that are inside of it. Now, Sanguine has been changed, so it doesn't last as long, and it doesn't stack anymore, but it still can be detrimental, especially on bosses. The army did elect to kind of have all of them off to the side, while keeping them just far enough away from Witherbark to not heal them up. But when you're having some of these massive pools like we're seeing from the side of Coast Guard that are filled with these Lashers, things can get very dangerous because they will die significantly faster than the rest of the pack. So they have to make sure that they have the displacements set in place. And with the Coast Guard's composition, they really do only have the Evoker to be able to move, like forcibly move things out quickly. And when that is already needing to be used as an AoE stop, it really is up to the tank to be able to keep track as things are dying, and using the arena to be able to just kind of kite things away.
Yeah, and I also just had a thought about it. The Evoker pushback, that's called Wing Buffet, right?
I believe so.
Or is it Buffet? I actually do not know how to say that word.
I know if it has food, it's a buffet. But when it comes to how it's used in this context, I would be lying if I said I for sure knew. I think I say buffet, but maybe I'm just hungry when I'm thinking about it.
Yeah, that was my call as well, or my thought for that one as well. It does look like they ended up leaving Everbloom, but they're going back in again. Ukrainian WoW has also opted to start the 26 Everbloom, like one of the things that we suggested that they might do. Warrior Gamer is still up in their 28 Blackrook hold, and the US Army was actually earlier starting on their 29 Waycrest and opted to restart it just now, and they're doing the first pull.
Yes, and of course, staff, they can by all means correct me if I'm wrong. I know they have no issues doing that. I do believe this is the first attempt of a 29 that we're seeing all weekend. I don't recall if any were attempted previous. We've seen all the 28s being done, but we are seeing the 29 currently on the side of U.S. Army, and yeah, it'll be very interesting. Waycrest Manor is maybe not the 29 I thought that they would be going into, especially not only with Waycrest Manor's particular history with AFDL, but it is also just it can be a pretty difficult dungeon, especially on fortified. Some of these pools with bursting can get kind of dangerous. Now, they have the composition to handle afflicted, no problem. It'll just be a matter of, will they roll the bursting? They've been very good, and we did see them be able to finish the 28 with a couple minutes left, but over 20 deaths. So if they can play this 29 cleaner than they did the 28, they should have enough of that time on the back end to see them complete this key.
Yeah, I mean, at least Waycrest and Sanguine is not as bad anymore if you have Sanguine. Luckily, this time it's afflicted and bursting, but back in my day, the permanent Sanguine was real. In Waycrest, you would use the whole courtyard and just fill it up.
Yes, I did have the opportunity to do a little bit of Season 4 BFA keys, so I do remember just a little bit how horrible those hallways were with Sanguine. Now, thankfully, with the changes, it doesn't make it as difficult, and of course, the army does not have to worry about it in their key. But like we talked about with those Thrashers and Everbloom being dropping Sanguine, a lot of those Hounds that exist in this dungeon also will produce bursting stacks. And especially in the courtyard, it is very easy to just kind of go on autopilot, pull a bunch, and you end up having 9 to 12 of those Hounds, and now you have a 10 to 12 stack of bursting going on when the pack is still very healthy. We can see the side of the army. They are electing to just kind of snipe some of the padding Hounds in with some of that other trash that they have going on, so they won't have to worry about any crazy bursting stacks in there. So we will kind of see how they handle it. But an important thing to note is they are doing some of those pulls before they've even stepped foot into the first boss. It does look like that's where they're going now, but it does seem that they pulled a little bit more trash prior in this run than they may have been earlier in the day, or maybe we may have just been missing some of those earlier pulls.
It actually makes sense in this case because the Shadow, the Fire Mage is about to come back up with his combustion, and the Shadow Priest has PI, so they kind of lined it up with pulling the boss with the cooldowns being available. So it's pretty interesting strat there. In the meantime, we also see Warrior Gamer working on their third boss in Blackrook Hold, which we know at this point is trucking so much. We saw them attempted earlier. They got quite far in this one, so let's see how it goes this time.
Yes, they still have about 3 minutes and 45 seconds in the double chest window, which with the boss already being at 57%, like you said, we know that this is a very dangerous boss, and the Warrior Gamer team does not have the composition that would trivialize it, but we have seen them already be able to navigate this boss with very little difficulty pretty easily. And one of the things to note here too, at this point in their 28, they only have one death. Now, Caster Curse aside, right, it's important to bring it up, that is a very nice thing for them because they only have currently a 5-second deduction on the overall timer, so they have enough in the bag right now for the later end of this fight. We do see a death on the side of the Evoker. It's one of those cases that just maybe enough damage went out, not having the defenses or didn't quite prep up for it, but they were able to use that battle res to bring them back up with 40% left on the boss. It is just going to be a matter of, can they keep all of the squishies alive through these stomps so that they don't increase the death counter, and they will be able to go towards the last boss with enough time for anything, because we have seen that last boss cause every team significant troubles in this key range.
Yeah, I think in this case it would have been a fun idea to maybe figure out a way that you can run some of these bosses backwards, where you can do this last boss first to see how things are going and then run the rest of the dungeon. I don't really think that's possible, unfortunately. We do see the tank going down now.
They do have the battle res.
They managed to get a battle res up, so that's a good call. They are doing some very clear handling with these lasers and the baiting of the bats. That's pretty neat so far. They've been able to keep enough room to allow there's some movement. We can see some of those lines starting to despawn as they've been progressing through this fight. Now, there was the priest death, so they have had 3 deaths on this boss so far, and from what I can tell on the frames, they have 1 battle res left for at least the next couple minutes. So, especially with how much damage is going down, they do have 10% left of this boss, but they have to have in the back of their minds, yes, getting through this boss is important, but they know where the troubles are Kurtalos and the Dreadlord. So they know, yes, would it make sense to get this priest up? Absolutely, to try and get this boss killed just a little bit faster, but they cannot afford to waste or use a battle res, rather, if they know they will likely be needing them on the last boss. But it does look like they will be able to finish up the rest of this boss without the Shadow Priest, as they do, in fact, get this third boss to 0% and down.
And so all they have are the 2 big pulls and the last boss with about 7.5 minutes up. Again, it seems that they're pretty good at keeping things close to the clock, but they should still be able to time this, I think.
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be very close, but I think they can still time it. It would be amazing to see another 28 Black Record on the board, honestly. We've seen US Army do some really big keys with their 28 so far. It would be great to see another team join them up there on the Black Record 28 list.
Absolutely. Now, to go ahead and kind of go down a little bit, we do see that the Army did elect to go out and do a reset on the Waycrest Manor. While we were paying attention to Warrior Gamer on that boss, we may have missed exactly kind of the reason, but they do have that time. There are still 33 minutes left on the clock that they can elect to start another key, so they still have some extra time to kind of have some hiccups before they get that perfect run. And while we're talking about them, let's go ahead and give them a little bit more of that spotlight. So the United States Army Esports is made up of members drawn from the regular Army and Army Reserves. Their mission is to represent the Army in competitions nationwide and make their soldiers more visible and relatable to the public. And they were the 2023 Winter Invitational champions. So while they're prepping up for that Waycrest, we did want to just shout them out, but it does look like Warrior Gamer is drawing our attention in, as they have elected to do a massive pull, potentially bigger than even the normal dividing up of 6, and they're just clearing up all of these Lancers as they are getting ready to handle this 28 Tyrannical Cortalos. Oh man, I'm excited to see how they do this.
Yeah, this is gonna be a nail biter. They do have a second battle rush coming up soon, so now they'll have 2 for this boss, because like we've discussed a few times yesterday, this boss is actually pretty difficult in the first phase alone. He will truck your DPSs with random shadow bolts in the first phase. There's the bleed on the tank, there's the glaives going out, like there's a lot of stuff happening in phase 1, and then there's phase 2.
Oh, yes. Now, we have already seen, it looks like a couple of the shadow bolts had gone out, and now it's just the whirling blades. Particularly with Warrior Gamer, we have seen some of their members getting kind of sniped out towards that transitionary period with a kind of a rogue glaive right before it despawns, or despawns rather. So we already know that they have to be dialed in. They're probably having heads on a swivel, or eyes on a swivel, as my raid leader likes to call it, as they're just getting ready. Tank going really, really low, but able to get close back up to full, just kind of ping-ponging back and forth. They have gotten the intermission. Tank has 5 stacks of that bleed, so the healer has to be keeping them topped off right before getting the massive buff that comes from fighting the Dreadlord right after that first Shadow Bolt. We know that they're getting that Shadow Bolt volley within the next 8 seconds. They don't have the Night Elf tech, so it's going to be a matter of, can the Shaman and the Darkness keep them all alive through this? And with a Spirit Link and the Darkness, they are able to keep it. So they have gotten out of potentially the most dangerous part of this fight. They have 2 battle reses on the board. Everybody's up and awake. They are using their defensives. That Stinging Swarm is getting very dangerous. Everyone's just kind of ping-ponging back and forth, but that Resto Shaman is putting in the work. They're going to get 1 more volley before they start going into the Guile, and now it's just going to be a matter of, can they dodge the stuff on the floor? Can they avoid any unnecessary damage from standing within this kind of line mechanic, and will they be able to kill this boss in under 4 minutes?
Yeah, I mean, this boss so far, they, to me, they've basically managed the hardest part of the boss, which is this transitionary period before what we're seeing now. However, I did notice the thing that when Swarm is maybe on a DPS that is not the AUG, it can be a little bit difficult to get it off. It's a bit similar to the Thorns in Waycrest Manor, where you want to have DPS available to kind of cleave off of the boss, or maybe hard target them and get them out of there, because it's a lot of damage that goes out.
Absolutely. And having a Shadow Priest and the Hunter, we do see the Ogvargo go down. It does look like they're having a little bit of difficulty swapping enough of the damage in time for the Stinging Swarm. Now, like we do know, they do have 2 of the battle reses left. They do battle res the Augmentation Evoker. It looks like the Hunter might be the one affected by the Stinging Swarm. Everyone is incredibly low here. The Resto Shaman is doing everything in their power that they can to keep everybody alive. They're just not being able to quite get back up out of that low health bracket. It looked like the Evoker died, but based on battle res count, they were able to keep alive, but the Priest does go down. They are going into a Guile. They are not out of the woods yet. The boss is not quite at 55%, but they do only have one more battle res with 2 minutes left on the clock. This is a very dangerous game that Warrior Gamer is playing, but it's a good thing that they have the skill level to be able to get this game done. They just have to make sure that they are coordinating everything possible. Even if it means losing on a little bit DPS, they have to use what they can just to survive. And with these Stinging Swarms, this is going to be very dangerous to try and get this boss down in 2 minutes.
Yeah, because we've seen a lot of group elect to play a couple of paladins here as well to deal with the swarms. I guess with night elves, so you can meld it maybe. I do not know exactly. We do see the evoker going down once more. There's no more battle rests available. I do think that the Shadowbolt Volley doesn't actually scale up with having less targets. Then we also see the priest go down, and I feel like we're getting close to seeing the Resto Shaman too. Yeah, there it is, unfortunately.
Brutal. And they were doing such a great job, and that is just one of the kind of unfortunate things happening here is sometimes those Stinging Swarms can just be brutal, and depending on the type of damage profile that the rest of the group has can sometimes just make it feel like they live just a little bit too long. And when you're at a 28, and not only just a 28 but a tyrannical 28, those Stinging Swarms alone feel like shadow bolts, and the fact that they can stun you as well makes it just very difficult to manage. It's going to be a matter of what is Warrior Gamer going to do next. They have time. They have 27 minutes to start the keys until it's over for the day. What do you think they're going to do? Do you think they're going to keep trying this 28, or what might be the better options?
I feel like if they were to try the 28 now, they definitely could, but they would only really get, realistically, one really good shot at finishing it, right? If they manage to get to the last boss again, I'm pretty sure that's going to be outside of the 27-minute timer that's still left.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. So we will see. Now, to not leave everybody on the edge of their seats, we are, unfortunately for those that are not subscribed, going to be going to an ad break while we have Warrior Gamer getting ready to start up their next stuff. If you do not want to miss any of the action that's going on the side of Coast Guard and Ukrainian WoW in their Everbloom, then subscribe. I definitely recommend it. It's an amazing way to support AFDL, but it doesn't just support AFDL. It also supports the charities. How does it do that, you might ask? Well, I'll give this little spiel before we go on to the ad. So the winning team selects a charity from the Activision endowment, and the prize money from this event will be donated on behalf of the AFDL to that charity. If you would like to help support the AFDL and donate to our winner's chosen charity, click the link below the stream or type !donate in the chat. Your generosity is very much appreciated. So if you want to donate, you can do that. But if you subscribe, like I said, you won't miss out on any of this action. So thank you for supporting in any way possible. And we will see all of those that are not subscribed after this ad break.
And in the meantime, we do see that I think Army is going to go for a fall key instead. It's a nice little change.
That will be very interesting, given that it feels like the fall has kind of been a trap for a lot of the teams, just because, very much like Blackrock Hold, you will get to a point that the whole first part of the dungeon is going very, very smoothly, or it seems to be going very successful. And then right after third boss is when everything can hit the fan very quickly. So it might be that the Army feels that they can pull it through. But regardless, we have less than 30 minutes. There are 25 minutes that we can see on broadcast right now that the teams have left to start a key. And for those that are paying attention to the overall timers of the keys that we have going on left, the only 30-minute timer, or the only key that has a 30-minute timer is Darkheart Thicket. all of the other keys are over the 30 minutes. And of course, all of the keys are longer than the remaining time for teams to start. So any of the keys started now, especially with how high they are and how we've been seeing the lower versions being done, if we're having any other successful keys, these keys that Warrior Gamer and Army are going to be starting are likely the ones that they will be ending the event in, unless they pull out the stops or decide to cancel out early and run something else.
Yeah, we do see a little bit of a roster change on Warrior GMR2, switching out the Resto Shaman for a Mistweaver Monk, which makes me wonder what key they are thinking of doing.
Okay, it does look like they might be just taking a little bit of a break, so we will be interested to see. I think it would be interesting if they do go back into the Blackrock hold, but it's one of those situations of they were being successful with the Resto Shaman, so it's a matter of, do they have faith that the Mistweaver can provide that survivability to make it out of Shadowbolt Volley? Or will they approach it, since the Mistweaver Monk will be able to just have more throughput, are they electing to possibly just save battle reses for the inevitable deaths and just be able to maintain afterwards? It'll be very interesting to see kind of how their team decides to handle that.
Yeah, and I think we can see that both Ukrainian WoW and Coast Guard are in 26 Everbloom, which was, they both had a 25 previously timed, so this was kind of a natural next step there. I can see that they both just wrapped up the first boss, and I think Coast Guard Gaming is closer to the second boss than Ukrainian is, but they are both well on their way to the second boss now, which we have seen some teams give a little bit of an issue. Also, some of them choosing to pull some extra trash into that boss just to, you know, get a little bit more uptime on things, especially as those bosses start dying down.
Yes, we had seen, I believe it was maybe Warrior Gamer that had mind soothed a lot of the trash leading up to second boss, and then as they completed 2 of the 3 bosses, pulled them into it. We are able to see some of that Warlock tech that exists in Everbloom being able to gate past a ton of the trash leading up there. It's a great time save, especially if you have cooldowns lined up for how you want to on this boss. Honestly, some of the hardest difficulty, in my opinion, is the point of view. There are so many branches, so many trees. It reminds me a lot of places like Halls of Atonement or some of those things in Mist Turn of Scythe from Shadowlands, where you just have all of these angles and everything can go wrong. But it does look like we have Coast Guard Gaming on the second boss rather, and handling that, being able to not clutter up the room too much. Ukrainian WoW does look to be still a pretty decent amount behind getting there. It'll be a matter of, do they want to utilize any shroud tech to maybe get to the bosses first? They do only have 15 minutes left on their clock, so they will be a little bit pressed, especially with still having the 3 bosses and some of the harder trash right before third boss left to deal with.
Because we've seen on some previous pulls from any of the teams here in Everbloom that trash before third boss can be quite rough. But I mean, in the meantime, Ukrainian WoWs just trying to clean up their trash before going to the second boss. We see Coast Guard Gaming just trucking along, making sure that those blooms and revitalizers get interrupted, definitely assigning a kick to them as well. I do think the Warlock was pretty low there. It seems like they're all kind of getting low. This fight in particular is kind of a rot fight where you just have constant damage coming out. And it's definitely a healer struggle. Like, this dungeon as a healer, it's rough, but I actually still kind of like it.
Oh, absolutely. I feel like, being a DPS and tank main myself, I love it. Because, if I die, it's definitely not my fault. It's got to be the healers, right? But no, I do not envy healers having to go through this dungeon. The Holy Paladin there is definitely putting in all of the work that they can to keep them alive on this boss fight. This is it's a fun boss if you're playing Boomkin or anything that has that Roid cleave, but for anybody else, this is just it can be such a rough fight, but it looks like they're getting those kicks in line, doing everything they can. We even see Ukrainian WoW doing some of these crazy pulls that we've been seeing go on today, trying to manage what they can with the Sanguine, tank getting really low, group getting low, but they're being all staying alive. Let's try and get some of that hype in the chat. We have been able to get over 100 viewers for the last chunk of this event. Thank you all for in there. If you want to in chat, go ahead and shout out the team that you're hoping that wins. Go ahead and make some noise in there. If you are hoping for Coast Guard Gaming, Ukrainian WoW, Warrior Gamer, or the Army, all of these teams are really showing out right now. And as we can see from the side of Ukrainian WoW and Coast Guard Gaming, they are working these Everblooms. So please make some noise, show some love. The teams really appreciate it and they notice it.
Yeah, and we could also see Coast Guard just like doing some crazy trash pulls now after they wrapped up, or they did wrap up the boss. It was just a remaining round effect. The Evoker coming in clutch with a rescue shield there. Unfortunately, it does go down from the I'm gonna call them whirlies. They're just the berserkers, I guess. They just keep running around, jumping on people.
Oh yeah, and it looks like there is just a lot of damage going out right now on the side of Coast Guard. They decided to pull all that trash on there. Mobs are all getting pretty low. It does look like we possibly had a tank death, and as I open my mouth, they have the wipe. Caster Curse strikes again in this last hour. Oh my goodness, I need to stop opening my mouth. I think I've affected these teams more than anybody else this weekend. I talk about stuff. My goodness.
I mean, we could always just say the things that I don't know, that maybe should go wrong. Maybe it will have the opposite effect and they will go right.
Absolutely. That honestly, that is probably the safer call. If I just start saying, yes, absolutely, bring all of those charges right on top of everything else. But what we are going to get on top of, ladies and gentlemen, is not this Everbloom, but it does look like, in fact, the time has come. There is, in fact, the 29 Waycrest going underway. So we're going to see how that comes off here shortly. Ukrainian WoW, though, finishing up as best as they can. Lots of damage going out. Things are looking very hectic and crazy. I have also been told that they did port out, so we're not going to that 29 just yet. They like keeping us on our toes. Leave it to the Army. But Ukrainian WoW is able to take down the first of these three bosses, potentially. Yes, first of these three. They're finishing out the last, and they will be, so long as the healer can keep them all in the right spots, it does look like they are able to finish up this boss.
And I mean, if you have a quick look down at the healing done meter, like, that is some high HPS right there, over 220k. Like, that is the required HPS you need to do to be able to survive this boss. So you can imagine this on a tyrannical high key. It's insane.
Absolutely. I don't even want to think about this on tyrannical. I think, oh my goodness, trying to imagine doing these three bosses together, or even worse, the Archmage on a tyrannical key. At least with the pugs that I've done, I don't have a lot of faith in that. But I have the faith in these teams. Ukrainian WoW, they have been doing an outstanding job over this weekend. All the teams have been champions here, and they're really showing up. It is not a common thing to be doing a 26, let alone a 26 Everbloom. So them being able to handle that is insane. But it does look like the Army finally decided to not keep us too much on the edge of our seats, as they are in this 29 fortified Waycrest Manor.
Yeah, and we actually saw the mage just quickly closing the door as they ran in. I'm not 100% sure why that was necessary, but I guess they just wanted to make sure that nothing could come in from maybe down the hallway. I found this boss always kind of interesting because it's kind of three bosses in one, right? It's three different mechanics depending on which one has the orb. I don't know if that's the right word for it. That
yes,
they're holding on to.
eye.
The eye, yes, watchful eye of Solena. That's one of those items that can drop from here. But yeah, this is kind of a rough spot because of the aura of dread. If you don't move, or in this case, like the mage is showing run, we do see the Shadow Priest go down here, and the Mistweaver also struggling a tiny bit here. The Shadow Priest is really just being targeted by everything, and I mean, there are a lot of kicks that you kind of need to do on this boss that I guess on lower keys maybe you don't notice them as much, but on the higher keys you definitely do.
That is right. And everybody, thank you for joining us. We have quite a lot of viewers. For those that are only just now tuning in, we are currently watching the one and only U.S. Army Esports diving into a 29 fortified Wakecrest manor. They are currently fighting first boss. They are giving it 110% that is possible from them. It looks like they're getting into that last little slog, finally being able to get into the last bits of health for this triad. Does look like the mage does get that mind control and is quickly taken out of it. There is definitely some low health going on across, but the Mistweaver is able to get everybody sustained. They're getting everybody in a healthy zone, dealing with Afflicted. They have everything put together. As with the last 2 million, last 1 million, the first of the sisters is about to go down, but without, they're going down, but they're trying to take the mage with them. Mage is able to break out. They just have to finish up the rest. They're claiming the Iris, getting down Malady. This is an incredibly difficult boss fight. And imagine just doing this on a 29. The army is showing up, they're showing out. They are doing what they can. They just need to make sure that they keep moving, that they stay spread so that they're not getting any of that extra damage, and then they just got to survive these nettles. This nettle, especially on a 29, is going to be devastating if it hits, especially any of the cloth DPS.
Yeah, and it looks like they've opted to pull in a little bit of extra trash, considering that there is nothing like Sanguine that can make it worse for the bosses. This is, I would say, a pretty smart call. Those toads, though, when they die, they do a little swirly. You do not want to get hit by that. 100%.
Absolutely.
But I do think that they've been trucking along, and like you were saying, they're going to give 110%, but I hope they don't pull 110%.
Oh, I don't think they have. They've been pretty good all weekend about kind of keeping to those routes. It did look like there was potentially a little bit of a change up. We had been seeing them elect to do trash prior to the triad, but it did look like, and correct me if I'm wrong in chat, it did look like they did decide to just go right to the boss and elect to use Lust there, which at this key level, that definitely might not be a bad idea. We have talked about it. Traditionally, teams are more inclined to Lust trash on higher fortified keys, but this change in strategy, this could be what they need, or it's definitely what they feel they need to be doing to get this 29 under wraps. Like we've talked about, it is fortified, but at this key level, the bosses will feel still like tyrannical bosses. So making those adjustments is exactly what the army feels they need to be doing to secure this win. And when we hope they do win this key, we hope they get this 29 down. It will be the first 29 done this weekend in this competition. So definitely make some noise. If you are rooting for the army, show them your love and support as we watch them go through this 29 Wakecrest.
This is quite possibly one of the hardest key I can imagine doing. Like, fortified Wakecrest is rough. There's some big pulls in there. Then there's afflicted and bursting as well, kind of affecting what you want to pull and how much you want to pull at once as well. But they are doing an amazing job handling these, I would say, kind of rough pulls occasionally. But as we go back to the quad, we can also see that the other teams are trucking along. We have Coast Guard Gaming working on a 27 Wakecrest. The healers seem to be struggling a little bit there. They went back to having the triple paladin comp. Love to see it. Warrior Gamer also working on their 27 Dark Heart ticket. With only 11 minutes left on the board, I would say it's safe to assume that these might be the keys that they want to round off with.
I would agree with you there. I'm thinking that they have chosen the keys that, as each of these teams have collected together, they feel that this is where they can get the most success. Now, for viewers that are tuning in, you'll see that timer in the middle of all four of those screens, that 10 minutes and 40 seconds trucking on down. That is how much time each of the four teams have left to start their final key. Now, the way that that'll work is if they are in the middle of a key when that timer hits 0, they have to finish it. They cannot start another key. That key they are in is the one that they can finish out or they will elect to have to forfeit it. But we will be seeing all these teams regardless be pushing through it. These are champions. This spring clash is full of all of season 2023 AFDL champions, and they are showing up. We see 27s across the board on the top, with Coast Guard being in a 27 Waycrest, Warrior Gamer in that 27 Darkheart Thicket. We have Ukrainian WoW in their 26 Everbloom, getting that on the board. Everbloom being the key that each of the teams were revealed today. And we have the army in that 29 Waycrest Manor.
Yeah, these are some big keys being played. I do like that we get a nice variety of keys across the board as well for these last 10 minutes of when they can still start keys. I do think that for Warrior Gamer, I wish I remembered what they were playing went down. I think it's the Hunter. Yeah, their Hunter went down, unfortunately. Might have been a failed skip, perhaps, or something along those lines. We see Coast Guard Gaming attempting Heartsbane Triad on their 27 now, trucking along. They do have a fair amount of interrupts now that they have the triple Paladin with fairly short interrupt cooldown, so they might be able to keep up. They also have all the bobs for the Nettles, Leon Hands, so they can handle the mechanic very well. The Warlock is going down a little bit in health. I was trying to see whether they had Burning Rush active, but I couldn't really tell, because sometimes that happens.
Burning Rush is the bane of many a healer's existence, but you gotta go fast. It's one of those things, the healer can keep you up and you just have that mobility. But one of the interesting things that the Coast Guard Gaming team is doing here, as we just had mentioned, they have 3 Paladins. They have the Prompt Pally, they got the Holy Pally, and they got the Red Pally. And now what that's going to do for them there is there are plenty of mechanics within Waycrest Manor, especially in this 27 plus range, that are going to be made a lot easier by having Blessing of Protection. We talked about it a little bit. There's a bleeding effect on this first boss that will chunk all that are affected by it, and it can be bopped out. Once they get to the Soulbound Goliath, there is a Thorn mechanic that will immobilize the party, but they can be Blessing of Protection out of it. So having these 3 Paladins are definitely going to help in some of the trickier parts in this dungeon. It is just going to be a matter of, are they going to be able to pump and go through this dungeon to get it on the board, and with how quickly they're handling the Triad and how quickly they are adding that extra trash onto the remaining of this boss, Coast Guard Gaming is going to be able to sail to victory in this 27 Waycrest. They will be able to successfully complete it, I feel.
Yeah, I think they're right on track for that. And we can also see that in the 29 Waycrest, the army is working their way through the courtyard now, which to me has always been a very difficult spot as well, because you have so many patrols, so much trash as well. It's a rough one. But they are opting to do the full pull with the Matron as well. It is fortified, and I guess you kind of gotta pull big in order to be able to make up for the timer.
Absolutely, and we are seeing a death on the side of Army, and that is where the real difficulty comes in this key range. In these 29s, especially in Fortified, all this trash is going to have insane health. Sometimes, depending on if it's a mini boss or just some of these packs that have, more tankier mobs, some of their health pools are similar to health pools of lower key bosses. So the fact that they're going to already be spending a lot of time on trash itself, they have to be able to do a lot of these kind of scarier pulls that you would expect maybe even out of a lower 20 or even in some of the later teen pulls, just because there is that constant battle of, yes, you have to survive. Yes, everything hits harder. But if you're not able to successfully have that uptime, you might be spending a little bit too much. So we are likely going to be seeing the army pull some of these crazy sizes and some very dangerous pools. You'll see that health ricocheting all over the place, but they have the numbers, they have the tech, and they have what it takes to be able to go through this 29 Waycrest.
Yeah, they're also opting to put the Matron in fire as well, which is interesting because I don't think I've seen a lot of people actually use that. But yeah, you can use the fire to damage mobs as well.
That is correct. For any of the I guess the appropriate way isn't to call it the thorny mobs, but for any of the witches or any of the briar enemies that exist in the courtyard, you can put them over the flames that are being spawned, very similar to the Goliath's actual mechanic, and it will deal damage to them over time. Unfortunately, any of the mobs that are in the kitchen or leading up to third boss, or a majority of the mobs that are in the leading up from the first to second boss, you can't. But any in that courtyard, if you can place them in the fire, it makes it easier. And they're going to be utilizing everything they can. Folks, viewers at home, we have just a little bit under 5 minutes, and I repeat, under 5 minutes left in the final day of the 2024 AFDL Spring Clash for teams to start their final keys. Any key we see right now is very likely what the teams will be ending this event with. So please make some noise, make some hype in this chat as we cheer on these teams for them to finish up this weekend competition.
And I mean, finishing up strong, they definitely will, because we have a 27 Waycrest going on for Coast Guard Gaming, a 27 Dark Heart Ticket that Warrior Gamer had just started. US Army just trucking along with their 29, working on Goliath, which I can imagine on this level of fortified is definitely more like a tyrannical boss. And then we have Ukrainian WoW working on their 26 Everbloom, just trying to get a grip on these slashers. Tank seems to be struggling a little bit here and there, but I mean, these pools are large and they are kind of dangerous.
Absolutely. Just even seeing like all these pools across Warrior Gamer with those hippogriffs, Bane of My Existence and Dark Heart Thicket, I have to give them props for wanting to go in there. It's probably my least favorite dungeon. You see Coast Guard Gaming also doing the matron pool up there. Things getting a little dangerous, but they're able to manage. We have US Army Esports finishing up the remaining health of the Soulbound Goliath. They are just a little bit over 14 minutes and are going to be downing this boss somewhere under the 15-minute mark, and it is looking dangerous. And then with Ukrainian WoW doing these massive pulls in Everbloom, having to watch out for all of that sanguine and being able to manage so pretty well. There is a lot of that spiking damage going out there, but the healer is able to keep them all alive. A couple cheats being propped with the Cauterize, but they are able to maintain the party as they are finishing up this first big pull that they do in this Everbloom.
Yeah, and that pull was really big. Like, I was just looking at them pulling in more thorns, more lashes, more of everything, really. And they just, keep kiting it around, making sure the Sanguine doesn't heal up too much. I can see on the healing meter that Sanguine was definitely the best healer here for a second there, but that happens. It's on the healing meters. We do see that Coast Guard is about to start their attempt of Goliath on their 27 Waycrest. This is going to be interesting to see with the triple bob setup. Interesting in the sense that, well, I guess they've got it sorted.
Yes, it does. Yeah, the Coast Guard starting there. It does look like Ukrainian WoW was having a little bit of a trouble there in the pull that they were doing in the bottom left. Army was able to finish Soulbound Goliath. They were finishing up. They did have a couple deaths, but they were able to get everyone together, and they are starting to go forward towards third boss. It does look like Warrior Gamer is using some sigil shenanigans to get everything grouped together as they are also getting ready to progress. This is each of the teams are all in these different spots, and for the viewers, as you can see on the clock right now, it is 1 minute left, meaning that each of the teams have now currently less than 50 seconds if they wish to reset the key before they have to be locked in. So we will hear in the next 40 seconds, all the keys that we're seeing watched are going to be what we see for the rest of this competition.
Wow, 30 seconds remaining to be able to reset the key. That's a very quick reset. In the meantime, teams are just trucking along, trying to make sure that they can get their bosses done or get their trash pulls in, trying to see if this is the right key for them to finish up this tournament with.
Looking like it. 10 seconds left. This is crazy. I almost wish one of the teams would try and do a quick reset. That would be very interesting to watch. But there it is, everybody, ladies, gentlemen, everything in between. With that, keys are locked in. No new keys can be started. We have to finish out this weekend Warrior Gamer in their 27 Darkheart Thicket. We have Coast Guard Gaming in their 27 Waycrest Manor. We have Ukrainian WoW in their 26 Everbloom. And then we have U.S. Army in their 29 Waycrest Manor.
Such amazing keys. Like, I don't really have any other words for this. Like, this is just so cool to see. I do think that it looks a little bit like Coast Guard Gaming is struggling a tiny bit with the thorns here, even though they have the triple bob setup.
Yes, it can be very tricky, especially since the Forbearance debuff. I'm not sure entirely if it exists past Soul Thorns, because I do think for the viewers, the Paladin abilities, Blessing and Protection, will apply a debuff to the target where they have to wait a certain duration before they can be affected by other ones. Sometimes there might just be those laps where if the same person is just getting affected by the ability, they might have a little bit of time that they can't be affected by the Blessing of Protection or other abilities, but they were able to defeat the Soulbound Goliath, so now they are just getting ready to pull a bunch of the trash leading up to the third boss in their 27 Waycrest.
Yeah, and I like how they're also attempting to do it very cleanly. They're pulling it around the corner as well, not into the courtyard itself, but more in like the open circular area, so you don't really get stuck on the little bits and pieces that are out in the courtyard.
Absolutely. And it does look like we are going to have on the screen, everybody, this is U.S. Army Esports and Coast Guard Gaming, both of them respectfully in their Waycrest Manors. Now, why is it significant that we have both of these teams? It's because we have the 2023 Winter Invitational Champion and the runner-up on here. Yes, we ended our Winter 2023 Invitational event in Waycrest Manor, and it looks like we're going to be ending the Spring Clash of 2024 right back into Waycrest. So this is a quite fitting way for us to view out as we see the Army taking on their 29 and the Coast Guard taking on the 27 Waycrest. It is quite an exciting event to see both of these teams, the previous champion and runner-up. And of course, they weren't just the runner-up. Coast Guard was also the Spring 2023 Clash champion. So it is a very fitting way to see currently on the screen the previous year's Spring Clash champion, runner-up for Winter, and our Winter Invitational champions neck and neck in the same dungeon, putting in the work. It's a pretty great time. I am loving this. This is the type of way that you really do hope, seeing these teams at such a high key level to end out such an amazing competition.
Yeah, I didn't know that Waycrest was the key that they ended up with in their previous Clash as well. That's so cool. And like in chat, can we maybe have some more Waycrest Manor in Season 4? I don't know. I like Waycrest Manor, especially when they opened the doors, so how about you, Chris?
Waycrest Manor is my favorite dungeon from BFA, so I am not going to complain about having it, only as long as I don't have to be competing in the event that it exists in. So like watching and commentating over it, fantastic. I love it. Competing in it, if it had Sanguine or Bolstering, no thank you at all. Now we do go back up to the quad, so we are able to see Warrior Gamer in their Darkheart Thicket. They are looking to it looks like they're finishing up first boss. First boss is at 14% health, having to be careful. The biggest detriment to Demon Hunter tanks on this boss arena are the branches. Worst enemy for them in here, but they are able to put the sigils where they need them to go. They're handling the mechanics appropriately, just needing to make sure they're not on the floor, not to get hit too much by this charge. they do jump over it, utilizing that Infernal Strike, and Warrior Gamer is going to be able to take down this 27 tyrannical first boss of Dark Heart Thicket, which is quite an insane boss. We have seen teams have varying levels of difficulty with this boss, and to be able to see them take this down on the 27, very awesome for them as they can progress further through this dungeon.
Yeah, we do see that the DH is kind of was just jumping all over the place to make sure that they could actually avoid the charge. I think the leap kind of put them in a strange position there. But like you were saying, the plants are definitely not your friends over here in Darker Thicket.
Absolutely not. And that feels like almost any of the dungeons this season. If it has roots, it is just out to get you. Everbloom and all the Thrashers. Darkheart just with not only other blossoms, but just all the branches from the environment. It's one of those things I'm very much hoping that within the War Within, there will not be as many kind of wonky corridors or like miscellaneous ledges. Because if I had a nickel for every time I saw an Elysian Decree or a Death and Decay get sent up in a rafter or a branch, I would be a very, very wealthy WoW player, I feel like.
Yeah, if I got a nickel for every time my Ring of Peace ended up in the wrong place, or also Death and Decay, yeah, would have quite a lot. Or maybe we can just talk about silvers in WoW. I would have a couple of thousand golds, I think.
Absolutely, absolutely. Now, one of the fun things that they're doing here is they did elect to do some of the skipping of the mobs prior. We have seen the teams do it, and they are going into a little bit of a corner, not as super common in a more pug level of keys, but they do choose to go make up some of the skipped percentage by taking on blossoms. Now, blossoms in Darkheart Thicket are a kind of, I would say they're a deceptive mob because they are perceived as just being very easy. You can AoE them down very quickly, but they do have an ability that will create a ground effect that can do a lot of damage and cause a lot of problems. So it is one of those circumstances that they were able to kind of keep them all stunned. They were able to stay out of what they had to. They are utilizing more of the Shadow Meld sigil tech we've been seeing a lot of the Vengeance DHs do. They are fighting some of those mobs, it looks like, and they are continuing on to potentially one of the more probably one of the more difficult trash pulls, just because they need to make sure with the mobs they're going to be pulling into, if they lapse stuns or if they overlap kicks, then it's just going to be a very devastating time for the Warrior Gamer team.
Yeah, we can see both the Coast Guard and Army now on the exact same boss in their 27 and 29s respectively, and Army wraps up Ral now making their way down the stairs. I'm curious to see which side of the stairs they're going to choose, because, you know, there's many different ways to go down to the basement, and some of them are a little bit nicer than others. Some have a patrol, others have a patrol eventually, but not for a while, so we'll see.
It does look like they choose to go down the cellar side by the Triad. They looks like they are set up just where they need to be able to take down the matron down there. They are having a pretty, like on a 29 fortified, they have to make sure they are on top of any of these kicks. If any of those soul bolts go out, any of the volleys go out, that could be detrimental. We do see a death going down. It is just a very, very brutal pull if they are missing any of the kicks there. They are doing a significant amount of damage. It's just going to be a matter of, will they be able to get it all taken care of as their other member is coming back. Looks like there may have been another death there. It is a very, very brutal pack to deal with on a 29.
Yeah, while they are trying to figure out this pack, we can see that Coast Guard Gaming is working on Ral, which is also a very interesting boss. Actually, it has a lot of different mechanics that people don't necessarily see as much of, because you usually just dodge things or you just kill things. But this boss, I guess, on the 27, he has a lot of health, so it's an interesting fight. It looks like they're going to do a very quick trash pull.
Yeah, it does look like Coast Guard Gaming is going into... It looks like they went into the kitchen, so they are going to have to deal with one of the more elite witches. So I cannot tell specifically if it was with Etch. But we are brought to the side of Warrior Gamer doing that terrifying pull that we talked about. If any of these casts go off, it will fear the target. It does damage. It's not a great time. And they are being able to manage it very, very well. We do see what looks like to be hiding a little bit underneath. There is the AoE tracker for the stuns, but what we are going to do very quickly for the last time of this event is we're going to cut to ads as we're finishing out the remainder of this overtime. You do not want to miss any of this, and if you don't want to miss it, you can subscribe. You will be able to avoid all the ads. You won't miss any of the action, and if you subscribe, it not only benefits AFDL, but it is also going to benefit the charities that the winning team will be able to select. So do not miss out. You don't want to miss out on this action. Seeing Warrior Gamer handle this Dark Heart Thicket, it is going to be insane. So we will see you after those ad breaks.
And in the meantime, it looks like they are just working on Okard right now. The Demon Hunter, like jumping away, the kind of tech. I hadn't actually realized that was a thing. I haven't played Vengeance Demon Hunter this season, but that is very cool to see, because I can imagine otherwise that breath might actually track them quite a lot.
Absolutely. It's one of those things that I myself have never tried out too much. I personally prefer running my Blood DK or my Guardian Druid, but Danny is showing us exactly what you can do with the meta tank, trying to avoid as much damage as possible, taking quite a significant there, but they are still able to trug along. Now, as we have it now, the two teams going on, we have Warrior Gamer in the Dark Heart Thicket, we have Coast Guard Gaming down in the Waycrest, both keys at 27. We have the Fortified Waycrest, we have the Tyrannical Dark Heart Thicket, both teams just putting in that work, having a very tight finish for this event this weekend. How do you think this is going to end? I'm curious to see. Are we going to be able to have even faster Dark Heart and Waycrest? Is it going to be a little close? Are we going to have a photo finish? Who's to tell? Who's to say?
I don't know what to say at this point. We obviously don't want to call a caster curse either. Also, the Evoker seems to have gone down for Warrior GMR. I take it from possibly ads, maybe some other mechanics on this boss in particular. I hope he didn't accidentally get clipped by a breath, and the healer also goes down, but gets his rest back up instantly to make sure that the tank doesn't just flop over at this point of the fight with so many ads alive.
It definitely gets very difficult there. Not being able to utilize a Blessing of Freedom to be able to just run over some of those roots to negate some of the ads coming out. If the tank is not able to get all of that initial aggro, it can be devastating for any of the DPS or even the healer, as we had saw. But they were able to get that recovery. They still have the Evoker down, but being an Aug Evoker, it's not the worst thing in the world for them to be down. There is going to be a noticeable difference in the healing numbers going out and just the general defensibility, but they are still able to maintain the DPS from the Beastmaster Hunter and the Shadow Priest and able to finish off the last 13% of Okart. They do have those ads remaining up, so the tank is doing that, dealing with them. There is the Nightmare Breath out. Tank was in mid, fell dev, so there is that healthiness going on. They just need to get out of the entangling and handle the last 10% of this boss, just needing to survive. While on the side of Coast Guard Gaming in their Waycrest, they are about to go downstairs into the final portion of this dungeon. 2 bosses left. They still have close to 10 minutes left on their timer. 2 bosses, roughly 3 trash packs to do, depending on how they divide them out. They're in a very cozy spot should they be able to finish it out. The only thing that we could see is a little bit concerning is they do currently have 87.5% on their total count. And we've seen this happen with the teams so far over this weekend in Waycrest Manor, the potential of being off by just a little bit of percent. And hopefully that does not end up being the deciding factor for Coast Guard. And Gamer is able to take down Okart.
Yeah, and they're just wrapping up their pulls, just making sure that everyone gets rest back up. to then continue on with these fun little slime pools that a lot of people don't realize they explode at the end, or like there's a delayed AoE damage coming out when they die, which has definitely surprised some groups more than not. Also combined with bursting. Oof.
I definitely have never on my Blood Death Night on Fortified Weeks just triple pull the slimes and AMS and wonder why is everybody else dead? But it does look like we might be having something going on with Warrior Gamer up there. We do have the town portal.
Yeah, I don't know what their plan is exactly. I saw the DH look at their talents for a little bit, going like, last resort, what? But in the meantime, we can just continue on with this 27 Wakers from Coast Guard Gaming. They're just pulling these trash mobs before the fourth boss, which can be very rough. I think the Red Pally had already died, and the Warlock is dead as well, and so is the Devastation Evoker. This pull, if you don't have enough interrupts, it's rough.
Is very brutal, and it does look like they may have potentially done the full pull. We did see Army earlier in the day even split this up a little bit, which when you're getting into these high fortifieds is definitely a safe pull to do. It does look like it wasn't quite in the favor of Coast Guard Gaming there. We see the tears from the healer on the big screen. How unfortunate. Heart goes out to the Coast Guard team. It is just a matter of, will they try and finish out the last 6 minutes of this? It looks like they might, or there may have been the portal on the side of the Warlock. Regardless of how they decide to end this out, it was such a great showing. This is not an easy dungeon to pull off, especially in that key range.
Yeah, I'm just super, I've seen so many cool things happen today already, and these keys have been so high. There's nothing in my brain that can even imagine, doing these kinds of keys as a semi-casual pugger of 22 to 24 range.
Absolutely. I think the highest I've done this season on live when I was on my Rogue was doing some 25s and everything, but I very quickly just pugging them out was like, yeah, I'm good. It gets to a level that if you don't have that coordination that we were seeing from the teams today, doing anything really higher than that becomes a very big struggle. And honestly, just give some love to all 4 teams in the chat. They did such a phenomenal job this weekend. Like we said, these keys are not baby keys. These, everything higher than the 25, even at 25, going higher than that is incredibly difficult, and less than 1% of the entire population of WoW ever steps foot into those keys. So let alone stepping foot into them and then timing them and going higher than that. Each of these teams showed amazing performances that could very easily have won them a champion slot in any of the previous competitions. So awesome job to all teams that showed up today.
Oh, definitely. We've also learned about a lot of new tech, even though it is nearly the end of the season. We still have time to use it. All the Night Elf tech, we can all re-roll Night Elves and try all of it out.
Absolutely. Get those last bits of points. I know I have a couple friends on live that are very, very close to title range, so they've been trying to squeeze everything else, because this is the last, oh my goodness, I wish I could say I remembered if it's Fortified or Tyrannical Week on live. I've been so focused with seeing all the keys on here, but we do only have one more key cycle before the next season, and then we're going to start seeing all the Dragonflight dungeons. We're going to get to go back to all 8 of those, and the keys will be even harder, so it'll be very, very interesting to see how is that going to affect AFDL competitions. We're going to hear a lot more Let Flies coming back and getting to go back to Ruby Life pulls, and the key levels will look different, but honestly, I'm just excited. This was a wonderful way to end this Season 3 Dragonflight, especially with the AFDL ending the Spring Clash. It was just phenomenal. I'm just super stoked to have been able to cast for this weekend.
Yeah, I've been super happy and super grateful to be here as well. I was only supposed to cast yesterday, and then got to go again today and see these awesome keys wrap up, see kind of the team's pull of the stuff that they did. Yesterday, they already worked on some 28s, actually seeing that they did it. So awesome.
Absolutely. I am just very excited to see what the future holds. And while we are getting our winner interview prepared, we do have the numbers. We do know the standings. We're going to hold that off a little bit because I've got an announcement to make. So we had a wonderful time with this AFDL Spring Clash. We were just talking about the next season for season 4 starting up in under 10 days now. Well, I would like to announce that the AFDL Summer Clash is going to be scheduled for late June. So we are going to get that very quick. That is going to be in just a little bit over 2 months, and it is going to be season 4. So there's a lot of hype for that. Now, announcing that the Clash is going to happen, we also have the teams. So we are going to be able to say that joining us for the Summer Clash is going to be last year's regiment team that has found its new home with United. We're going to have the Marine Corps Gaming return to join us in this Summer Clash. Goats in Glory are back representing the U.S. Navy. And then we have a new contender entering the ring, and that is the French Air and Space Force Esports. So we are finally going to be joined by our allies overseas, the French. So we're very much looking forward to not only having them join us in their very first appearance, but to have all of these returning teams, some under new banners or under a new coat of paint, so to say. And we're very, very excited to see all of that happen in June. All right, and it is looking like we are going to pan over to our winner interview. And I suppose it would only make sense if we announce who the winner is. We might as well do that as we bring him over. Hey, Super, how does it feel to get another win for the Army, winning the Spring Clash of 2024?
It feels pretty good. We really enjoyed being the Coast Guard and any chance we can get. Normally, we hate the Navy most of all.
Difficulty. I do not hear you currently.
Oh, no. Can you hear me now?
I cannot. Let me check.
Oh, can I do it in Discord?
There you go. I hear you now.
Yeah.
Yes. All right.
Yeah. So it feels great to beat the Coast Guard any chance that we can get. Normally we like to beat the Navy first and foremost, but we had you guys had like player highlights, and Mirren is a cook, and we hate cooks just as much as we hate the Navy.
Oh, no. Well, I am glad that y'all are feeling great coming out as the Spring Clash 2024 champions. Now I have to ask, how did your team prepare leading up to this event? Now we've seen in the past kilos kind of go all over the place, but y'all came out killing it and starting mornings on 28s. Like, what was the preparation looking like there?
So we practiced, I think, a total of 4 hours for this event. All of us are running on live though. Like I'm 3580 on my AUG. Raging is 3580. We play on live. Me, Jonah is our mage, and the tank all play on live. But our healer and Fell are a little bit lower than us. But I mean, they picked it right up, and so yeah. Going in, we just wanted to get the keys as high as possible. We figured do one key at a time. Going in, our goal was to do all the 27s and then push the 28s. But every single time that we had a chance, we thought that it would be better to go ahead and start on a hard key. That way, when you go back into the 15s, you kind of get like a mental break in the middle of the day and still are able to be productive.
Well, it definitely seemed to work. I know not only was it very entertaining as a viewer and caster, we loved being able to be surprised and say, oh my goodness, the Army is starting with a 28, but then killing it. So all of that preparation, regardless of how much time prior to the event you all had as a collective, you showed up. And honestly, if you would have said you practice every day leading up to this event, I would have believed you. Now, this event is different comparative to past clashes that you have participated in and has the armies participated in, where the teams knew the dungeons leading up to the event and then got a heads up about the affixes just a little bit before. Was there any particular dungeons that you or the team were feeling might have been the most difficult, or you may have had particular problems in, and did you see that happen while competing?
Across the board, we just kind of thought that the Darkheart and the Everbloom were going to be the hard ones, just because like we all have a 28 Waycrest and Fall and Blackrook on live already, and we have 27 Darkhearts and Everblooms, but like those ones, especially the Darkheart, because Darkheart you really want to run a rogue, and we don't have anybody that really plays rogue for all the skips that you need to do in order to make time go. Yeah, our main thing was that we wanted to run Ret to push the keys up as fast as we could, and then Og to get the actual hard keys. And we really thought that we were going to have to run Og in Dark Heart because it was tyrannical, but the Ret just worked so well that we didn't even bother.
Well, it definitely was awesome to see kind of those changes being made, even seeing some of the adjustments towards the 29 weight crest, even changing up the strategy. You all definitely showed up for this event. We definitely love watching the Army compete. Now, as a parting question for you this evening, so then you can get back and enjoy the celebration, we did get to announce the Summer Clash. Now, unfortunately, the Army will not be competing in it, but you do get to kind of see that lineup. The old regiment team is getting a revamp. The Marines are going to be there, the Navy, and we're even getting the French getting to join us. So, like, how are you feeling? Do you already have maybe an idea of what the Army hopes wins that competition? Is the rivalry with the Navy going to automatically put them at you wanting them to lose? How do you feel about the Summer Clash?
Well, the Navy's going to come in last because, they're the Navy, let's be honest. The Marines are going to show up, though, always, because they've won one right after us, and they kind of pushed our teeth in the first one. They were really close to us in the first clash, which I have this from.
There you
I don't
go.
want to brag or anything like that, but I've been in 3 AFDL events, and I've won 3 AFDL events.
There you go. The Army's lucky charm there. But that's got to be amazing. Being able to not only be a part of the first win, but then Army obviously winning the end of the 2023 season and then starting off the new season with that win. So thank you so much for taking that time for this interview. We're so excited to see the Army, and congratulations on the win starting off this 2024 season.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
All right. And now we're back together. It's awesome. How do you feel about this event? I know this is, Arlie, this is your first time getting to join the AFDL and being able to cast over it. How do you feel? How does it kind of go like you expected it? Was there any of the teams that surprised you particularly?
I mean, I had a blast. Honestly, I've learned so many things, and when it comes to the teams, I didn't really come in with crazy high expectations. I'd heard of a couple of the teams before already as well. For me to see that there was a Ukrainian team competing as well as someone from Europe, it's awesome.
Mm-hmm.
But other than that, I mean, I think this weekend was really cool, and I cannot wait to watch more of these events. And I mean, you just announced another Summer Clash. Like, I have to be there. Come on, I have to be there. I'll be watching, that's for sure.
Awesome. Now, I know it definitely went a little bit different than maybe I thought that it would have gone, but we do have the final standings. So, of course, as the viewers you saw, the U.S. Army Esports team is the 2024 Spring Clash champion. Now, to kind of bring it further down, we're looking at everything going. We do have the final rosters for how the keys ended in all of the respective dungeons. We do have those 26s with the Army having. We do have, in fact, with Galakrond's fall, we had all the teams at least at the 26, Army with that 28, and the 27s from Coast Guard and Warrior Gamer. Blackrock Hold being the dungeon that had a lot of us in a vice grip with how that final boss went, but with Coast Guard and Warrior Gamer with the 27s, Ukrainian WoW with the 26, and the Army with that 28, with 3 28s across the board. Darkheart Thicket having the 25 minimum with the rest 26s, and the Everbloom with the 25s and the 126. Folks, in my time being able to participate with the AFDL and the AFDC, I can honestly say that this is the highest spread of keys that have been achieved across all of the teams that have ever participated in this competition. So this has definitely been the highest level of skill competing, and it has been crazy. So yes, the Army won, and that is awesome. All of the teams in the past have been champions. We do have Ukrainian WoW in 4th place with 129 points. Coast Guard Gaming just barely under Warrior Gamer with 130, and Warrior Gamer ending in 131. So please share some love to the competing teams. Go ahead and share that love and support to U.S. Army Esports for winning this clash. It has been a crazy, awesome experience. Thank you so much. I am Driss. If you want to find me, I have Driss Fury as a handle on Twitter /X, but I am just Driss in some variation on WoW if you ever want to push keys. It has been awesome being here.
Yeah, it's been great being here as well. And yeah, you can find me as Early Plays everywhere.
Awesome. Now, before we go, I have one final announcement for everyone. We did announce the Summer Clash, but the Armed Forces Dungeon League is excited to announce a new tournament. There will be 6 NA teams and 5 EU teams competing in a brand new arena, the Summoner's Rift. That's right. League of Legends fans, rejoice. Be sure to follow us on Twitter at AFDL_events to keep up to date with announcements in the coming weeks. League of Legends is coming. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you in the next one.